Transition.
Yep. Hello.
Okay, so now we can hear, but we can't see, which is good. Good. Hear, but you can't see. Actually, say words so I can make sure you're being heard.
I am saying words. I am being picked up. Hello,
Sweet,
hello,
sweet.
hello.
Awesome, awesome. Okay. Eh, Okay. Okay, I'm so excited. Oh, are you guys excited?
Hello,
Good,
hello.
I'm glad. Okay, so both of us can be heard. Fantastic, fantastic. Hi, Russian. How you doing, beans? All right.
Hello. Oh my God, we've been beans.
Bling,
Bean boozled.
bling, boozle.
I'm
Okay,
one
are
more
you
minute.
ready? Oh my God, we're not doing that. Last time when I threw up, that was enough for being boozled for me. All right, so you ready to turn off the sensor?
I am ready. Yes.
One,
Yes.
two, three, go. Okay, they see
Yes.
nothing, but you do see the artist and you do see the rigger. So Unicorn and Honoka, those are our model parents. They are amazing and incredible. We found them on Miyawashi, which is a Chinese website, and we had to hunt their asses down to find them. Okay, good, awesome, awesome, awesome. Hello, Gremlin Child. We had to hunt them down. It was not easy to find them because we could not. First off, had to learn Chinese. Well, not learn Chinese. I had to learn to translate a bunch of Chinese and learn how to navigate a Chinese website. It was very difficult. I thought that Unicorn was a dude for a while. Unicorn is not a dude. They are both girls. We have two model mamas. And does that technically make us VTuber siblings? In a way, yes, that is disgusting, I know, but we wanted them to be the same aesthetic and we both loved them. It's not like there was like one of them, like I liked this person, but Tristan liked this other person. We love them both. We both love them. So they are both incredibly talented.
They are absolutely amazing. It is
I just,
ridiculous how quickly they worked as
they
well.
work so quickly and they were so patient and they're so kind. And I feel like we need to give all these shout outs first because I feel like most importantly, I want to make sure that they get all the love because they fucking deserve it. They really do. Anyways, so we're going to,
Big. Yeah, they deserve
they
everything.
really do. So the first little bit of our models you are going to see is our shoes. So let's do until shoes, okay, babe?
Okay.
Okay, so he's controlling his and I'm controlling mine, but they are both going to be out right now. So
My shoes are much
these are
smaller.
my shoes. I have hearts
These
in
are
my shoes.
mine.
Yeah, his shoes are very small. I have long boots. Boots.
Hello, lovey.
Go up and down and up and down and at the side.
Down, up and down.
We have feet.
We have feet
We had,
and they move.
and they move, yes. Jumping, 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 jumping.
Jumping and
Get on your
jumping.
toes. Get on your toes.
Little
And get,
people.
oh yeah, so we can try and for free.
For
I
free?
know.
No, no
Well,
toes
no,
for
no
free.
toes, no toes. I mean, not with that money later,
Just
but
shoes.
I got toes. They're very cute, but they're under my
We'll
shoes.
stomp on you.
Stop, 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 stop. Shoes. Oh, we want to take it slow. We want to just like savor this moment that we've been preparing for a fucking year. Okay?
Literally, Aiko was making
Uh,
like models and discussing models and stuff for like a year.
uh-huh.
Yeah, only for this occasion, future shoe reveal will cost 100. Good business
Exactly,
plan.
exactly.
Good business plan.
Okay, would you
Mm.
like to go down to just past knees?
Just past knees. Okay.
Okay, he's getting to reveal a lot more. He has much longer legs than
I've got
me.
legs.
He's revealing everything. We have legs. Also, I'm gonna tell you guys, this is the first time in all of the models I've ever had that has proper knees. I tried to do knees on like my model from my birthday debut model, that one Subathon, and they weren't this good. Look how awesome my knees are. Look how awesome they are. They're so cute. You guys can see that shadow though, and you also see Tristan's. Uh,
I feel like my legs, my lower half moves less than yours, but it's still
well,
cute.
listen. Okay, so get this.
Twisty, twisty.
Unicorn saw how much my legs moved, and she saw how much all of my things moved, and she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fix that because I don't like how much yours moves so much more compared to Tristan's." And I was like, "Oh no, no.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I'm keeping it."
Mm-hmm.
So she fixed it and sent me a new one. I was like, "Okay, I'll look at it, I guess." And I was like, "No, no, I'm going back to the other one. I like it the way it was." So from this perspective, I think Unicorn doesn't like this one as much, but I do. I like it being wiggly because I said to her, I said, I'm a lot more dancy than he is, anyways.
Mm-hmm. I'm just a lot more like stiff.
Yeah. What if I roll my brand new desert buggy? What do I win? Uh,
Um,
concussion?
yeah, yeah, that is your prize. You might hallucinate some things.
Yeah. Um, okay, so just past the hem of our clothing.
Just past the hem.
Hmm,
Okay.
that's what I get. I am wearing a
You can see
dress.
my
So there
wrist.
is a new outfit happening.
They're probably alright. Be right back. Please don't get a concussion.
No. So this was another thing too about our models is for like the longest time I kept the same outfits with my model and everything. I updated it to a more modern style when I tried to do my new art style,
Mhm.
but it was generally still the same. It was like a ombre or like a color shifting skirt with like the off the shoulder top kind of thing, or kind of off the shoulders, whatever, with the tank top underneath. But this is completely different. This is why I didn't want to like show our new art that we have coming. There's we call it the Trico Smash Splash, um, because
It reveals our
it
new
reveals
outfit,
our new outfits. Yeah,
models, and
yeah,
everything.
yeah, 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 yeah.
New test zone has like 400 kilometers on
Oh
it.
my
Oh my.
gosh. Okay, all right. Waist.
Waist. Oh my god.
It's a big one. It's a big one. You don't go down that far. I have such a big floofy skirt. Look at my
I've
skirt,
got
guys.
shorts.
Mm.
You can see more of my arms.
Yeah, you
You
can
can
see
see
my
that I'm
arms.
actually wearing a
I
shirt.
have arms and they
Confirmed.
move. He is wearing clothes.
My sleeves are poofy.
My skirt is poofy. We both have poofy going on.
It was so flowy. Like, look at
I
the
love how
flowiness of my
flowy it
arms.
is.
Like your skirt and like the.
Meow. Oh my God, Tristan, we need to put the sensor back on.
When you put the sensor back
Yeah,
on.
put the sensor back on.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Calm down, calm down.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot the things.
It does look like hand holding though. And just smile.
Yours, mine.
I was wondering if we did this.
No, I forgot.
We were so busy setting things up that we missed something, which is sure to be
Funny.
back
Okay, now we can go back to the waist.
to waist. I was about here.
Okay, all right, there we go.
There we go.
Now we're fine. Now we're fine.
Important things have been done.
Yeah, it was important. You'll see. I'm excited that I can move.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you can't really see them right now because we are further away, but on our right hands, on our left hands, sorry, it's right from my what I'm looking at.
Right from
What I'm looking at.
your perspective.
From your perspective, if you're looking at us, it's on the right, but it is our left hands.
You can see it better on my hand.
Yeah, you can see it better on Tristan's hand right now, but we are both wearing wedding rings and they are designed after our real life wedding rings.
You see it better later.
Later, yeah. We do, of course, have a controller toggle, so you'll be able to see that a lot easier.
Look at our rings.
Okay.
You're too blind. Oh no, that's okay. We will show them off later.
Mid chest.
Mid
Yeah.
chest. Okay.
Not mine's not that far.
Mine was a bit further. About there, I
Yeah.
think.
So cute. And there's a big bow on my back. And as you can see, Tristan's like full on tails. Do you like his tails? They're so fluffy. Also, look,
So
look.
fluffy.
He can adjust his speed based on his mood, right? So let's say he's angry. Angry face. Mm. Okay. What if you're happy? Much floofier. You can tell how happy is because they just keep floofing around.
Happy and normal isn't much of a change. Like it gets slightly faster
Yeah.
when I get happy and like raise my eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how I control them
Bum,
with my
bum,
eyebrows.
bum, 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 bum,
I go jank
bum,
if I keep
bum,
if I do
bum,
some weird things
bum,
with my eyebrows.
bum,
What do you
bum,
want
bum, bum,
to
bum, bum.
know?
Wee, nee, 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 nee. Like how flowy they are.
They are so flowy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, shoulders.
Shoulders. Ooh, this is a big one.
Mm,
There we go.
a little bit lower for me. There we go. Because it's like, it looks like it's lower in. Yeah, anyways. This, I love this outfit. Now you can see our full outfits for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Like
I.
you can see that the the bow I have on my shirt is
So
rigged.
basically, yes, he's very tall. Am I?
I'm so tall.
Maybe. I might just not be zoomed in enough. Okay. So,
They're like similar accurate to our size gap in real life,
yeah,
but
we're
probably not out.
because we're revealing them slowly or whatever and like meeting at shoulders. That's why I have this giant like
Yeah.
I should be standing on a box. Um,
I'm also probably zoomed in more because like this is I'm set for the position for like if chatting regularly here.
yeah. So, my outfit basically I spent a long time trying to look up inspiration online for like couples outfits and stuff, and I found something that was really cute, but it's like I wanted to make it more us. So, I wound up because we were kind of going for a
Left the heart.
what is the there was a word for it
Oh,
specifically for the males specifically. It was like Lolita, and then the male version of a Lolita was what?
it was ooh
I forgot what it was called.
I forgot the term for it. Hang on.
It's like if you think about if you've seen Black Butler, if you think about Seal Phantomhive,
It's
it's like
usually like
that.
a lot of young masters.
Yeah.
Like uh uh what is the
Looking it up.
OG?
OG?
OG. It's like Prince.
Yeah. So basically, we found a few couple outfits that we liked with that, and I had the only thing that I changed with Tristan's was I was like, oh, let's do a little off the shoulder, show a little bit of flesh, you know.
Showing a bit of shoulder.
She's got some shoulder showing off. And then
Handsome.
I
Scandalous.
sent Honoka the art, and after I did or the concept pieces, which I can show you the concept pieces after. Um,
M1A1 Sep V2 Abrams. Yes, that is the male version of the Lolita style.
yes, 100%.
Yep.
So I sent her the concept art, and after that I found this dress that I thought was like super freaking cute. And I was like, "Can you please add like take the like outfit that I've already like sent you, but like
Hmm.
somehow add pieces of this beautiful, absolutely gorgeous dress that I found online." And like it was a real life dress. And it was just like this beautiful dress. And I sent it to her. I was like, "I love this so much. Can you incorporate elements into my outfit from this?" And she did. She fucking killed it. Fucking love it.
Like Honoka was just like
She's so sweet and she's so talented.
just bang, bang, bang,
I
done.
am
Like,
the pickiest person in the universe, and I didn't have to change shit. Well, I did.
yeah,
Like there were a couple changes, like
the couple
Tristan's
changes were
ribbon. I think,
extremely minor.
yeah, like the ribbon was like a different color or something like that, and I was like, oh, let's make a
Yeah,
the ribbon on Tristan's sleeves or what was it that I changed? I don't think I
it
needed to
was
change anything on mine. I think, oh, my boots. My boots looked really weird at first.
yeah. Like the upper ribbon on my sleeve, like towards my shoulder, that was the same yellow as the moon
Oh,
on
yeah.
my army.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was.
Yep.
And it was just like making the colors more consistent, I think,
Mm-hmm.
with me, and yours was something really minor as
It,
well.
everything was like really minor because she's like super fucking
Yours
talented.
is a
Oh,
shading.
mine actually, hold on. If I go down just a teeny bit more with this necklace that I'm wearing, I don't know if you can see my choker. The diamonds on it, I just wanted the bottom one to be a slightly darker blue. That was it.
Hmm. And I think
Like
some of the shade.
when I tell you that I'm super fucking picky, I mean I'm super fucking picky. That's what I mean. Like the diamonds were both the same color blue, and I wanted the one on the bottom to be slightly darker. That's what I mean. Like I'm,
We were expecting that it's okay. We'll zoom in a
yeah,
little bit.
yeah. We'll zoom in. Don't.
We were expecting that when we went. Oh, my follower thing is off. Oh well, bit of scuff. When we went to the cutting stage,
Mm-hmm.
that would have to potentially like correct some things for Oregon because Honoka hadn't really made.
She'd been drawing the entire time,
Yeah,
and
she hadn't really done any
she hadn't really
cutting.
done any cutting or anything. So as far as like what we were perceiving, everything was already together. And then when she said she had to cut it, now I've done cutting of art before. I know how long that shit takes. Or at least I haven't. Apparently, I thought I knew how long it took because she sends it to us
Like a hard.
practically later that she sent it to us practically later that day, and I was like, there's no
It
way.
was. It was like she said, "We still got to cut it in like early afternoon or late
And she's
morning."
like, okay, here you go, done. And I'm like, oh God, there's no
Yeah,
way that that's cut the way it needs to be cut. She cut everything.
it was excessively cut. It was like
It was
everything,
perfect.
everything was separate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because I've seen, like, I know that on Booth, they have some models that you can
Mhm.
test rigging with, and the stuff is cut, but it's like, it's not cut. Like, it'll be like the dress is separated from the bow or something like that, but that's about it. You know,
Like each individual
like,
bandage on the
hold on,
leg,
I
each.
could zoom in. I could zoom in on different parts. Okay, before we get to that. Okay, look, look, look. Do you see the little loops? Do you see each little like curve in my?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see each little fucking curve?
Each little frill.
Each little frill, every single bit was separated.
All the shading was also
All this.
separated. Just every layer
Also,
was
since
separated.
while we're zooming in, let me zoom into my ring finger so you can see. Look at our ring fingers. Look
Yeah, I
it.
mean, they're facing this way while we're like this, just to show them off.
Yeah,
But it looks a lot better with one of the toggles we have.
yeah. Whoop. Okay, well, I think we can do that. Let's go down. Let's see. Let's show our heads now. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
So, in case you guys have been wondering why my trash can PNG had stars on her bows, this is why. Because I never had stars on my bows before.
I think you pinned this to my hair, so it's like got the physics of my
Oh,
hair.
really?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're giving reveals. Actually, hold on. Mine might be it to my hair as well. No, it's not. I think it's my forehead.
Yeah, yours is to your face, mine is to my hair.
Which, by the way, I can pin things to him. So like, if I just hold on, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna put something random on him. I'm gonna put something random on him. What did I show you?
So yeah, this is just our permanent faces.
Yeah, this is our faces now. I hope you like it. Hanako is really talented. She drew
Oh,
this face. There you go.
Beppis.
There you go. Thank you for your purpose.
Yeah, Beppis. If you had armor on it, I'll just bring it, but Get this hug.
Yeah.
I love me some Beckett.
So yeah, I'll show you the hair. Oh my God, like look at the hair. It's so good.
Each individual
Yep.
strand of hair was separated.
Oh, this song, guys, this song. This is the song from that deforvid person.
Forwarded.
David deforvid person. This is that person who is on trial for murder. It sounds so good. I'm so mad about it. I wish he wasn't a murderer
Ew.
so I could feel less bad about listening to it. Well, I don't know, allegedly. Stop sneak peeking your eye. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Show your ears.
Hmm?
Oh, actually, I can do that now. Okay, hold on. Hold
Accidentally
on.
moved it because I haven't got it pinned on mine.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
No, come back.
hello.
I can show off mine now. You ready? Hold on. Ah, look! I have a tail too. And ears.
The difference is,
The different
okay, there's a toggle.
I Tristan can't turn his off because mine's a toggle. Look.
Mine's permanent.
But look, you can still move them when I'm and like if I'm angry, doesn't move as much. But if I'm happy, it moves around a lot. And my ears move too.
One thing we did have to request throughout the rigging process
Yeah.
was my ears. They went like up a bit more, and it looked
They
more
made him look like a bat.
yeah, it looked more bat coated than.
One of the things that I had to request was, and this is a big one. This one's a big one, okay? So, two big things. One was that she thought that my ears and tails were going to be on permanently, which they're not. Mine are primarily off with the option to turn them on. There is going to be a redeem for kitty mode, same kitty mode that's always been there, but now this is what the kitty mode looks like,
Mhm.
right? The second thing was, I thought it'd be weird if the ears moved, but my hair didn't. So, hold on. Well, the pigtails move when the ears do, because the ears are like pushing the pigtails out the way, which had to have been a pain in the ass. Had to have absolutely been a fucking pain in the ass.
I mean, we were watching it. It was just
Yeah,
like, oh my god. It was like
I'm making the weirdest
what
faces.
Unicorn streamed the entire rigging
Mhm.
process for us.
Now, before we show off faces, would you like to show them the motion thing we can do below our waists?
Oh yeah,
Hold
we
on.
can do the moat. That could be
Oh
misinterpreted.
my God. I'm so sorry. Look. That sounded very, very sussy. I didn't mean it to be.
Here we go.
Anyways,
Here's the motion thing below our waist.
here's what we could do. We can walk.
I'm walking on
I'm walking
sunshine.
here. I don't know.
Oh, I was walking on sunshine. We can walk.
Hmm. I don't know many VTubers that can walk, but we can. So let's just go for a stroll. How you guys doing? You guys having a good day? How's you enjoying the stream? You having a good time? Just, you know, showing off the models, really like it's very cute.
When you look up, you just like look how good an air of superiority you
Oh
are.
yes. I'm better than all of you. Says my with my derpy face. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop walking. I'm gonna stop walking because there's some other things I want to show off, but I'm gonna wait until like I can show off. I'll totally show off the rest of it. I'm looking. I want to make sure there's nothing else I want to show off right now. No. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the tail and ears. Okay. So are you ready to show our faces? Hold on. Let's get up. Let's get up. Let's get up close. Hey guys.
Close.
Closer. 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 Okay, we're done.
This is us from now on. It's gonna be the gaming screen.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to like look past our shoulders.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sorry. Anyways. Okay, are you ready?
Give me a second. I need to get this thing up. No, no, not that one.
No! Tell me you didn't total semi truck. Seriously? Damn. All right. We're gonna show our face.
I'm ready.
Ready? Three, two, one, go. Hi guys. How are
Uh,
you? Why am I delayed? I'm delayed. Why am I delayed?
Oh my god, it happens
Ooh,
as the best.
I'm delayed in a big way. Uh-oh. Why am I so delayed? Anna, Anna, Anna. Let me pull up the bridger. I think it's just confused because I have so much on my monitor right now.
I think so. You
It
maybe just reconnect the face tracking or something.
yeah, I'll do
Mm.
that. Let me pull up VBridger.
Yeah.
Let me check to see what VBridger's doing because it could be. Let me see if it's a
My
VBridger. My mama. My mama. Disconnect and connect. Connect. Okay, yeah, we're good now. Hi. You back? How
Hello.
you doing?
Hello.
Yeah. This is our new
Hello.
face. Mwah.
Eh.
Okay. Okay, so first, what we're gonna show, we get to go with all of our expressions, babe. Okay, so you want to pick one, and then I pick one, and then you pick one, and then I pick one. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, I know. I will pick this one.
To figure which one that is for me. Hey, that's why I wanted to talk about it. Hi, guys. Give
Hello.
heart eyes. I like how on yours that your like your little face scale bits they turn colors too. So they're not blue whenever he's in heart mode.
Yeah. Mhm. One thing that happens when you're in hard mode though is the face move, the
Yeah,
smile
it,
moves.
it there's yeah, that's the downside is some of the facial expressions, like our mouth is not gonna move as much as if we're just in like a normal face move. Okay, so next one.
Yeah, you can just pick.
So let's say I looked at chat and I saw that I don't know, maybe Russian crushed a semi truck or something like that, and I could be like, my reaction, oh my God, are you okay? Bruh, are you good? Are you okay?
Oh my god,
Are you alright, Russian? Damn.
what happened to your
How the
face?
fuck did you crash your semi truck? How did how did this happen? What the fuck? The fuck, Russian? How did this happen?
It also does look a bit psychotic too.
Yeah, I know, I love it. Okay. I also added something specifically, and this is for Lucy. I added one with thinking about Lucy at the
It
time.
wasn't yours? Okay.
It wasn't yours, it
Give
was
knife
somebody else.
yandering it. Ooh.
I don't have a knife.
There might be one in the items.
I definitely have one of the items, but they also come with arms. So,
Oh no,
I,
we need to find just a yandere
just
knife.
a knife, yeah.
Just a knife. Okay,
Um, well, this is for Lucy. Lucy, say something sussy. He has to say something sussy for it to be a thing.
oh yeah. I don't have this.
Yeah, you don't have this. I set this up last night. Banana, that's not sussy.
Banana.
No, say something sussy. You like you usually do.
Something sus. Oh my god.
Lucy, the fuck? Get your shit together, Lucy. What the fuck are you talking about? Lucy, what the fuck?
This is the closest I can get currently. Is
Feet. I said feet.
the fuck?
Fuck. The fuck, Lucy? Why would you say feet?
The fuck? What the fuck?
Okay, okay, you pick the next one.
I am. Ooh, I will pick.
Bah.
Vodka.
No, not good. Oh my god, my fucking face. I lost my
Uh,
face again. What the fuck?
I can't feel my face when I'm
Okay,
about
maybe I
to.
should just like I'm just gonna
Uh,
disable my preview. Am I moving correctly now? Ma 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 ma. Yeah. I just had to disable my preview. But yeah, not like not like I think you're cool or anything. Baka.
Baka. We didn't miss you back.
Didn't miss you. It's not like I didn't miss you. Anything. Baka.
We weren't so excited about this. We've been planning it for ages, and oh my god!
Baka.
I'm just setting on the real quick. It's going full on spoilers
Oh
fire right now.
no. No,
Sitting down.
don't do that.
It's chick puff. Oh, yes, you can make it.
Oops, my bad. My bad. I got everything turned off. Fuck. Don't do that.
Ah.
Why am I crying? Ah, what the fuck? I've lost my mind. Don't do
I
that.
love when I get angry. It also oh, interesting. If I activate angry while I'm here,
Yeah.
it makes us. But if I activate kick puff after angry is activated, it makes it I'm blue.
Yeah. I swear to God, if you don't sit your ass down and stop setting fire to shit,
Disappointment.
hunt your ass down. Fucking
I'm so
bitch.
disappointed.
Fucking bitch. I don't know why I felt the need to go so aggressive and call you a bitch. But you're fucking
You're
bitch.
all. You are all
I don't know why.
bitches.
Bitches. I'm sorry. It's cold. It's cold.
It's cold. It's
I'm
my
so
hip hop.
sorry. How could you sweater? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be so upset at you. I didn't realize you were so cold.
Why
I
could you
didn't
cry?
realize you were so cold that you had to
I
set
can't
your
be crying in chick puff, but I have to activate crying
set
after.
your oil drum on fire. I should have known. I should have realized. I should have been more considerate.
Oh,
Sorry.
you can't be crying happy, crying hearts, but you can be. There's some of them you have to activate in a specific order.
Oh.
I'm actually crying in real life.
Are
I'm
you?
so
I'm having
happy.
such a good time. Okay. Subathon. Oh, okay. Let's just be happy. Let's just be happy.
Let's just be
This is
happy.
just a
Oh
good
my god,
time.
happy.
Have a good time. In case I'm having a hard time keeping my shit
Hello,
together,
Hop.
and I just want to put a smile. Hop! Oh my God,
I'm sorry I'm
Hop is
blocking chat right
here.
now, but we're showing things off.
Yeah, I'm not blocking chat. I'm blocking my OBS because if I have OBS and this up at the same time, I just lag out. Okay.
My Pepe. Oh no, my Pepe's gone. No.
Yeah, because you got rid of all the thingies.
I did remove all.
Wait for stars. Star eyes. This is the face that I'm gonna make when we get raided.
Nope. Alright, that one.
Oh, and we did something really sussy. Oh my God. So get this. Look, 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 look. Hold on. This is gonna
Oh,
look so bad. Okay, but we
it's gonna
did
look.
both. This is gonna look super fucking sussy. Okay, but you need to just trust us. Okay, you ready? Hold on, hold on. I need to lower myself a little bit. Oh, yeah, just what was mine again? Hold
If you're
on.
wondering what's going on,
We have the ability to sit.
we can sit.
We can sit down.
And it does
We're
weird
just doing
things with our
this.
body. You understood that reference? I bet you did,
Yep.
Lucy. I can float. I'm a guru.
Ooh,
Whee!
ah.
I love this multiplayer.
Okay, okay. So what can we do?
Is VTuber sucking and stream?
No, no,
No.
no, no. We are
So pleasure.
moderately say so. Anyways,
I love you, honey. Huh?
yeah. Lovey's like, what? Okay, so we can
We
also.
can officially goon on stream.
Oh no. No! Okay, so we can also pull out our controllers
We can.
and we play games. Oh, by the way, speaking of
This is so
controllers, would you
cool.
like to see something? I'm gonna show you something,
I
okay?
wanna
Look
go.
at this. Look at this. Are you ready? Are you ready? Look at this.
This is so cool.
Do you see me pressing buttons? That is
Yep.
my left and right mouse
Left,
button,
right.
right? And WASD Our controller.
And it's also it works with using a controller.
Yep, and it does too, yeah.
The
Left and right.
controller's rigged.
Yeah, it's a rigged controller.
It's so cool. I'm gonna. I will be playing on mouse and keyboard mostly,
I will be
but
playing on controller
controller.
mostly, so I will look most accurate. Ha ha ha.
I will be gamer.
Are you saying I'm not a gamer because I use a controller?
No, I'm saying gamers use controllers.
Oh, I see.
Also,
We can
yeah,
also.
this is the better way
Oh,
to
yep,
say it.
yep. The rings. D.
Mm.
No, it's my stream. Get the fuck off. It's mine. It's most important.
Fuck you.
You can see our rings. As you can see, actually, come up, come up, come up. So basically, the purple ring right there and his pink. Get back up here. Try to show off the ring. Tristan. He's looking at my butt.
You gotta keep the heat.
Anyways, so he has the pink heart and I have the purple heart because pink is his favorite color and purple is my favorite color. And what we did with our wedding
Oh, the
bands
wedding
is the one
band.
below it. I got a pink to represent him and he got purple to represent me. And
Mhm.
that's how our rings look in real life.
In real life, it's pink sapphire for the pink one and amethyst
Mm-hmm.
for the purple.
Yeah. But look what else we can do. So I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stand up. Hold on.
No, it's standing.
Hold on. Hold on.
Me.
I forgot how to stand. Stand is just not sit. Okay.
Yeah, stand is just sit.
Okay. So
Sit in reverse is stand.
let me put this back. Okay. All right. You know what else we can do? You know what else we can do?
Oh, I need a monster.
What if,
Actually, no, I got
you know,
monster.
what if I'm just feeling a bit too tall today? I'm just feeling a bit too tall. What about you,
Oh,
Tristan?
yep.
You feeling a bit tall today?
I'm feeling a bit tall.
Let's just not be tall anymore. You ready?
Yeah, let's
All
go.
right.
My head grew though. My height went into my head.
And we could still frickin' walk. Just take a walk.
Yeah, all the expressions work
Yep.
in
Everything
like
works.
this. Every I'm playing. I sit in and gaming.
Uh-huh. As it should
Kitty.
be. So everything works.
Eh,
Hmm.
remove all.
F.
Eh, shrink.
Yeah, that's how we live. Yeah. Chibi. Chibi versions. Okay, and I don't know the chibi one. Or do I? No idea what
I
it
can see me doing an entire stream in this happy toggle.
is. Yeah.
It's so cute.
It is very cute. So, but do you know what we would love to do? You know what's something that we love to do, and you've probably seen us do it, or heard us do it, should I say?
Oh, yes,
Really
yes.
heard us do it quite a few
We do
times.
it
We
regularly.
do this regularly. We sing. And so we needed a microphone, obviously, so that we can
You
sing
might be
along.
wondering, how do we have microphones in opposite hands?
Because this is my controller. And I also have this one. We could have it in either hand.
You can have microphone in either hand. It does take priority with
I have
this
the
hand.
controller and then turn the controller off and then put this on. Yeah. We can switch hands. And see, look, you can see the ring,
Hey,
but then
macaroni.
not, but then not the ring because that's not the hand that it's on. Oh,
Oh no, she's at
we're
that.
gonna learn. We're gonna learn all the buttons. I have an index card taped to my monitor right now, so I can reference everything.
I do not because I embrace scuff.
Okay,
I like
so
scuff.
come closer, Tristan. Come closer to me. Okay, I want
Oh, I'm
everyone.
trying to pop it up for
I
some
want
reason.
everyone to behold how beautiful we are. Okay, so but let's say we just turn out the lights. Turn out the lights.
Um, oh, it was pretty dark in
It is
here.
pretty dark in here.
This would be a great theme for like spooky games.
Or
Spooky night.
maybe we just want to show off how beautiful we are with these
It's so
beautiful lighting
sparkly.
effects.
Look at how sparkly my gem is in a star.
Mm.
The other, oh, the moon sparkly.
You have the effects on.
You guys can shake the
Did
mics
you put
like
the
right
light
there.
effects
Yeah.
on?
My light effects aren't not on right
Put them
now.
on. That's what I'm showing off.
You showing them on?
Mm-hmm. I've got dark mode and light effects on.
Eh.
Mm-hmm. Look how
Sparkly.
beautiful we are now.
Why so
It's so
sparkly?
sparkly.
Oh.
Ooh, oh. We can shake the mics like macarinas. Hold on, let's see. Or I say macarena. Maracas, not macarinas.
Hey, Macarena. Wah. One Maca, two Maca, five Maca. I need to learn whatever that language. There is a
I
little
don't
bit
think anybody
delayed.
knows the word. I don't think anybody knows the words. I think it's like a
Everyone knows
macarena.
hey, Macarena.
We're so pretty.
Yeah.
She did a really good job with these.
The
Like they
resin is
both did.
fantastic. The art is phenomenal. It's my fucking god.
Mm.
They are
Hi guys,
perfect.
how you doing? You guys
I needed to trim my mustache more because of face tracking.
Oh yeah, and we
I need
got
to
the
get
inside
lens.
of our mouths are the right color.
Yeah.
Mine's fleshy, his is blue.
I need to trim some of the fuzz on my cheeks because my cheek puff doesn't work. So you can't track it properly. But if I funnel my mouth, it works.
If we turn off dark mode, but keep the light effects, it's kind of blinding.
Really bright. We are
This is
ethereal.
why we turn
This is
off,
why
this
not
is why we turn off the lights. Cause
turn off the lights. Night
now we're
mode.
pretty.
Ah. Mm.
Or we could just be in the dark. Or we could be in the dark and ethereal. Or we could just, hang out in the dark.
Something that is really cool is like it's very subtle details,
Uh-huh.
but the eyes change based on like your mouth movements. Like it's all connected. The all of the
Oh yeah,
face
I love this
is,
too.
is
The mouth.
connected.
Hold on, let me take off dark mode. Okay.
Oh, high five! Love me a good flashbang.
Hi,
It
hi.
literally is a
It
flashbang. Yeah.
really is. It's super bright.
Flashbang.
Okay. Okay, but yeah, look, 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 look. I love like everything's interactive. So if I the mouth X is like my favorite way to show that off.
Like the ears as well. Your kitty ears will do it as well.
Oh yeah, hold on, let me pull that up.
Her eyebrows and the ears move and the eyes. It's so
One of the
nice.
things I needed to add later was that I noticed that my smile wasn't, I didn't feel like my smile was as big as it is in real life. And that's because, like, she didn't have the happy go up as much. Apparently, in China, they don't like you see how my mouth, how my lids kind of like make a curve? They don't like that in China, apparently. But I love it, right? And I know a lot of Americans love it. I know a lot of, other like Western cultures love it. But apparently in China, they're just not a big fan of it because I guess their eyes are already small, so they try and keep them as big as possible. So whenever you're smiling and your eyes kind of squint, I had to, I had to
Proper monk.
specifically request that one. Tristan doesn't have
Yeah,
that though.
I
Tristan
don't.
was happy with his. I was like, no, I must squint because I have chubby cheeks in real life.
You got the cutest cheeks. I love them. I kiss them regularly. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah. I'm a puppet. I'm a puppet fish. Mwah, 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 mwah.
There-
Japan, small everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Japan,
Small
China,
pee pee.
small PP.
Small pee pee. What else? Mm,
That's small PP means small personal property.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They do indeed have small
Yeah.
houses.
So we have the angry.
Yeah, we
We
have
have
Angie.
the pout. I like you or anything. Brrrr,
Oh, that's
cry.
me crying.
Scared. This is meant to be scared or terrified, but in fact, I actually look psychotic, so fucking going with it.
Mm.
Mhm. Anyways, that one's funny. Then E walking, and then standing, and then happy.
Am I walking? I'm sitting. Why am I sitting?
I don't know.
I'm walking here.
No,
Oh,
you're not. You're
okay.
standing.
I'm walking here.
Yeah. Love. I love you guys. Oh my God, Tristan's on my head. Fuck, Tristan.
I'm
He's tiny. Oh yeah, this is like one of our favorite things to do. Hold on. We're
Hiding
gonna come
eye
way back here.
character.
Okay,
That is
hold on, hold
sweet.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on.
Oh
Watch
yeah,
this,
we
watch.
make ourselves as small as possible.
We're very tiny, okay? But now we need to walk forward, okay? It's very important. We're coming back. We're coming back. We're coming back. Don't worry. We're coming back.
Yeah, yeah.
We're coming
Hey, how
back.
you doing?
Hey, we're coming. We're coming. I'll race you. I'll race you. I'll race you.
No,
I'm gonna
no,
beat
not
you.
so fast.
Ha ha.
No.
Ha ha
I've got asthma. Oh my
ha.
goodness.
I'm scared when the dino nuggies are haunted. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I understand.
I want food.
Tristan is Remy. I am a little rat.
I want food.
Oh.
That could be a good way to enter into stream. Oh, yeah, no, he does that sometimes. Like we were playing with it last night while he was getting everything set up because he can actually use his face now. And he just kept looking at my butt. And I was like, "Oh my God, stop, stop. Stop looking at my butt."
It's your fault for having a cute tushy.
No, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck off. Don't look at me, do not perceive me. But yeah. So send your models. What do you guys think?
There's also one other thing that we paid for, like $15 the other day.
Oh yeah.
I think
You guys are gonna love that.
you will love that.
But I'm not telling you what it is. You're just going to find out.
Yeah.
You will. You will. Easily, very quickly. Okay? So, so here's what's going to happen.
I got big fluffy tails. And I'm specifically like set myself behind Aiko, or else like if I was to set myself
In front,
in
I would be
in
constantly covered by his tails.
if I don't use fixed order and like oh tails hitting Aiko in the face, so I got to use
I could
fixed
put
order.
my order, might put my tail, hit you in the face with my tail. Come on. Stop trying to eat my ass. No!
That's what your tail is. I can't help it. Hello.
Damn.
So this is gonna be the default. Oh, something cool we've done. Some pancake indeed.
Oh my lord. Love you. Big stream. There you are. Yeah, perfect.
Something really cool that we've set up. Um, so I could just be like theoretically like small over here, like blocking chat. I'll make myself. Oh, huh.
I don't know where he's going with this. I'm just watching.
Why aren't these working anymore?
What working?
No, my buttons aren't working.
What buttons? What do you mean?
I think Lumia died.
Do you have it set up on Lumia? What are you talking about?
My toggle on working. Huh?
It shouldn't be on Lumia.
It isn't. Oh, it's because I got this. Yeah, there we go. So I could be like this, with the controller out, just like floating around somewhere, and then it's
I'm
actually
trying to see
on
where
the
he's going with
iPad
this.
as well. So I'll just like go to be right back, and then come back, and then boom.
Yeah. Yeah, we did that. So like, oops.
That's why we needed the preview.
Yeah, we need the preview up because like otherwise like if I go to gaming overlay, I automatically do this, right? And I pull up my gaming controller because like this is where I'll be, right? But if I go to starting soon, or no, let's say I'll be right back, okay? And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, be right back. See you guys later, or I'm gonna go get some food or whatever the fuck. And then I'm like, okay, time to come back to chat overlay. Then I just go right back to the center so I could chat with you guys. Although I do have to change the fact that it defaults to, well, no, 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 because most of the time this is where it'll be.
I made a complete separate. Like I basically I duplicated the Just Chatting, and then renamed it Just Cat Chatting dash Bubble.
Ah, that's smart. I should do that.
But this is my Just Chatting. Oh, it's got the artist.
Hey, Tristan, how you doing?
This is my if I'm just by myself, and then like Aiko's chibi will be on the next to
Yep,
me, taking a
yep, yep. He's gonna be in a trash can. Just he's gonna be in a trash can.
and then this is where I go if it's like both of us are here.
For most of the time, there are going to be niche times where we're
Hmm.
both on the stream. It is an option, but it is incredibly PC intensive.
It it very much is. If I pull up,
VTubing by itself is already PC intensive. Trying to do both at the same time is incredibly PC intensive. So,
yeah, my CPU right now with just VTube Studio OBS, like all of this up is fluctuating between like 45 and
I'm
60%.
not even looking at it. I had to turn off my preview because like everything started lagging out.
Yeah, like it fluctuates. Oh, it went up to 67%. This is just us standing
Yeah,
here.
let's just stand here. We're not doing anything. We're not
I don't
playing
even have a
any.
game loaded.
Nope. Nope.
It's just yeah. We need better computers to be able to
Yeah.
do this while gaming.
Okay. So I'm gonna send Tristan away while I show you guys more things because I need to preview. I need to. Well, you're gonna be over on your stream. Okay, we'll stay. I'm trying. I've got to load up my OBS. I got to load up my OBS, and I'm gonna start lagging out.
You're good.
I have to be able to preview what it is I'm showing.
Yeah.
The Subathon themes.
So I will leave the collab actually.
Yeah. Okay. You leave the club. Get the fuck out of
Bye
here.
bye.
I'm gonna go.
Fuck
I'm
you.
gonna.
It's Tristan
I'm gonna
time.
close the collab. How do I close?
Oh,
Quit
hello.
collab. There we go.
And then I turn the chippies on, and it's just Echo in a trash can. Look at
And
her,
then,
covered in trash.
where's Tristan?
And
There he is.
then
Hi. Hello, trash
trash.
husband.
Why did it readjust this one? So
Okay, so this is what it would be like most of the time. Just consume a data center and your PC goes to exactly right. That's all I need to do. That's all I need to do. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. So, a few things we want to show you guys. One, we've got goals. Well, hold on. Let's start with what is this one? Okay, that's that.
we could start with having
I want to show the. I want to show the revealed Subathon graphic. I don't think that's not the revealed one. Crap. It's fine. Let me fix it. I've got a revealed one. I have a revealed one. There we go. There we go. Haha. See, there was a reveal on there.
as, as a graphic. Okay,
And hide
display
Tristan.
image.
Who needs Tristan anyways? I'm just kidding.
Right. I will get this up for the VOD and YouTube reasons as well.
Okay. So
Uh,
Heartblossom Subathon model debut. Here are our goals, and we're gonna mark them off as they happen. Gift the rewards. We have a spin the wheel thing at 5 subs. 10 subs from any one person gets your name on the model, which, by the way, already went ahead and made this little advertisement on my belly. 10 subs equals your name. 20 subs is a custom Discord role. 50 subs is a custom tits asset. You can pick whatever it is you want to throw at me. And the top gifter gets an emote commission specific to whatever it is they want. Like we'll pick something. Well, you guys will pick what kind of emote you want us to have, and then we'll make it happen.
yeah.
And so you'll be able to see all the goals as we go along. They're here. They're here, but we're gonna have them up as like the small, like I've got a goals section up here. Here, you see up there. Um, and that'll be like the first goals, and then those will get once they're done, they'll get marked off like that, and then
Look at us, we're so cute up there.
mm, and then I'll pull that up occasionally. This is how we add time to the
Yep.
thing. For every sub, we give 5 minutes. Add 5 minutes to the timer. For every tier 2 sub, 15 minutes. For every tier 3 sub, 25 minutes. A follow is 1 minute. Raider, 1 minute per raider.
Mm-hmm.
500 bits equals 5 minutes. Merch is $5. Minimum spent.
I haven't
Speaking of merch,
I haven't set up the merch thing to be like done. So well
that's okay.
to
That's
automatically
okay.
do it. That's a manual thing.
Yeah, that's going to be a manual thing because it's a pain in the ass to set up manually. Or
Oh,
I've done it.
it does not look good when stretched to screen. Transformed it to stretch to screen.
Rip.
Because I'm so chunky.
Okay, all right, let's see. The image. Now here's something that I did not make yet. So I'm gonna call it because I didn't want to accidentally load it. Trico Smash Splash. Let us load up this beautiful, amazing piece of art that is going to
Okay.
be for
Okay.
sale on our. Where did I put it? That's it. Just
While you're doing that, I'm going to fix my follower goal stuff
okay.
because I hit that while stream was off because someone decided to follow us last night.
Oh yeah, that was my sister.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where did I put it?
How do I make follower goal?
Trico Smash. Oh, here we go. Okay, behold this. Oh my God, it's massive. I'm so sorry.
Behold,
It's huge. It's
it is
it's
big. It is
huge, huge, guys, huge.
huge.
Look, I'm trying to shrink it. I'm trying to shrink it. Look, I'm just gonna shrink. I'm gonna transform. Fit to screen. There we go. There we go. There it is, right there. This is what we call Trico Smash Splash. It is a splash art style of us in our new outfits with hearts and cherry blossoms and smashing. This is my hammer, and this is him with his sniper rifle. So this can be got on a t-shirt or a mug or a sweater. Honestly, whatever the fuck you want. We have it on desk mats. Yeah, I made a specific one for the desk mat that looks fucking awesome.
Yeah,
And so this is
this
what's currently on our desk
there,
mat.
and then I need to do it in Lumia.
Doesn't it look cool? It looks so
It
fucking
is.
cool.
Are you showing? Yeah. Hang on. I went.
I didn't send it to him.
Yeah, this. I know you didn't send it to me. It is so cool. It's literally we have custom designed a complete desk mat.
Yep.
You can change the size.
I want
Actually,
to
did we?
show I want to show I want to show the desk mat. The desk mat is set to a specific size. Well, not really specific size. I don't know.
It's basically big enough to have your mouse, your keyboard, and still have plenty of room on it.
Okay.
It is, and it is
This is
beautiful.
the desk mat I designed.
Mhm.
And we both have this on our desks and it looks awesome.
Yeah, it is amazing. Something that's really cool is the heartbeat there was a complete accident.
Yeah.
Aiko was just like,
I was playing around with trying to like figure out because I was like, he's pointing his gun. I kind of want something to look like it's
yeah.
coming out of the gun, and it was a heartbeat thing, and I was like, oh, that's perfect.
It is so
The
cool.
only thing I didn't design on this was obviously the actual smash splash like graphic there. Everything else around it is what I did.
Yeah, like the that logo there. That's our logo.
Actually, I
I
totally
can make
forgot we need to give credit to the that artist. His name's Chaos. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the website. Do you remember the website?
It wasn't V. Oh,
It was
it
not
was.
VGen.
What
Uh,
website was it?
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm trying to find it. It
I
was
don't
not
know.
Miyawashi.
I don't know why I'm in my game industry. Hang on, hang on. Let me go
I'll
just
check my. I'm
chat
gonna
it.
go check my email. I'm gonna find it. Jesus, now I feel bad.
There is scuff. We are VTubers.
Look, it's gonna
There will
happen.
always be scuff.
What if I check Chaos? Because that's his name. His name was Chaos. Chaos. Draw Market.
What's the name of the sticky note thingy called?
The one I sent you.
Yeah.
Advert.
And there it is. Thank you. I want
This
it.
one, he is also Chinese. Um, Let me put his link. I'll put his link. Look, we're gonna update all the about sections and everything to include the name of all our artists. Basically,
Oh,
we just
Wanderer!
didn't want it to be
Hello!
Wonder.
Wanderer! Come to my
Hi.
stream and you get to see what I look like too.
Yeah, go to Tristan's stream. You can see what he looks like.
We ended the collab thing because we're gonna like start getting into gaming things soon. Oh, I need to fix the follower fee in
This
here.
is
Mm.
this is Chaos's
YouTube,
page.
I wonder.
He's on Draw Market. Also another Chinese place, another Chinese website, but this one has a lot more English English options, I guess. But yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, it's so exciting. I hope you guys like it. Yeah. How many people are here right now? Let's find out. Oh, okay. So I also want to show. Let me favorite this so I don't lose that again. Let's put under VTuber things done. Okay. So another thing we wanted to show off is our subathon wheel. This is our wheel. Okay. I'm not gonna have anything removed just yet. I'm gonna click to spin. This is the kind I am showing off nothing. There we go. This would be an example. Tell an embarrassing but harmless story. You see. So, but you only get to do that if
And
five gift subs happen. So I'm gonna close that and not remove it. But yeah, I want to show off that
I
stuff.
changed.
We were kind of going, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and re-enable.
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and re-enable. Are you prepared? Hold on. I need to
give
make
me
sure
a
Tits is
second.
up.
I need
I
to
need to put I need to put VTube Studio back. Otherwise, Tits is not gonna know what to look at.
to.
Are we good? We're not good. I gotta reload Tits. It's
Latest,
confused.
latest. I want to setting on that. I want to set the. Trying to figure out how to adjust the amount of in the follower goal thing on the VS overlay. On the overlay.
Oh,
How do I adjust the number?
because you don't have, because it's not, let me see.
I'm trying to manually adjust the number.
Where you at? You're under follower count, you're not under goals.
That's the whole thing.
Is the whole thing? Okay,
This specifically is followers. That's what's written in.
okay. Do you have 150?
Yes,
Okay,
like it's tracking up.
okay,
I'm
so
at 150. I want to adjust the
click
goal to 200.
content,
Content
open
just says
settings.
uh
Yeah,
oh, there it is. Target goal equals
okay. Okay. And we're gonna test the audios to make sure all the audios work. Because that'd be really embarrassing if they did not. Octavia! I'm gonna put everything back. I'm
hello
trying to put
Octavia.
everything back. Everything's all over the place. I'm used to looking at chat over here. Chat's over here right now, but I'm used to looking at chat over here. Okay.
And then go to this one.
Okay.
Should have
Daily Redeem should be back on.
there.
TTS should be back on. Headbat should be back on. RAR should be back on. Throw Love Aggressively should be back on. Kitty Mode should be back on. Cringe should be back on. Sniff Bucker should be back on. Care Packet should be back on. Feed the Streamer should be back on. Charlie Jumpscare should be back on. Trash Tuber. Wouldn't you like to know? GB Mode. Change mount, even though I'm not playing Power World at the moment. Egg Roulette, also though we're not playing Power World at the moment. And VIP. How you guys doing? So did that work? Did the audio go through? I need to make sure it went through.
Was that a raid from Octavia?
Was it a raid?
I don't know. Oh, it
No, it's
was
just
just
Octavia. It's just Octavia. Hi. Also, I don't think that I have the tits overlay here on this screen. Do I not? Well, ain't that a bitch?
okay. Okay. And then this should all be. Aha! Hello!
Where is my tit? Is it
There we go.
game?
I fixed it. Okay, cool, 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 cool.
Is it a game?
Hello!
Existing tits.
I think my chat cleared because I was
Try throwing something at me again. I want to see if it works. Apparently, I didn't realize that my tits wasn't working.
my tits didn't work. No.
Yeah, that's because it wasn't. There you go. There you go. So much
Oh,
love. You guys are great. Hi, Brando. How you doing?
hello, Brando. Hello, Octavio.
Trying to make sure. Yeah. Looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. Okay, good.
Maybe I guess while we're still doing stuff, do you still have the collab up?
No.
Okay, it's okay.
Fuck you, trash
People are gonna
boy. Fuck you,
randomize.
trash boy. All right, I'll put you. You want me to pull it back up? I could do that really quick.
No, that's fine. I'm just like you were testing solo stuff, so it makes sense that you ended it. And we're probably gonna go to a game at some point soon.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea what game we're gonna play? Maybe.
Mm, says we've got 12 shared viewers right now. We could do quite a few things. We could
Ooh,
do
we could.
some Jackbox. We could do some Gardic phone. We could do some GeoGuessr. We could just chat,
We could
even.
just chat.
We could,
How many people would be interested in a community game right now?
yeah, we have community game options.
Because if we just have a bunch of people lurking like usual, that's fine too.
Yeah,
But
totally fine.
like,
That's what we're trying to go based on vibes. Like it says there's 12 people, but maybe nobody actually. Everybody just is like, "Look, I'm trying to water my plants and I'm trying to bake a casserole and I'm trying to feed my kids and I'm trying to decompress after a long day of work and literally just don't want to fucking do anything." That's totally fine. Whatever. How are we both? The model's looking. The new model is looking smiley face, I think. Awesome. Okay, I don't know why it replaced.
you do look
Why did it
fantastic.
replace it with a face in my chat?
What was replaced with a face?
Like, I see how in chat it says, "Hello, how are you? The new model's looking awesome" in the chat. But if I look at my chat on the just chatting screen, it says, "Hello, how are you? The new model is looking smiley face."
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
That is
that is
weird.
weird. Legit, I'm trying to feed the kids. I believe you. I believe you. Some people got kids. I ain't got no kids.
Maybe we should wait until later for collab games then.
That's totally fine. But Tristan, I need you to feed somebody.
You?
Yes.
What are you wanting for food?
I don't think I should say.
She's wanting pizza again.
I like pizza. It's really good.
We have snack options available, but pizza is pizza.
Pizza.
Let me check
Get
what
pizza,
is
guys.
going to be on.
I
Let me
don't
check
want
things.
pasta though. I just want pizza.
That's fine. I got the pasta. I wanted to try their pasta. That's
It's
why.
good though, isn't it? I saw
It
you
is.
ate the whole thing.
I ate all of it.
I had 2 bites. You were like, "Oh, this is a lot of pasta." I had 2 bites. You're like,
I was full before I finished like the last two slices of pizza you gave me, and then I ate them.
and then you ate the
And I ate
pasta.
the whole thing of pasta, and then I was still full when I had pancakes.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, we had
And I
pancakes this morning. It was so fucking good.
ate all the pancakes,
And my
all
pan
my
and
pancakes,
my
and
pan.
then like a third of Aiko's because she didn't eat it all.
I was so hungry. And then
Um,
oh, so good. Okay, so I put the goals up here. They're above the timer. So 5 subs means you guys write a social media post within TOS. Don't sit there and say things like, "Look at us gooning on stream," which a lot of people missed.
you're welcome.
You guys are like that back. Some of y'all saw that shit.
Some of y'all did. I said, y'all, it feels wrong.
Like thing, y'all. Y'all feels right. Um. Okay, really, we're say so, totally say so. We were just sitting. We were just sitting
We were
down.
just sitting and standing
We were
repeatedly.
sitting down a lot. Okay, we're sitting down hardcore. Then
Isn't
chooses our
that
profile
just
picture for a week.
I guess that depends on the position.
Oh yeah.
Isn't sitting down a lot just sex in some positions?
No. The fuck? I mean,
It depends on the
yeah,
position.
I guess.
Uh,
Even Lucy's looking at me sussy. That's how we know we fucked up. Lucy's like, the fuck. Anyway, so we have the look. I'm gonna show you the goals, okay? I'm gonna show you them a little bit at a time. Okay, they're up here at the top. I'm gonna read them to you. Okay. Goal one for 5 subs, chat rights, social media post within TUS, obviously. We're very say so over here. Uh, 10 for 10 subs. Chat
yeah.
chooses your profile picture for a week, and we have to change it. It's gonna be on like all the things.
Do do do.
Pizza. Anyways, chat chooses our profile picture for a week for 15 subscribers. Newlywed game
That is
that we will
basically
find.
like
We'll find
a
a newlywed game.
question thing.
Yeah, just questions and answers kind of thing.
Q&A.
20 community movie night. You guys pick the movie. We did this last year, and we wound up watching The Labyrinth. It was really nice.
We did. That was fun. That was really fun. We
I agree.
wanted to do more like community stuff over time, but then like scheduling and then like there's a lot of we want to do more communities.
25. Couple karaoke stream. Wouldn't that be fun? We can just sing to our heart's content. And then, because we're in person, we can actually do proper duets.
We
Mm,
can.
mm, mm.
Although when doing proper duets, it's probably best if we just sing through one mic.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. We can get the thing, the splitter thingy for like making sure we both hear them in the headset.
Yeah.
We can sing through the same mic. We just have to do it on the same computer or different mics, but we just.
Then we can have both our models out for that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be super fun. Yeah, both of our models could be out for that
Get
for
us
sure.
there. Get us there.
Get us there. Do it. Do it. Do it. We like singing. We like singing, and we want to do it exclusively for a full stream.
To be fair, like the only difference between a karaoke stream and a regular stream is how much we're
How much we actually say the right words.
yeah, we can actually read the words.
So it should be theoretically better, and it won't be a lot of mumbling.
This is indeed a
Yes.
double debut.
Have you checked out? Have you checked? Where are you at? Are you over on? Is he at you or is he at me?
Is that yours?
He's at me. Go check out Tristan.
I want to see something on yours. Okay, this will help. Okay. Where you at?
We both have the same profile picture. That's why it's hard.
Really should get a different profile pictures, but it's amazing.
Yeah, it's so good.
I know from mine, like I have mine with like a chat thing on OBS,
Yeah.
and if it's got the picture of the profile picture, it's from yours. If it's not there, it's from
Oh,
French
okay.
picture.
Oh, Dapper Gentleman. Yes, yes. It is the double debut. We did debut them both at the same time, and we can both in different and specific instances show both. However, we do plan on swapping to a. I needed to show off some OBS things, and apparently, if I have OBS loaded with both of our models, then I start lagging out like crazy. Super fun, super fun, very
Yeah,
intensive, very intensive. So,
we already have some games we can't play. If we played with both our models up,
yeah.
most games we wouldn't be able to play.
Uh, at 30 subs, chat plans our next date activity, and that's going to be in real life. You guys are going to be like anywhere in the, I'm going to say, greater Melbourne area. Anywhere in the greater Melbourne area, you guys can pick a place or pick a thing that you want us to do, and we'll go fucking do that shit. And we'll take pictures and we'll send it to you guys. Not of ourselves,
Why
of
is
the
this
event, of the activity, of the things around, of things we see, the things we observe.
proof that we went?
Proof that we sent. I'll probably be pooping in and out. Oh my God. Please don't, Jesse. Please do not tell me you'll be pooping in and out a lot, okay? That's very. Jesse. That is too much information. That's completely fine. That's fine. I
Oh
completely
my God,
understand.
Jesse! Now you're popping. Wow, you really need to go to the bathroom, huh? Am I spying three tails? Yes, you
You
are.
are spying three tails. Mm-hmm.
And they're different colors too. Maybe I'll get into that.
What are you reading? Is that YouTube?
Hmm?
Is that YouTube?
No, that was Brando.
Why do I not see? Oh, never mind. No.
It was before Jesse.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
was
I
before
see, I
Jesse
see.
decided to poop
I'm
everyone.
sorry. I just got really focused on Jesse's pooping. Anyways, I love you, Jesse. She's gonna kill me. Okay,
We love you,
the
Jesse.
next goals. You can see them up here. If you're wondering, I'm looking right up there. Okay. For 35 subs, community chooses our co-op game within budget slash reason. For example, do not pick a tower defense game for us. We are not going to play that.
I would enjoy a tower defense game, but
Just when
this
I
is
would not.
a
That's why I said co-op.
it's a co-op game.
For example, do not choose Minecraft Create Mod.
Don't choose shooters. Aiko is not a fan of shooters.
Yeah.
Uh,
Basically, if you make us buy a game, if you choose for us to play a game that one of us is just straight up not going to enjoy, then that's just throwing our money down the drain. So,
yes, 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 yes. Um,
however, there are certain things. For example, I'm not the biggest platformer fan. However, I understand that some people enjoy watching people who are really bad at platformers do platformers anyways. And if it's going to make for an entertaining stream and it's not too expensive, then why not?
yes, sometimes it's fun to watch people suffer and things they hate.
Hmm.
And if we already have the game, we will just be like, hey, choose something else.
Yeah,
We will do that for a stream.
exactly. For 40 subs, commission artists to recreate cheesy couple pose as VTubers. That was fun. I don't know if you guys have seen those like cringy couple photo things at like JC Penney's or
Back to back,
Sears.
like finger guns and
Oh
things like
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah. We can commission an artist to draw both of our models in a really goofy pose. Last year when we did a chat chooses the commissioned piece, we wound up having me in my bathing suit sitting in a giant bowl of broth while holding a wine glass of milk.
The impressive thing was you found a
I found
perfect
like the
artist for that
perfect artist
specializes
for
in
it.
such
Yeah, it was so weird. Let me see.
like
I'm gonna show you
they
guys.
specialize on people in random various
It
liquids like
was,
soup
yeah. And
or
I just happened to find the perfect artist and it was fucking perfect. But I do want to show you guys that piece for you guys thinking that I don't actually, for anybody thinking that we actually don't go through with it. Where is it?
we might be slow with some things. Like we know that the labyrinth was literally like over a year after the well no, it was like
Almost here. It was a long
almost
time
it was a long time after.
because
But
fucking shit happens. But we're gonna try and be a lot more timely
happens.
about
Your
it.
boy goes to America and get distracted.
Where did I put it? It's under uncategorized but want to keep.
I'm curious. I
It's so big.
I'm gonna try these talker chippy
Transform,
whatever
fit
it's
the
called.
screen. This is me in a bowl of broth. Well, yeah, yeah. This I fucking loved it. It was so much fun. Yeah, and based on my bathing suit outfit and that model. Oh,
Ooh, I
speaking
like
of
that.
different outfits, we've already decided that we're going to be continuing to commission
Mhm.
Honoka and Unicorn for
Yeah, we
any future outfits or rigging things because these are what are considering to be our forever models because we love them so
our
much.
forever mamas.
They're our forever mamas. Yep. All right.
The
Um,
only time we would ever go outside of them is for something like very specific,
yeah.
but that would be
It would
if
be
we
minor. It would probably be minor, like if it's like,
PNG trooper or
yeah,
something.
yeah. Let's see. Couples Chaos Wheel Stream is for 45 subs, which is basically just we make a wheel of random things that can happen on stream. For example, like,
It's like the punishment wheel,
yeah, it's
but
like the punishment wheel, but it's more like related to things that can happen within whatever game modes we're playing. So like,
yes,
oh, you have to walk backwards for 10 minutes or whatever, and so everything.
and rather than being based on how many subs, it
Hmm.
would be just be channel
It would
points.
just be channel points, yeah.
And like subs and bits could also do it,
Mm-hmm.
but channel points for
Majority.
everyone can participate.
Okay. Next is going to be At 50 subs, chat designs a tits redeem. So you guys get to design what you guys throw at me. So you guys like throwing hearts at me? Great. You like throwing plushies at me? Fabulous. You like throwing nuggies at me? Great. Would you like throwing more stuff at me?
Do the cha-cha
Would you
slap.
like to pick what it is? Would you like to pick what it is you throw at me? Maybe you think, oh, I remember your nut redeem and that shit was hilarious. I wish I could throw nuts at you again. Jesse, stop screaming at me, bitch. Wish I could throw nuts at you again. Fucking pick the nuts then if you do that. I don't know, whatever it is you guys decide. However, that being said, I don't remember if I told you, hold on. If you get, if you donate 50 subs, you can have a custom tits asset yourself. However, that one's very specific to users. Okay. I'm letting you guys know if you donate 50 subs, then or if you give 50 subs, I don't want to keep saying donate. If you give 50 subs, you get a custom tits asset. That is not a tits asset anybody can use. That is a asset that you personally, as an individual, can use, and nobody else can do that. Only you.
Yes, this would be on the.
However, the chat designs a tits redeem. That's going to be for everybody. Chat does at 60 subs. Chat adds a new sound alert. You need it. You need. What are you gonna? Now I wish I was rich. Oh my god! I could see Lucy throwing socks at me. I did consider that once. I considered throwing stinky socks, but I couldn't make the swirly bits for the stinky things to do what I
Any
wanted
of
it to
these,
do.
like any of these goals that you really like,
Hmm.
but you can't, like the 50 subs for a personalized tits redeem.
Hmm. Let us know, and we'll try and like figure out different ways that we can add on to it. I
It's just
started OnlyFans. No, Jesse! I mean, you can if you want to. I'm not going to tell you what not to do with your body, but don't do it just for that. All right. 60 chat adds a new sound alert. I know it's Jesse like screaming at me. I know how much you guys like making me do cringy things. I like how you guys sniff me and tell me I smell like a baka. You guys can add something new, whatever it is that you
these
want.
things will, like all of these things that are like choose a new sound alert. It
Hmm.
would be for both of us.
Yeah.
It's not individual. It
Hmm.
is both of
Yes. Number 70. If you donate 70 or if you gift 70 subs, chat chooses a game we must finish. What does that mean? It means because you guys picked for us to do Stardew Perfection and we just fucking dropped that shit like hot potatoes. It's because you choose for us to pick, or you guys had me buy that goddamn Kirby game. I played it for like an hour and I was like, fucking hate this shit and left.
us. Now, this will like be within reason
Yeah.
as well. Like if it's GTA Online, that doesn't have an end.
Yeah.
It's got to have an end.
Hmm.
It's got to be,
Or at least have a goal, a specific goal in mind.
yeah, a specific goal.
Like Power World technically could go on forever.
Power could go on forever, but like
It has an end in a way. Okay.
it's the game almost. It's not 100% in the game.
Yeah.
It's just finishing the game.
Yes.
So it'll be whatever the main story is
Which
of the game.
Kirby game? I don't remember.
Oh, the pizza's almost here.
Pizza, pizza. Okay. This now I don't have our stretch goals on here. Those will come later if we wind up getting this far. So right now I'm just putting these number. If you guys gift 80 subs, there will be a Heartblossom dating sim night. What does that mean? It means we are going to find a dating sim and we are going to voice act them.
Yes, we
So
will voice act the characters. We might do something goofy
are
where
we gonna are am I gonna be the girl the whole time? Maybe not.
yeah,
Is he gonna be the guy the whole time? Maybe not. Am I gonna could I be the guy and sound like a girl? Sure. Could he be a girl and sound like a guy? Sure.
could we just do silly voices for the narrator
Yeah.
for any like out of character things?
We love
Sure.
that shit. It's so much fun.
It's just we will voice everything.
I'm gonna give you guys a glimpse into number 90. Oops. I did it again. Number
But
90.
to be fair, I need to step out briefly anyway, so you can give them a glimpse.
Okay, I'll be over on Tristan's stream. This is a glimpse into number 90, where I take over Tristan's stream and he takes over mine. Hello, Evade. How are you doing? I'm Tristan. Can't you tell that I'm Tristan? And I'm moving around with Tristan's face. I'm a lot more expressive than he is because I don't have a beard. Anyways, I just want to say that. He's gonna go get the pizza. I mean, I've gone to go get the pizza. Of course, because I'm Tristan. Anyways, while he's gone, I'm gonna just be him. I know, I know. At 100 gift subs, it doesn't have to just be gift subs. You can sub for yourself. That's fine. 100 subs total for the subathon. Aiko and Tristan do 100 squats. Oh my god, hi baby. Hi. Hi baby. I found a cat. Hi baby. Such a good boy. But yeah, we'll both do 100 squats. It's not just one, it's both of us. What did I say? I'm reading his chat. He's got a multi-chat thing going on. But you can see which one's mine and which one's yours. That's cool. It's cool. I'm so beautiful. But yeah, this is Evade. What you're seeing right now is seeing what would happen if I get 90 gift subs or we swap streams. I would be him and he would be me. And I would have to use his controls. And I'm going to tell you guys something about his controls. He has his DPI so fucking low, dude. Why is his DPI so fucking low? I don't know. I don't know. Oh no, I do know. I do know. It says because he does shooters, and so he keeps his DPI super low because it's easier for him. Whereas my DPI is just wow, 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 wow. I said maybe that's why I'm not good at shooters because my DPI is very high. I'm holding the kitty, and the kitty loves me, and I love the kitty. I'm gonna go swap back to my face now. Get the kitty with me. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Hi, Matt. It's me. DPI is basically when you're moving your mouse around, it dictates how fast your cursor moves. So like dots per inch. Thank you, Kira. I appreciate that. I didn't know what it was, but that makes sense. Dots per inch is what that is. I know, right? So good. Go look at his. Go look at his. Go on his stream and look at his too. We had both of them up earlier, but then I had to load up OBS, and OBS is both of them being high up. I have a kitty. I have Kit Kat. Kit Kat, say hi to Nat. Say hi to Nat. You're in motion. Tristan's not moving right now. He's over there. He looks really weird. Yours is mine super high. Yours super high. Yeah, it moves really fast. Mine's really high. His is really low. His moves like nothing. His moves like one one dot per inch, I think. Baby, don't leave me. It's fine. I'm gonna go eat pizza anyway. You're gonna leave me? Fine, bitch. Can't shut the door now. I was you for a bit, and then Kit
I
Kat came
know.
to me.
Unfortunately.
Hmm.
Some thief took a couple of pieces of pizza. Some of us
Some
are.
thief stole our pizza.
I mean, better than whoever that thief. They're from my.
Uh-huh. Your pizza.
Yeah, I.
You play shooters with a high DPI? I was telling him how your DPI was super fucking low.
It depends what I like. Depends on the shooter, but my DPI is a lot better for precision.
I told them that when it comes to swapping streams, I have to deal with your shit like your low DPI. Look how you guys can see me chewing. It's so good.
Oh my god, my cheeks are puffing up as I chew. Also, this is entirely yours if you want it.
Okay.
Nom nom nom. Mm.
You need your aim moving around like a rabbit. Oh yeah, no, I'm trying to move around and everything. He's like a sniper. That's why. Did you guys see it? Did you guys see this Trico
Nom
smash
nom
splash?
nom.
Hold on, I'll pull it
You
back.
showed the smash
I
spot.
gotta show them. I gotta show it again. Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up with the white background because it's kind of hard to see. Not
I don't
on
have this
the.
graphic on hand, so I can't show it. So please go to
I will send it to you,
my love stream.
and I will send it to you. That.
I should go here.
This is the Trico smash splash. I'm gonna stick it here for now, and then I'm gonna send it to Tristan really quick. Watch her eat pizza. I'll send both to transparent and non-transparent. You run snipers in SMG? You want
I like
snipers?
snipers.
Look at the sniper.
Pew pew
I
pew.
run hammer, so I run in and go hammer. She's like, haha.
She's made out of ham.
I'm made out of hammer. Hammers. I'm made out of hammers. Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool looking? Do you want to see? I'll show you the. I'll show you what I designed. This is our desktop mount. Our desk mount look like. I'll find it. Give me a minute. Here it is. Like this. That's what our desk mats look like. Basically, the design was mostly me,
The design is mostly human.
except for the background of like outside of like the Smash Splash, um, like graphic there. The background is like I did that. What shooter do you play, Tristan? This question is for you.
The main shooter I've been playing lately is Chernobyl, but I used to play a ton of Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah. So this piece of
Um,
art.
yeah.
But yeah. So if you guys go to fourth wall, if you type in merch, exclamation point merch.
I was trying to get into the competitive scene, for Siege, but the problem with that is, Australia is such a small region for competitive gaming that it's just horrible to even attempt to get into.
What?
It's very hostile to anyone that's not like the best.
Oh, it's still hidden. I forgot to update it. Go to dashboard. Give me a minute. I'll fix it.
I used to play some COD as a kid. I stopped after. I mean, I have Black Ops 2 and 3, but Black Ops 1 was my favorite.
Oh, don't hide it. I'm gonna unhide the collection now.
I
Public.
played Ghost as well. I've played Apex, but I'm not a massive fan of the Battle Royale format. Mm. Nom, 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 nom.
Yes, change. Okay, now they're all now they're all public. You guys can go like specifically this link right here will take you to.
She does look pretty. Look at her in the
Ah,
bin.
thank you.
She's in the bin right there. Um,
What?
yeah, I used to play a ton of Black Ops 2.
Más pizza. Need more pizza.
All of that's yours if you want
Oh my god, I got a whole pizza to myself.
it. I've got the gear to grid. Aiko is not a fan of garlic bread.
Oh fuck.
You
No,
in
no,
your
I
lunch
suppose I
break?
have
Still
audio.
have
One second.
audio? Aw.
Hi. I'm also on my lunch break.
Mm. Lunch break at the start.
Said I was pretty.
Yeah, I played a ton of Black Ops 2. I preferred Black Ops 1, but when 2 released, like the servers died.
I played Black Ops 2, I'll have you know.
Mm.
I played literally one day and I was a sniper except for I stood at the bottom of the stairs. I was at the bottom of these stairs,
Mhm.
and I just watched the doorways. I just went back and forth between the doorways like this. And then I should let you know I was in my I was 21 and I was competing against 8-year-olds. So
That's
I
the
was
COD
really
experience.
good. I was really, really good.
Like the COD experience is
I want to cute.
everyone in the lobby is like 8 to 12, somewhere between there, except for a few adults.
I wasn't online. This was against my ex's kids.
Um, I mean, it's still the same online. You verse a bunch of kids, and then who honestly shouldn't have the game, and the kids hurl the most racist insults at each other and anyone. N word is very common in I am fancy and dapper.
They've been
Hello.
learning from Josh. Tristan looks really good in his. His looks amazing. I look amazing too. Narcissist over here. Just saying. But so nobody has redeemed it yet. But there is a redeem
Re-enabled that dream. Hmm.
because we have spent the last like few weeks in a trash can.
There is a redeem.
There's a redeem. I would like somebody who has the points to redeem Trash Tuber.
My one's called Trash Man.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe we
Know
should
your
be back
fucking
in
place.
back in the
Trash.
see now
Shut the fuck up.
just
Know
be
your
Oh no.
fucking
respecting
place.
people.
Oh
Trash.
shit, two people redeemed it so it counteracted each other.
Oh no.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Hold on. Don't worry, I got this.
Oh
Shut the
no.
fuck up. Know
Nobody
your
having a
fucking
hard day at
place.
work.
Trash.
I know.
That's why I have mine mine's on a cooldown.
Oh, that makes sense. I should do that. I should put a
Yeah.
cooldown.
So people don't just instantly turn it off.
It was funny
I like
though.
to my cooldown at the half an hour.
I want the ability for someone to be like, no, you don't belong in a trash can, even though the audio is still like, you're in a trash can. Nah. So look, we're both trash tubers, totally. We're the same. Don't we look identical?
The trash lid goes really weird on my phone. It just flies all over the place.
Have fun, Milky. Sorry you had to work. Thank you for stopping by. It's always good to see you.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have audio. Rawr. Oh, good morning.
Thanks. I look like trash. They come over here to yell at me. I'm putting this away. Oh,
Well, I've got.
oh, you want to see something super funny? If I'm in this mood and I turn into a chibi,
If I'm in that mode and I turn into a chibi,
his lid practically closes.
no, I set it so you can see my eyes.
Oh, that's fine.
I know. Hi, mom. Just commenting on you being in a bin.
Oh, yeah. I'm stinky. Wait, am I stinky? I don't know. I have to ask. I have to ask the wizards.
Nom, nom, nom.
I'm 51% stinky. This trash isn't too bad.
You just see how stinky I am. Oh my god, 53% now. Let's go.
It was better the other
70.
day. It was better the other day. Nat's 53% stinky. Nat is 2% more stinkier than me. And I'm literally in a trash can. How does that make you feel, Nat?
When was the
Everybody's
last time you
stinkier than
showered?
me. Oh, except for Nikki. Nikki's only 3% stinky. He just got out of the shower.
Nicky clean.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
Good job, Tristan. Congrats on your cleaning of yourself.
You got less stinky? I got less stinky. Who's
Because you were
stinky?
100% yesterday.
Oh, yeah. It's just the smell of the pancake rubbed off on me.
Yeah. They smell delicious.
They were amazing. Oh my god. I like that my cheeks just massively pop up when I'm eating. Where's my headphones?
So what are the vibes right now? How you guys feeling? Are you guys feeling a community game, or you guys feeling like, hey, let's just vibe and play some Power World? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, we don't
I'm
have
gonna
to
go
play
make a.
Power World. We could
I'm gonna make a poll. Wait, what were you gonna say, babe?
there are the other chill vibe games we could play, like Power Simulator or
Okay, let us make a.
we are on a Power World hyperfixation, so
What y'all
whatever.
wanna do? Question mark. Okay. Let's see. Community game. We're gonna start with three options. Community game, vibe, and or wait, see, Power World and chill. And then there's
Vibe and Yap.
vibe and yap, I guess. Vibe and yap, or vibe and other non Power World. Oh, hold on. Actually, hold on. AC and H scavenger hunt.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's another option. I'm gonna give this 5 minutes on the clock. You guys can feel free to vote and go for it. You've got options. If you don't like what we're doing, feel free to vote to change it. Because right now it is currently the vibe and yap. This can continue going, but it's up to you. Monster pizza. I'm able to show my model, who is uber super duper adorable.
Hang on. Oh no, I'm behind you. Blah, 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 blah. Don't mind me.
My family has just woken up. I know because they have just now started responding to all the videos I sent them yesterday.
We will see them soon.
Maybe. So we went to the mall.
We did.
Mall to get cords because Tristan breaks shit. Okay, I'm nothing nice.
Yeah, I pulled my computer out to like do some cable management with I got a new power board so I could plug everything in. And I forgot that the Ethernet cable connected my computer to the splitter that we have is really short. So I pulled my computer forward and it just ripped out the wires from the Ethernet connection thing that was in the computer. But that was stuck in the computer. The wires were just taken out as long with the rest of the cable. So I had to get that out and yeah, that was fun.
We did that after we got the pancakes. The pancakes were delicious. I had a regular stack, which I really need to stop doing because I'm pretty sure I got the regular stack the last time we went,
You did.
and I didn't finish it then either. But both times, like, I was just like, oh my God, I fucking love pancakes. I want as many pancakes as I can get. So I got a regular stack, which is like 3 pancakes. Not too bad. These pancakes are thick as fuck. They're so good. They're
They are
so
amazing.
good, dude.
I don't complain when you get a regular stack because that means I get some too.
That's true.
But yeah,
You're a
honestly,
bit full today.
I was over full. I'm still not hungry and I ate some pizza. But it's gonna keep me going.
I was hungry. Because I don't.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, my now. Did you eat all the pieces?
You can't tell me I can have the pizza and then tell me I can't have the pizza.
I'm not saying you can't have pizza. You're just like, oh, the box is there. Right, sometimes they're really hard to rip. And get out of the first one.
Lizard. Oh
Oh
my
my god,
god. Oh my god.
Lovey!
Lovey. Oh my god. Drop shit. Bah.
Lizard!
Ah! Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Oh my
Lizard.
god! And Nikki!
Nikki. Oh, thank you guys so
No,
much.
that was
Oh,
all
it's all
Nikki.
Nikki.
The
Oh my
first
god.
one was to Lovey
1,
and I read it
2,
wrong.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much, Nikki. Thank you so much. He's gonna get his name on my model. I'm gonna
Nikki
do it
just
right
wanted
now.
to be put on the model.
Lizard. Lizard. It does. It works. I was so happy. I love that.
Hang on. Okay,
Have to
while you're
add
doing
little
that,
Nicky's name to me. Okay, question.
uh,
When I add your name, do you want me to put the 508 or no? Do you want me to write Lil Nicky as in like 2 separate words, or do you want me to write the whole username? Entirely up to you.
let's see. And that is also going to be
Yeah.
two wheel spins.
Yeah, you get your name on the model for 10 gift subs. See, it's right there on my belly. Do you not see the advert? There's a look, Nikki. It is. Hold on. Okay. It is right here on my belly. 10 subs equals your name.
So that is 50 minutes added.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, I need to.
It should have added it automatically. Yeah. Mine's up to 4 hours and 21 minutes. What's yours at?
4 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So it didn't add it.
5 minutes each?
Should have been 5 minutes each, yeah. It didn't add it on my end.
5, 10
But I
Oh
set,
yeah, I
like,
would add it to yours. Just add it to yours. Let's see. Number 3. I didn't even see what number 3 was. Oh, just chatting vibe. Yeah, all right. I think that was it, right?
no, Power World and
Power
Children.
World and Chill. We lack a system. Oh my god, 100% of votes.
It was only 3
I can leave the
votes.
508 out. Okay. Well, before we do that, actually, let me make myself a normal size. There we go. And let me get Nikki's thingy drawn up. Open, and we're gonna do. Let's see.
Yeah, we're gonna have, is it for every 5? So because that's 10, that's
Oh,
5
and we're gonna
each.
need to spin the wheel twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm making it right now. I'm making it. Should I stream? Should I stream this screen? I should.
3.
Move this over here. Put game window is going to be currently that. There you go.
Transform.
This one I'm doing right now.
And then that is so
3,
tiny.
2, yeah. You're blind, couldn't see what the nose said. That's fine. You get your name now. Yeah. So right now it says 10 subs equals your name and your 10.
No, that's counting down.
Oh, 3, 2.
Why are you counting down now?
Lil Nicky. Oh, I need to change the font. I really changed the base font. Delete. Nat's counting. She knows how to count. Good job, Nat. I'm so proud of you.
We are proud of you. I'm actually gonna keep a note and then like I'll add it later.
1.
Ah, 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 ah.
Uh, okay, hold on, Clip Studio.
And
I had the font. The font is Eclipse Studio font. There we go. Neat. Now we make bigger because obviously his name is bigger. And then we a little bit bigger. We want to make sure everybody can see his name. He's getting popular. And then we're going to rasterize this, obviously, because we have to make sure it looks good. Make sure it looks good, right? So because it's a little bit pulled back in the center, as you can see, the little bit of bend there.
hello, Viet Cong.
Hi, Viet Cong. How you doing? Shit on
Viet Cong
me.
came to say hello to me.
Mount Everest ain't got shit on me. 'Cause I'm on top of the world. I'm
Miss
on
Haven,
top of the
hello.
world. Yeah. Lizard! 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 Lizard!
Oh my
Lizard!
god.
Lizard!
Oh my
Lizard!
god.
Lizard!
That's that's
Lizard!
what that was kind of down for.
Lizard! Thank you, Nat. I'd add her too. Damn, taking time away from my pal world.
You should go have a look at Aiko too, Vietcong.
Yes.
This
He's
is a
so
reminder. Take my nighttime
Now
meds.
fuck yourself. I take it. That makes me sleepy. Alexa, stop. I'm not making
Oh
taking
no, I
sleepy
can't even
meds right
do
now.
anything.
Terrible time. Okay, let's see where I'm putting this. This
I
one is.
can't pull up chat.
This one is. Little Nikki. I'll put
It is
both on at
so
the same time.
smooth. The friggin' everything was
Ah,
fantastic. Oh my
so
god.
much fun. I love it. Misty, go look at Tristan. Go look at Tristan. It's amazing. And I'm gonna add Nat as well. Nat, do you want to be Nat the cat or you want to be Nat Con?
Oh my god,
Oh
Nikki
my
again.
gosh. That one's to you, babe.
Nikki. Do, 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 do. Oh, it's just played over. Oh my god. I did not have that set up properly.
No worries, no worries. I will send you his name. Look, you don't even have to make his. I've already got it. I'll just send it to you too.
You should update the trash can too. Well, we did, Vietcong. We have updated the trash can.
We have, yeah. Yeah, we
I
have
need
updated the trash
to
can.
fix whatever's going on with my. Mm, no,
There you go. I sent little Nikki to you.
is that Nikki to
Thank you.
me?
Well, I sent you the sticker so you could put it on yourself. And this
Oh,
one's
thank you, thank you.
Nat the cat.
Give me a second. I'm just gonna go into Lumia to fix my
This is
my alert.
what did it say? What was it?
It keeps like restarting the song for each individual person.
Oh yeah, that's why I did lizard. That's why I did lizard because I knew that at least that was kind of funny if it was gonna repeat itself. This is what Nat's name is in my phone. You already wanted to give you both Nikki, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh, I didn't mean
Thank
to
you so much.
rasterize. Put this here. Let's drag her back. And Nat, thank you too.
Okay, okay.
Jesus. You didn't have to do that.
Let
That
me
means a lot.
see. I don't have anything. Okay, okay. I have to go into the overlay to fix this. I got it set up through the
Okay,
overlay.
so you guys need to discuss. I'm just saying, like, you guys are in the chat right now and you guys think that you're getting away with something, right? No. Here's the thing that you guys have not even fucking considered. The thing is we have now surpassed the chat rights our TOS or right not rights our terms of service. No, chat rights
That's
our
30.
social media post. So you guys have to already talk about that, huh? 30 total.
30 total. Dang.
Okay, so I have to add how much time from yours?
Was
What is mine adding? Is mine only adding in fucking seconds or something? So I feel like it should have been more than that.
yeah, mine added correctly.
Mine did not add correctly.
And
What the
Tristan.
frick?
Yeah, so you're gonna have to add 50 minutes, which will be
Hold on.
brain can't math right now. Oh no,
That's 6 hours.
60 times 50
Why are they
equals
not adding it?
3,000. And
3,000.
I'm gonna have to add
3,000 seconds?
3,000 seconds.
Hold on.
And I'm gonna have to add
Plus 60 seconds. So one time is 60 seconds. But it's not 60 seconds. It's 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Nikki.
Pause. I'm just gonna add how much. Okay, hold on.
So okay, yeah. Can you add it in the
Sub add
in the
time.
control
I'm just
panel?
gonna do this. Look, I'm just gonna do it on here. Sub add time. How many minutes?
Minutes?
Yeah,
50
50
from
minutes.
mine.
From yours. Okay, so but also 50 minutes from mine.
I need to add 100 minutes from yours.
But, oh yeah, I have to add. But the thing is, I don't think mine added correctly because mine only went up to 423. What is yours? Mine definitely did
Mine's
not add.
452.
Yeah, how come yours added correctly and mine didn't?
I don't know.
I'm gonna refresh. No, is it? What does it look like over here?
Is it set up in control panel correctly to add? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I'll just add it normally. Okay, so I'm gonna add 150 minutes. That's how much I'm adding to mine. Okay. There we go. 6 hours and 52
Oh
minutes.
my god, that added it to mine too because we're sharing chat.
Hey, well that works.
Okay, so we got an
Hi,
extra
Whimsy.
50 minutes on mine.
Yeah. Look, it's just gonna be chaos, to be honest. Approximately.
Okay,
Okay, we're gonna add approximately more time. Just
this will be just for okay. I can delete that.
now I
Current
have to drag them over. I have to drag them into the right folders. I can't
profile.
save them into the folder I need them to go into. I have to drag them into that folder. Why? Because they're a pain in the ass.
Yes, I will get.
And they're
I will
like,
get Nikki stuff. Oh, you also got to stick Nat to you
yeah,
and
yes, I know. I've got to stick Nat to me. I've got theirs somewhere. Here? Oh, yeah, here. Oops. I accidentally left the chat. My bad.
Steam Steam apps coming.
Items. And they're going to be like, are
The
you sure you need
administrator.
administrator privileges? Yes, I am sure. Thank you.
Resource.
Continue.
No. Assets. Items. There.
We have to do it like that because for some reason it doesn't think I own my NVMe.
I have
Best time,
not
so I
been
just want to
paying
give people
attention to
something I
tabs.
only
I'm
wish
trying
I
to
could do.
fix things.
Nikki, you did amazing, amazing, fabulous, beautiful job. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikki.
Yes, it's really, really
We are
nice.
glad you have so much fun.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what we want.
Yeah. Um,
Okay, so if
where
you,
do you want to be stuck on my model, Nikki?
oh, you're giving them a choice. I'm not. I'm just gonna put.
I'm giving Nikki a
I'm gonna
choice.
put one on each boob. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but am I? I don't know. We'll see.
It's the pasties.
I have to make them
Right
smaller. My
horn.
boobs are too
Okay.
small. I want them to be able to see the names.
Your perspective or right horn as in right, or right as in
I think he's just like, it
from
doesn't
look at this.
matter. Stop making this so
Oh my god.
complicated.
Oh my god, I'm making myself bigger and not the
Okay. Okay.
right.
I
Okay.
decided you're each getting on one of my pigtails.
A bit big.
Okay.
There we
There we go.
go.
So you can do like that, and then hold on. I gotta do that on the other pigtail.
There we go. Right on
Tristan, I might
horn.
need your help, Tristan. Tristan, I need your help.
Need my help?
Yeah.
What's that?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna drag this down really quick. Hold on. I have to go down to Nat really quick. But then. Oh, Nat, why does your name have to start with an N? Okay. So I've got Nat. She's good. I want it the same size as that, right? But I want it on the other pigtail, but I can't see. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Okay, so that is 6 times we have to spin the wheel as well.
Ooh, okay. So let's see. Hold on. Let me go ahead and mark these off. Let me pull the goals back up. Okay.
I get 2 wheel spins. You can do 4.
Okay.
One
Total, we
one.
had 15, yeah? So we got chat writes social media posts within TOS. Chat chooses PvP for 1 week, and we get to do the newlywed game. That's going to be on a different day, though. Not today. Not right now. So those are all done. So we're going to go ahead and pull up goal list 2. But you guys are going to need to figure out what our social media post is and what our PFP is going to be. So for the entire week of the subathon, you guys choose our profile picture. Please do that. Even if it's just like, you guys pick something.
I need to figure out.
And you guys have to also pick a social media post.
video.
and then we'll spin the wheel. We spin the wheel 3 times? Is that what it is, babe?
What?
3 times for the wheel?
I mean, Nat gifted 10, Nikki gifted 10 to you, so you need to spin it 4 times. I need to,
4
unless
times.
you've.
I have not spun it at all. 4 times. Okay.
Let's see if I can.
Pick. Pick. Aiko's perfect. Pick. Damn, this is so much responsibility. I know. It's terrible. Everybody can get together and do it. It's not just the people that donated, just so you know. That's everybody. Chat picks, not just the two. Let me pull this up.
And some things were talked about that, like, if it says community, we're going to do a community poll or something like that. There's a few things that we might also do polls.
You got a phone call, but thanks for the gifted sub. Aw. What have you done? Wahaha. Okay. All right, so I have to spin this 4 times. The first time. Let's go.
I don't know what's up with my my alert, so it's just gonna be balked.
I have to end every sentence with probably for the next 5 minutes, probably. So it's 12, it's probably 12:10 probably. So I have to keep doing this until about 12:15 probably.
That sounds about right.
I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that one there probably. While I spin it again probably. You know what you did probably. Oh, that's nice probably. Add nya to the end of sentence for 5 minutes.
Oh my god, it's gonna combine.
I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, probably.
You could do it the other way. Make,
I'll
make
probably
Nya the
just
question.
mix it up, probably. Yeah.
Oh.
George is coming for those knees, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to catch up on chat.
I'm gonna close that now. Yeah, probably. Let's see, and then let's go again. Yeah, probably got. No, 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 no. Okay, all right. You know what?
Was it Nya again?
Yes. So I'm gonna add. This is gonna sound so great, probably. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that is
I'll just
lovely.
mix up what order I put it in sometimes. Yeah, probably. Yeah. There's only one thing on this list that is going to get removed once it's done. Yeah, probably. Yeah. And that is both Tristan drinks pilk 1 time only. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh well, yeah, perfect. This is perfect time for me to be a cat. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have. Oh yeah, to make it fit. Thanks, Lucy. I appreciate it. Yeah, probably. Yeah. No, I have to spin it one more time. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. Please don't do yeah again. Oh no. Well, I'm not playing a game right now, so I'm gonna actually spin this one again since we're not actually playing a game right now. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
We will be jumping into a game.
If we're playing a game, that will make more sense. But I'm gonna send it again. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Or is this cat in the Aiko edition?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh my god. What? No.
What is this?
I hope that you guys all enjoy whenever I'm talking and singing to you. Yeah, probably, yeah. I am really uncomfortable. Only for the next 2 minutes, so technically everything's gonna end at 12:15. Yeah, probably, yeah.
One of your Nyas
I hope
is staying
you
until
love
12:17.
One of my nyas is going to stay probably nya until 12:17. Yeah, probably nya. I hope you guys are having such a beautiful day. Yeah, probably nya. I don't know. I'm like shaking over here because I'm really weirdly nervous. And honestly, if I really wanted to get away from this, I could just shut the fuck up. Yeah, probably yeah. I'm just saying whatever I
So, my
talk.
love,
Yeah, probably
what do we want to
yeah.
name a cat when we get a cat?
I think that when we get a cat, we should name it Pickles. Yeah, probably yeah. And if we get
Okay.
an orange cat, we should name it Kyo. Because he's a stupid orange cat. Yeah, probably yeah.
So so for Pickles is Nya probably his middle names and then Nya his last name?
No, yeah, probably no. Yeah, no. What? Yeah.
Yeah, probably no.
No,
Okay.
yeah, probably yeah.
Love you. You are free from everything except for one more Nya.
I can speak normally now, yeah.
Now it's time for me to spin
Mostly
my
probably,
wheel.
yeah. Oh, I'm in the habit of saying probably now, yeah.
Is it correct? Where's huh? A wheel.
Spin the
Here we
wheel,
go.
Tristan, yeah.
I get to spin the wheel time. Meow meow, sister, amazing meow.
Meow, meow, sister, amazing
I'm
meow.
gonna spin. Let's see what I get. Do, 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 do. Both do 10 squats.
Oh man, fuck!
Screw
God
you.
damn it! I'm over here. I just fucking doing my shit. Now I gotta do squats. Yeah. Squat, yeah.
Ready?
One, yeah.
Oh, fuck, I'm serious.
Two, yeah. Three, yeah. Four, yeah. Five, yeah. Six, yeah. Seven, yeah. Eight, yeah. 10, 9, 10, yeah. I can't count.
I was one behind Aiko because I was busy laughing. Okay, yeah, I've done 10 as well. This is okay, and then
Hey,
second.
if it's both do 10 squats again, I'm gonna kick your ass.
So I'll be ending all my sentences with probably.
Everything's gonna sound super sassy for you.
Hi, Octavia, probably.
How you doing?
I forgot how to count.
Shut up.
Probably.
It happens, okay? Do you know how many times I had to say yeah, probably yeah?
At
I
least
told you.
once, probably.
Yeah.
You're free from all your nyas, probably.
And then I had to sing. And then I had to
Oh,
sing.
your singing was
I had to
beautiful,
sing when I
probably.
said, yeah, I know, I'm such an
Oh my
amazing.
god, I'm such an
What's
arsehole.
lucky?
I can't even
Lucky
be
means that we don't have to do anything. We got lucky on that spin.
Yeah, we are free from things if we get lucky on that spin. Some of these are bad, probably.
Probably.
Like the squats can add up. We will remove the squats after a certain
If
point.
it gets too painful.
There is also an amount of squats we will do with
100 subs.
100 subs,
Mhm.
probably.
No, he's not probably. Definitely, we'll do 100 squats.
No, I think it's probably.
Nikki wants you to do a singing redeem, but he shall never receive it. Oh, sing! Oh God, yeah, it's tough. You have to add it to a punishment wheel. That's the only way you can do a singing redeem like that for me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna sing all the time, anyways. Isn't that right,
Is it
Tristan?
really a punishment if you enjoy doing that? Probably.
Exactly. I don't like singing what I say, but I like singing. You could do a singing.
Thank you for all the gift subs.
Yes, thank you guys so much. He's very unsure. He's very unsure about how he feels about all
I
of
am completely sure of myself, probably.
this.
I love my wife so much, probably.
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 You probably love me?
Probably.
Oh my gosh.
Probably. Probably. Probably.
Probabbles. Probablesly.
I
You have like 2 minutes.
think you are all wonderful, probably. Technically, the unknown button was my doing.
Oh, jeez.
Probably.
Probably.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna
I
go.
love this, probably.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and swap to the gaming screen.
Oh, yes. I am going to swap to
Eee,
gaming.
look, I don't have to do anything. Watch this shit.
I
Ah.
am... Oh.
I love it. I have it set up.
I just
Nice.
think that
Tristan,
probably.
I need to bring him out. There he goes. There you go. There's my little trash
I'm
can
gonna
husband.
game and scene. I'm in my chair.
And I should actually probably.
And I should probably load the game. Probably.
Yeah, I should probably look. Oh my god, I should probably.
Oh my god, it's stuck in her head.
Oh
Probably.
no! I'm cursed. I was saying I should
Probably.
probably start the server.
That might help. Probably.
Mhm.
Yay,
Loading
loaded
up.
power.
This is fun, y'all. We've had a good time.
Probably.
You just realized the dress is super bouncy? It is. It is super bouncy. Hold on, let me stand up.
So flowy and bouncy.
Let
Probably.
me stand up. Hold on.
You know, it's like a
I'll show
sample,
you.
a sample of my redeem, so it's like a cheaper one of
Let me
mine.
stand up.
Probably.
Let me stand up, and then let me put this away. Let me come back here. No, sit down. Sit down. Stand the frick up. Why am I
No
standing?
standing, just sit. Probably.
How bouncy it is. Flowy. It's behind Tristan, but you know, whatever.
Smile. Oh, what? Yep. Why is my VTuber studio not responding? Probably.
Oh. How come when I hit P did it automatically come over here? If I put it over here, it stands up. If I put it over here. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. It works now. Wait.
Weird. Okay, it was just delayed while I was launching. Hello. Probably.
I have to add these two things to the scene really quick because I'm going to reset all of my buttons.
Probably.
Scene setting, create scene, name stickies.
I'm so happy.
Save.
Probably. Am I free from probably?
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Freedom.
Alright, I'm going to remove everything. Okay.
That is a fun
I'm going
redeem.
to
I
put that
love
back
that one.
and then sit and pull up my controller. Why can I not sit and then pull up my controller?
Interesting. I did.
Okay, whatever.
I need to move this.
Where's my controller in real life, though? There it is. That's how you guys do it. I do sit down. He sits down, too.
Yeah, we're both sitting down.
Make sure the
Let me
server's
move
on.
this to like.
I clicked start server, damn it.
I will join eventually.
I mean, I clicked start server, it's not working.
How dare
You know, I'm gonna tell you guys something? You guys are gonna be like, oh my god, what? Because it's a really big deal. Okay?
What's that?
We haven't played Power World all day.
We really haven't.
Like, we're still, like, at that building section that we were at yesterday.
We
You're a healthy gamer, you only play while standing. Nah.
not anymore.
No, we sit
Don't
down.
anymore.
You guys see my knees down here? Those are my knees. Means I'm sitting my ass down.
How's
Like the
everyone
proper
doing?
fat fuck I am.
My ankles.
I got an I am clap emote, apparently. I want to see it. It is important. It is important news.
I am Tristan, and I do the Tristan things. I'll join a server and hopefully it loads.
This is what I got from the hype train.
This says the server's down. Oh my god, that
It is
cool.
down and it's restarting right now.
like
There you go. It should be up now. It's up
What do I
now.
see? Hype train. Oh, choo-choo. What do I have that's new? Oh my god, everything's.
You
I
know,
don't see what I
there's like a
got from the hype
sample of my redeem, so it's cheaper one of mine. Ah. So what was the unknown button? What's that? Oh, I want to switch to a different playlist now. I want something I can actually sing along to better.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so what are we listening to? What are we listening to today? Guys, chat, pick something. We have classic rock, we have 90s hits, we have 2010s, we have 2000s. What are we listening to today? Somewhere between the 80s and 2010s. You guys pick. I can't see chat right now. I don't know why I expected this to work. Tristan, can you read chat?
Classic rock from Little Nicky.
Okay. Classic rock. Looks like it's gonna be it.
Now Nicky being little
Uh,
Nicky.
You get the Switch? Okay.
Yeah, got the Switch.
Sweet.
Lucy recommended David Bowie, then immediately said classic rock.
Classic rock, amazing. All right, this is where we're at currently. Tristan's over there. He was trying to build something for the workshop. I decided I was going to, instead of building whatever the fuck platform I was trying to build over here, I decided I was going to do, try to build like a longhouse, but all on pillars here. Because there's a lot of base back this way. And I thought maybe we could use the longhouse to like, I don't know, like...
Okay, game run. Okay, how does my model because I'm looking at the OBS preview, it's a little bit delayed, but yeah, cool.
I'm sitting up a lot more than I usually am, so I'm sitting here and I'm like, why do I feel so icky?
Love the VTuber. Oh, hi,
Thank
Sims.
you. Appreciate it. I need to get my hoodie because I'm mildly discomforted by the fact that I not have my hoodie on.
Yes, that is fair. Unfortunately, we can't do the VTuber multiplayer while playing game because too intensive. But yeah, here's a reason to spy on me and Aiko separate.
Exactly. Sometimes we just want to see different perspectives. Sometimes we need to look at two different models. Sometimes we're gonna have both up. I'm sorry, my blanket discombobulated.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know
What?
if I even got anything for that one, which it'd be weird if I didn't get anything for that
Anything for what?
that hype train, that community hype train.
Oh, no.
I need to close this one.
I don't know. I saw it in my, I don't know, it was showing itself off in, my notifications on Twitch. Way to hell. Way to hell.
Way to hell.
Okay, anyways. Yeah, so how you guys doing?
How are you, Sims? How are you, Nikki? How are you, Lucy? How are you, Aiko?
I'm alright.
How are you,
I'm
Pokemon
so
Nation?
great. I get to use my new model, and I love my
You've
new
been
model.
so excited
I have
for so
been.
long. It's been just, oh my god.
I have been. Oh,
We have been looking forward to this day for, like, since the models were finished.
yeah. And it's been well, we've been looking forward to this day even before, yeah.
While the models were in progress, we've been looking forward to this day since we started talking about getting models.
Exactly. We fucking love them. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. I mean, right now it's just Power World and chill, so... And you guys voted on that, so if you guys want to swap it up and be like, oh, let's play some Jackbox now, or let's do this, you know, let us know.
I suck my love. I can no longer support you. Actually, I probably can just have to deal with a bit of frame loss in my base. Yeah, I kind of like it that way though. It still shows a little bit of individuality, if that makes any sense.
What do you mean?
What?
I don't know what you mean.
I zoned out.
What was said? What did we say?
I don't know. Something about the models? Is it about the models, Sims? I don't know.
Shows a bit of individuality. Talking about your VTubers.
Yeah.
We have the same artist.
Yeah, we've got the same artist simply because we wanted the same style, and that's the best way. Same rigor for same reasons.
Yeah. Also, not even just that. It's not even just that. It's like, legitimately just incredibly talented artists.
They are so fucking incredible. We got a command exclamation mark parents.
Yeah.
That will give you the links to their
Miyawashi.
Miwashi, and if you're on my one, it would also give the link to the VGen because I was kind.
I was an asshole. I said, hey, if they want to find him, they're going to have to learn to speak Chinese like we did.
We did not learn to speak Chinese.
I learned to speak Chinese. I can say shishi, which means thank you.
Yeah, she does.
And ni hao means
Ni hao means hello.
hello
I
and
mean, like when it's
thank you.
Tristan big and you little on his stream.
Oh
and
yeah,
big and...
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey Sims, look at our redeems. Go take a
Yeah.
look at all our redeems, and you can see probably see something you like there.
We do have. It's sort of like constraints on systems. It will be very heavy on our PCs to actually
Have both up all the time.
yeah. Why am I in this space? Hey, Trash Trooper redeem.
Yeah, do it if you want. See,
Oh my god.
Lucy's
Lucy
already
has
learning a new
become-
language. So proud of him.
Finding its humble nails. Oh. Not right now. You want to save points? That's fair. That's fair.
He's saving points for the.
VIP. I don't know.
I don't know. He has VIP.
He's saving points for the VVIP.
I don't know if he's even one. I fell off the roof.
I wish I could read that, but
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So rude not wanting to talk to Lucy.
I know I am the rudest.
I was
No
talking to
comprendo.
Sims. I wrote, I literally wrote yes, and I don't know how to speak Chinese and simplify Chinese. Yep.
Well, in this house, that's illegal.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I will make this storage. It's a good little storage area.
That means I don't understand, by the way. Does it? Oh. That's probably something learned. Oh, no comprendo. Yeah, I know that.
No window.
Lots of languages in the chat. I'm cool with it. I said I'm full with it. I'm a fool.
You're full of a took. You're full of a Heartblossom. Actually, that's both of us.
Yeah.
Neither one of us is full of a Heartblossom because we both are. We can't be. This is our average.
No, 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 no.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 do, 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 do.
Yeah, have you seen our new
Nya,
one?
nya, nya, nya.
And we shall continue the Subathon.
What time do you think we should like warp to a other game? If you okay, Mom? Oh, she was laughing. She was doing what I do.
She laughed so much she almost died. Ooh, I'm gonna. Where'd I put the goals? They're there. We finished the first one. We're on to the second one. Well, let's see.
Goals.
What our options are is we have Animal Crossing, Scavenger Hunt. We have
Finished that one.
what?
Huh?
What did you say?
Oh, I was speaking to myself about the goals. Finish the first and the second goals in the thing.
Yeah.
Hi, Whipper. We like
Hi,
trash cover
Whipper.
with Bingo hobbies.
Yes. What? I didn't hear what you said.
What was I saying?
I don't know.
I was just yeah, we've done the first two already of the thingies. The
I'll learn what he's talking about in a minute. Don't worry.
as soon as my brain starts working.
Yep.
Uh, uh,
We'll get there eventually. You awakened your jet dragon tonight. Ooh, nice.
my brain is off right now.
I don't know. I don't even know where you were going.
In OBS, the gold thing.
Oh, yeah.
The,
Well, I'll finish the first three. Three.
Three. Three.
Nat 10. Wait. Oh! Oh my god, you're fucking right. I kept thinking it was 555. You're right. We did finish the first two. So, technically, the community movie night vote is done, the couples karaoke stream is done, and the chat plans our next date activity is done.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. I, for some reason, was thinking it's 15. That's what you meant by 2. And I said
Yeah,
3.
both
I
of those are
said
done.
3 because I was thinking like the first goal list.
So the next goal we have is 5 more is the community chooses a co-op game. This has already gone
Oh my lord.
amazing. Oh my god. Thank you all for being so fucking generous.
Yes, absolutely. You guys are fucking
No
amazing.
Nintendo and no Nintendo. Yes, yes, they both mean the same thing.
Nintendo? Nintendo.
No, oh my
No
god.
Nintendo. Man!
It's having a nosebleed.
Oh my gosh. Did you see both of our models or just mine? Because I know I'm the cutest one.
She is the cutest. I agree.
Yep. Cutest. You did? Oh yes. Yeah, we had both of them up before, but then
I have my happy toggle on currently, so I'm very happy.
That's good. That's good. I should switch to my tariff. I don't know what I've done. What the fuck did I just click? I did something.
Oh no.
Yeah, there we go.
What is that? Huh?
Apparently, if I use one of my joggers, I just roll around.
I love rolling.
Ooh, 20 streams straight. Look at you. Now I have to
Can you
figure out
turn
how
down the
roofs work.
music? Uh,
I'm just gonna.
apparently the music is loud, Aiko. My darling.
Is my music loud?
Apparently, according to Sims. Do we believe him?
Maybe. It's entirely possible. Hold on.
Apparently overpowering me quite a bit.
Oh
So
yeah.
maybe I'm low.
No. It's totally fine. It's just that the other day he mentioned how he wanted the music louder, so I turned it up a bit. I think also I was listening to music pretty loud off stream. Oh my gosh, sex-based terms.
They are absolutely amazing models. We love
Our model
model
parents. They're our model mamas. They're so fantastic. They did such a great job. I want to show you guys the concept art. Oh, I never did that.
Oh yes, the concept art.
I never showed you guys the concept
How are
art.
you doing, Pan? Have you just woken up? Have you slept? I mean, it's you, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's a no. Is that too high up?
I had to figure out where the fuck I put the concept art. Monica art.
Nice. Good work sleeping. Of my Celestia. And break it all.
Layer mod ref panels promo. Promo? No. I will Hydra. Thank you. I will do this. Thank you. I've been sleeping but not getting rest the past few days. Oh, some kind of nightmare. Not super scary, just not nice. Tristan woke up with a nightmare
Aw.
today.
No, I'm being told to hydrate. No, no, my Pepper's in monster.
Shut up.
Cracks into can of monster to hydrate.
Trying to find the fucking concept pieces.
Thank you, dummy. Yeah.
Surely I've got it.
Thank you,
somewhere.
dummy. Yes, it is our wedding anniversary.
Yeah, we went and got pancakes and he gave me a receipt.
I did.
And I gave him the receipt back. That's how you know it's the paper anniversary. It's because so we handed each other receipts. His receipt was to some cables he needed to buy, and the receipt I gave him was to the Minecraft bee keychain that I bought myself. We literally
You got
put
in
zero
trouble at
thought into that.
Automod?
We knew we wanted pancakes. That's about as far as we went with it.
Oh my god, what did Automod do? I need to check this out. Oh my god. What did you do to upset Automod?
Oh no, it's funny. No, he didn't get banned, did he? Oh no. I'll allow it. Don't worry. There you go. It says Dommy sucks butt.
Oh my god.
But it said it thought it was very sexual, so it said no.
Probably the combination of dummy and butt.
Yeah. No, it said sucks butts very specifically was the
Oh yeah,
comment.
butt was the red part, yeah.
Why would you allow it? Why not? So what anniversary was it? Taro and I technically dating anniversary is the middle of the month on No, it's our marriage anniversary. We got married
Yeah, we got
this time last year.
married.
Our
1
dating
full year.
anniversary is March
March.
19th? March 20th?
It depends if we are in US or Australia.
Yeah,
time.
Australian time is the 20th, US time is the 19th.
Yeah.
So
Or
we just
19th.
say, I think we usually just say the 20th because it was you that asked me.
Yeah,
And
I
then
think so.
because we got married in the US, that's why our wedding anniversary is the 1st.
Your marriage anniversary is April 24th. Ooh.
Oh.
Well, happy belated anniversary.
Sorry we weren't there. We didn't know
Sorry
you.
we didn't know you then. It's all my fault.
Trying to find.
Actually, I didn't think we were streaming then because you couldn't.
No, I couldn't
What if I just put...
because I was on. No, actually I could. I could have then. April 1st is when I could have. Where the fuck is the concept art? I have it in another channel. I'm just gonna find it in Discord. I know it's somewhere. Okay, give me a minute.
Take your time, I love.
It's not great. Keep in mind, I drew it, so.
It is fantastic.
Yeah.
I wouldn't repeat.
Basically, I'm just gonna show you that we gave her the pictures and we're like, take this and
Oh
put it
my
in your style.
God, Pan. You guys are literally us.
Oh my god.
We've been married 2 years. We had a full-scale wedding this year because we just got married in a hotel lobby for the actual wedding.
That's
We got
beautiful.
married in the courthouse.
Yep. We basically told my parents, we were like, hey, make sure that, we want to have lunch. We want to have lunch, so take a day off so that we can all go out to lunch before we head back to North Carolina. And they were like, okay. So they took some time off. We're like, haha, just kidding. We're not going out to lunch. We're getting married.
Yeah, we're getting married. So many people here are married. Well,
Talk about confused. That was the first time my family had ever met Tristan.
they met me for like a day, and then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna propose to her. Hijacked nephew's first birthday because
Losing my mind. Tristan, I'm having a really hard time keeping my brain together right now. Can you help me find the concept art in Gum Gum?
yes. Okay. Been happily married for 7 years. Dang, nice.
Aw, that's amazing.
6 of those years have been happily married, but that's because we have been separated. Oh no.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that.
My brain is. I don't know
I do
what.
not understand you guys' relationship.
Is it in the trash can?
It should. No, no. Oh, the trash can. No, it wouldn't be in the trash can. Social media, social media pics, social media clips, graphics. Is it in graphics? I don't think it'd be in graphics. I think that I made that for. I made that for.
GIF of like the transition through the models.
Yes. Where are those? Because I'm pretty
They're
sure it
in
was
the
there.
trash.
They're in the trash can.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
12th of the 12th.
I thought it was more up. I could have added it to both real. It's up. Yeah. If I
Yeah,
scroll up.
December.
There it is. There it is. December 5th.
Okay, now I can catch up on. What did I miss?
Okay. Now I can show you guys the
Sorry if
concept.
you missed any chat. I go back to.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Tubers. I'll open a Nost hydrate. We were talking about that earlier.
Look, there it is. There's the concept art. And then I found this really cute dress, and I asked her to like incorporate it more. And this, out of this right here, is what she came up with for our models. Yeah.
Oh, Sims asked the question we missed of how is switching games gonna work?
Like switching streams or switching games? What do you mean?
Like if we start playing a different game.
Start playing a different game. What do you mean? Like during the stream? During the
Yeah, like how are we gonna change to a different game?
We'll just switch.
Like when? I feel like it's just gonna be based on vibes.
It is based on vibes. We'll like basically every once in a while we'll just be like, hey, what are you guys feeling? You guys want to switch games? You want to like we put the vote. This was to a vote. People like unanimously agreed to just Pal World and chill. So that's why we're doing a bit of Pal World and chill right now. But obviously, like at any point, people can be like, okay, well now we're done with Pal World. Let's go fucking.
Oh,
Whatever.
okay. So paperwork with X. Okay, that's that. Okay. Whipper's still technically married, but they haven't gone through the divorce process yet with their last.
But you guys are like friends. I'm assuming. Are you guys just like one of those like found out we're better friends and you actually are staying friends? That's cool. Not for
No, I think
me.
Whipper's talking about his ex before Dommy. You guys are together, right?
I don't know if Dami. I thought Dami. I don't know why I was thinking that Wippa and Dami were the ones getting separated. Happily.
We are small brain over here. We have combined one.
We are not. You and Dami
We're
are
not
not together. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We definitely thought you guys were.
We just think alike we're married. You really do.
Yeah.
And then you're
And then you're both married to other people. But one of you is getting a divorce. I'm making up my own. Oh yeah. Well, that's because that's just the Pal world.
And Dommy is not married. Okay.
Okay.
Non. Relationship's confusing. Just Pal world.
That's why we ask, because otherwise we don't know.
It is why you ask when you don't know something.
Well, here's another thing too. Actually, I think we were kind of talking about this. Was it earlier today? No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. It was somebody else. We were talking about somebody else. I don't remember who. But we were talking about a relationship, specifically, that we were confused about whether or not it was a relationship or a friendship. Hold on. Best friends. Best friends. We were talking about Iron Mouse and Connor.
We were, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about Iron Mouse and Connor, and I was like, are they dating? Aren't they dating? If they are dating, is it secret? Blah, 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 blah. And also, they kind of advertise themselves as like best friends, right? So
Yeah.
are they dating? Aren't they dating? That's been a big question on people's minds, whatever. It's also a question on my mind. However, I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, like,
It's more of a curiosity thing than a like than like we're shipping them or
no, no,
anything
no, no,
like
we're not shipping them. They can fucking be whatever the hell they want to be.
yeah.
But,
That's
I realized that like I kind of felt bad because like I'm very pro girls and guys can be friends without dating, you
mm-hmm.
know? So I feel like I don't know, I'm not exactly painting that in the best way or showing the best side of that whenever I'm sitting here. Like I think they'd make a cute couple. I do think that. But also like they don't have to be. You know what I mean?
That's between them
Yeah.
and each
You
other.
don't know them but you want to ship someone. Iron Mouse and Connor. They're very cute. They're they do a lot of like singing and stuff together. I know that he calls her by the nickname that her family calls her by. That's why like I said, I don't know.
It's mostly just like
Curiosity.
curiosity because they do a lot of stuff together,
But
and
then
it's
also
like
it kind of being like, would I feel this way if they were both guys? Would I feel this way if they were both girls? No, I think I just go ahead and automatically recognize that or I just probably recognize that they're just friends. But
but there's still
because
people that ship guys as well.
you just ship people and then but I don't know. Even if I did that, I feel like it wouldn't even be that big a deal. The only reason it's a big deal is because like so many people say that guys and girls can't be friends. Dami, are you a girl? I want to say you're a girl.
You're more likely to ship it if it's both guys or both girls. Oh my god, you're into
Ah,
the
I
BL.
do that in games. I do that in games mostly, not in real life typically. But
You are a girl. Oh my god.
okay, good, good, good. As good as it doesn't really matter. You can be a guy, you can be a girl. It doesn't matter. I was just
She would
curious.
have judged
I
you for
just need to know your pronouns.
it.
Look. It's either gonna be one of two things. I get it right, I get it wrong, or you don't give a fuck. Most of the time, people don't give a flying fuck. What is supposed? Most
Yeah, we
people
have
don't care.
quite a few like femboys in the community, and none of them give a shit.
Hika is a girl. Hika is I know right. Hika is a girl.
Give me your pronoun.
Lovey is also a girl. However, if you watch them stream, they're not going to sound like girls. They're also
Lovey.
probably not going to tell you they're girls, but I will call them she because I said, about what are your pronouns? And they said, I don't care. I was like, fine, I'm just going to call you whatever the fuck I want to call you then. And I did. And now that I know the truth, I still call them whatever the fuck I want to call them because they said they don't care.
They said they don't care. That is all you need. Permission.
Look, they're just rubber banding right there.
I'm rubber banded too. Yeah.
Banding
I
now.
think that's
No!
server.
No!
That's it.
I will get up here eventually.
Pan's gonna start a collection of pronouns.
I will chop this tree. Stop lagging this instance. I know.
Never.
I will do no such thing. What the fuck? Oh, I thought I was going through a door. Apparently, I was nowhere near that door. Is
only
this
know-
part of the patch?
Oh, it's an intended feature. Yeah.
No, I just remember because Wiffa said that there was a lot of lag and stuff. I'm just standing. I haven't started moving. Why am I under the house? Is this part of the patch? Because yesterday the only issue we had is that our trees wouldn't come back. Really? Ooh, gross.
Hopefully they in their process of fixing things, they break in 7,000 different things.
It
used to
was
be
so good.
amazing.
Like, it was amazing. Like, when they loaded
I mean,
up.
it's still amazing when it runs.
Yeah, I think that... Okay, I think I did a good job with that house.
I think they had it in like a paper tiger situation where like it was like stable on paper as long as they didn't touch anything. And the moment they started touching things, everything broke.
Yeah. It's a shame. This is a really good game. I just hope it's not. But the thing is like New World was really good when it first came out too. I hope it doesn't go through the New World problem where everything starts to break.
The good thing about this game is it actually has endgame content.
Yeah, it's true. Do 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 do. Did this happen to you on your phone? What did?
We had lag spike. Welcome back, Lucy.
I need to check on. I would say check on my babies, but I haven't been like.
What do you think of this style of route?
It's good. I do think it needs walls.
Yes. Walls are planned.
Yeah, looks good. You should make the rooms actually fun.
Inner
Are you gonna make
walls
the? Are you gonna make the walls functional? Or the upstairs roof functional? Or the inside functional?
Probably, yeah. Actually, if I have these out, oh, I can actually make a use. Like I've got a ladder up here already.
Yeah.
I can actually put these here. Oh my god. I've never used these ones in a build yet because another thing I've made is walls are overrated. True. Look what happened to the Berlin Wall.
Oh no.
Got rid of that one. Yeah. Make search bars for pals. I've seen a mod that does that. Oh, okay, lag spike again.
Yep. No, I just let me. Broke a wall. That was my problem. Sorry. I didn't mean to try building.
I haven't been pressing forward for the last little bit, and I just opened a door and walked out of it.
Oh my god. Search bar for pals. Like, I mean, if you name them, is that what you mean?
I just search for pal type, I guess. I'm gonna lurk and chill on some YouTube for a bit.
Okie dokie.
Enjoy the YouTube.
Enjoy the YouTubes. Love you too. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Nuggies! You know I'll always be here. I'll be there for you.
Where the chicken nuggies are, I'll be there for you.
So, normally we're very cozy chill. Normally just sit here, relax, vibe. Today has been very chaotic. I expect that a lot of this week we're going to have some pretty big chaotic moments. And I think we just need to take some time every once in a while to just settle back down, lower our blood pressure a bit, because we're all getting old, especially me, and just relax. And then we'll come back and we'll do something crazy, like play some Gartic Phone later. And then we'll come back. Let's see. I'm kind of wondering, was there another Power patch? And maybe we've missed something? Oh,
Let me check. I feel like I would have patched when starting Steam today, but Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Rocking. Are we doing community games like each? Yes, yes.
Yes.
We just
Yes.
have to
Waiting for
get
people
enough
to come.
people to want to play them. So you can play it if you want. You can join us, absolutely. Are there plenty of people in the chat who want to play it? Because we could swap right now if we wanted to. Like I said, we're going based on vibes. You know, if people want to play, we can play. I don't know how I got up on this wall. How did this even happen? How did I even get here? You 100% join you guys? Yeah, for sure.
No patch yet.
No?
So I'm guessing there's just potential server issues.
Okay, so
Yeah. Community games are indeed on the agenda.
oh my gosh. Are you good? My dogs are in the floor. They're both here.
The community games are.
We have Jackbox, Gartic Phone, GeoGuessr. Where are the other ones? We could do Played Up technically,
We could
but
do
that's
Played
only
Up.
like
That's cool.
you guys are like hitting the visit. That's like much community as that.
Oh
Games.
yeah. That's like yeah.
It's
We
less
could do
interaction.
interactive games through Twitch. Yeah.
We could do MCDL. I kind of want to do that. Then for those that have Animal Crossing, we're planning on doing an Animal Crossing scavenger hunt, which is Traco themed, right? And we already have the list up and everything. We just need to, start playing it. Not having a VC forever. Oh yeah, no.
Yeah. We're not gonna have a big.
That was incredibly stressful last time. So
Yeah.
it'd
It's
be
just gonna be
that everybody could like participate in this regular themed scavenger hunt. It would just kind of be like more of like an update through chat kind of thing. Jackbox again. It's playing through your phone, so I think we just have to extend the time on there.
depending on like game. Like one or two people are probably fine, but like.
Yeah.
If we were to play like golf with your friends, that can have up to 10 people, that was insanely chaotic.
True. Golf with your friends is also an option if people want to play. Let's see. Cryptid Farm could work, but we'd need to like,
You need to buy the game.
you need to buy the game.
Yeah, like we haven't. I think you have.
I bought the game, yeah.
I don't own the game yet, so I'd have to buy that. It's basically the You can play it technically for free, but it's only the demo version.
And it's very like limited. So basically, you could run around and plant carrots and run away from cryptids. You can't do anything else like that. Yeah, I'd be down for whatever. So whatever you guys are up to or want to do, we're down for it. And it doesn't have to just be Power World. I know a lot of people are playing Power World right now, so I know not a lot of people, they don't mind like Power. For you, it wasn't stressful. It was just incredibly chaotic because I don't know if you realize this. I'm old. Wasn't stressful, just incredibly chaotic because we're all competing for that millisecond of science where everybody beta hears us just screeching. Yeah. Let's just get my internet to work with me. Currently fighting it.
Yeah, I have issues where like if there's too many people in a call, I would just be quiet. It happened when we were playing golf with your friend. It's just I am a shy boy.
Shy boy. Yeah. So
I'm
I don't mind. You said you'd love some Gartic and GeoGuessr. Do you mind if we swap to Gartic then?
I don't mind at
Actually, I
all.
kind of want to do MCDL first. But then we could do Gartic Phone. Just kind of like as a transition because it's shorter. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm more than fine to stop whenever.
You want to
I'm
stop the
just
server?
possibly good to stop the server.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've been head padded. Oh no, and Aiko Pass was also redeemed.
No. I
Ooh,
reject. I reject. Okay, I'm gonna quit the game.
I like it.
This is the credits. I'm glad I pulled up the credits now. Thanks. What roof? The one you just made? Yeah, I didn't say it was bad. I said it was good.
I like that. No,
Won't
I've
let you
recently
can
changed
have
to make it look
it. Okay, let's
make it
see.
fit. Would this be better though?
mcdoll.net. I'm gonna show you guys mcdoll because I fucking love mcdoll. I don't do it every single fucking day or whatever. I did. I used to, but it's fucking good. Okay, look at this
Let
shit.
me go back to title screen.
Look at this
Yeah,
shit.
you can shut the server whenever.
Okay. Stop server. Hopefully, when that comes back, it stops being stupid.
Let me get.
Okay. So today's Minecraft mob.
Let me get MC Doodle up as well.
Okay.
MC Doodle.
Yesterday's mob was a wither skeleton. I'm gonna start today by guessing a
Um,
silverfish. It is nothing. Nothing like a silverfish.
give me a second, my dove.
Okay.
I'm just gonna use the same overlay thingy I have set for the Subathon wheel.
That's fine. This is the
Where
same
is
thing
it?
I need.
Where is
Watch
it?
it be something incredibly obvious. Well, what's your
Okay.
guess, Sims? What do you think? If it's nothing like this, I could tell you why it's not, or we can discuss it. That's why I like it. That's why I like this. We have conversations about it. So we know it's not
Little
hostile. So I could say it's a pig. Does a pig have more than 8 health? We know it's taller. Silverfish was like the smallest fucking thing I could have picked. It was not a very good middle place to guess.
capture Subathon wheel.
Switching to laptop, 1 sec. Okay, that's fine.
Put this one, and then I put this down.
It's not an arthropod, which I didn't think that a silverfish was an arthropod, but now I know.
Did I put that in here by accident? I
Spawn,
did.
block, spawner, magic. It's not from a block, it's not from a spawner, and it's not from magic.
There we
And it's not hostile.
go. So it did mobs. What was the first
My
guess?
first
Silverfish?
guess was silverfish. I'm thinking about guessing Enderman next because that's like completely opposite.
Yeah. I might guess. I might guess a tall, lanky guy.
Enderman. Light
Right,
level
Enderman.
biome, kind of. Kind of either light level or biome, but
Light
not
level or
neutral.
biome,
So,
or light level and biome and something
but it's
else.
passive.
It's passive. Oh. Yeah, what's the height?
Shorter than 2.9 and taller than 0.3. I'm just saying it could literally be anything.
Villager. It is structure breeding conversion is
Part of it.
yellow.
Ooh. Breeding?
So it's a passive creature from a newer update that you can breed. Is it the what's the guy who digs up stuff?
Um, would that not just be like a specific villager?
No, not a
Oh, the
villager.
Sniffler?
The sniffler, yeah.
No, I think he's really tall and has really high health. Well, I guess the health is fine, but
Oh, it's taller than a villager.
okay.
So it's
Oh,
taller than
okay,
one.
so maybe Sniffler.
No, the sniffler is
Sniffer.
too short.
Oh, okay. So not Sniffer.
It's got more health than a villager. It's
Taller than a
taller than a
villager.
villager.
Shorter than an Enderman. Iron Golem?
Height 2.7 on an iron golem.
Not a golem. Shorter.
It's pure passive as well.
Oh, and its health is a lot lower.
Is it?
Horse?
It could be a horse. Is it a mule?
Okay, okay. 3, like
Camel.
passive. It is passive.
Oh, I got it.
What?
Camel.
I was thinking camel.
Horse with the right area.
Yay, nice. I was close. I was gonna guess camel. I was like, nah, that's too new. I didn't even look at it. Okay, up for guessing today's block. Camel's good. You would have never guessed camel? Oh,
I
geez.
only guessed camel because I typed in mule and I was like, wait, no, camel. Camel's slightly taller than a horse, right?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna guess cobblestone for the first block. It's a good block that starts at some places. Stack size 64. Yes. Flammable. No. Tools pickaxe. Full block. No.
Less blast resistant, but more hardness. Ooh, so that's gonna be.
Mm.
And it's not a full dot block. It could be a door. It's after pre-alpha.
After pre-alpha. Copper door?
Iron door? Oh,
Is it an iron door?
it's an iron door.
Wow, Justin.
I got that from a copper block. Not copper.
It's an iron door.
That was just a guess. I was like, oh, it's not a full block. Surely it's a
That's fine.
door.
Let's see if today is the compass for the item.
From cobblestone to iron door. I am cracked. As long as it's like not newer stuff, I'm cracked.
Good Lord. I know, right?
Compass. Compass is what I
We
start
always
with.
start with compass.
The one day we didn't do it on a long
It
streak,
was a
it was
compass, yeah.
and I was sad.
All right, let's see. It's not
It's
a
renewable.
it's not a tool and
It's
utility.
craftable.
Hmm.
It's only craftable. It's the only way you get it.
Oh.
Trades all trades and all loot and or something else.
Renewable.
Or maybe not. The renewable category is such a weird category. There's so many things that are Hika. Uh, but Daddy.
Thanks, Hika.
Oh, sorry about that.
Plank is not an item, that's right. Craftable. Chest. Chest piece. No, that's mixed. Hold on. Fuck. Fuck.
What
Rarity
if
is common. Common.
I'm gonna go for a food?
Carrot?
Say potato. No, no, no,
I
no.
typed carrot.
Mushroom.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh.
It's after pre.
Carrot told me first off it's not food. It's
It's not food.
also, yeah, it's not food and it is not found by a villager. It is the chest or a mob. Mob or container.
Um, Sims. Sometimes we look up like pictures of like newer stuff. We don't know what all the variations of things you can do with copper.
We'll look up
Look up.
we'll look up a list of items in Minecraft
Yeah.
and be like,
Especially the next one we're gonna do is what we look up stuff.
mhm.
Yeah, hello Hika.
What is
It
craftable?
is craftable. It is only craftable. Ooh,
It is
that makes
only
it is
craftable.
craftable.
It says is it? See,
It's not like you don't cook it. You just craft it.
craft it.
You said it's dropped by a monster.
Yeah. Sword. No, because that would be mixed. Rarity would be mixed on weapons and stuff. I guess sword says
Could it
common.
be an armor piece?
Sword says common. I'm gonna type sword.
Chain. Oh no.
No. Oh my god, of course, sword doesn't stack in 64. What am I talking about? 64 stack should tell us a lot more.
Yeah, true. Iron list would help a lot. There's so many items that it's easy to. That's the challenge with this.
Uh, ooh, I think I have an idea, but it's not.
Is it?
Fire charge?
Is it a nugget? Is it like a gold nugget? Oh, that gave a lot. Release 1.0 stack size 64. It's common rarity. It is an ingredient. Um, the only I chose gold nugget.
Okay.
It's not a gold nugget because you get that from. The only thing I got wrong was recipe because this is saying it is chest and mob.
Right. It's
Um,
not any of the gold stuff.
not furnace, but it is crafting table. That is okay.
You said the gold nugget was in the right release?
no. Everything with a gold nugget is correct. It's 1.0,
Okay.
1.0, 64 common ingredient is renewable.
But except for the recipe?
The recipe, yes, it is just crafting table, not crafting table furnace.
Okay.
It is not iron nugget. That's the same recipe. Category.
Yeah, any ingots are going to be furnace. But it's going to be an ore.
It could be something dropped by a mob that's not food. Chain? No.
Not amethyst.
Release 1.0, it's early.
Oh,
Yes,
that's
it's
true.
1.0 release. It is full release. What did mobs drop and were in dungeon chests?
And are considered to
And it's
be,
a common rarity
and
thing.
it's an
It's not
ingredient.
an ingredient, yeah.
I was going to say leather, but that's not right.
Uh, Sugarcane? Ooh.
It's not the right release. It's not the right release.
Sugarcane's a block. Sugar
Oh, yeah.
is the item. It
It
could
can't be
be
placed on the ground. The difference between a block and an item is, can it be placed on the ground or does it need an item frame? Like a torch would be a block.
and it can't be eaten at all. It's not like rotten flesh or a spider eye.
An ingredient.
Blaze powder? No.
Bottle?
No, it's not blaze powder because that's in
Bottle? Oh my god, I'm so fucking close with this shit. It's not a bottle. Because
there
the
is
bottle doesn't come in containers. Water bottle? No, hold on.
there
Nope.
is red herrings as well where everything's correct but it's not the right
Well, it's
item.
not really a red herring. It will tell you straight up that
Yeah.
this everything is correct on this.
And it will mark out everything.
Mm-hmm.
Um
Can you look up item release 1.0 if you want to? But like,
we'll keep trying to get it,
yeah, we'll
but
keep trying to get it. Don't tell us anything you find on the list,
yeah.
because like this is still, it's like early on, so we can figure this out.
I've only guessed 2 items. Is it mob drops the big thing I'm looking at? Is it like
Do you usually think mob drops is a big
No.
thing that you? I'm also looking at
I
the
found
chest. What else can you find in a container?
You can find lots of things in
I tried
containers.
looking up bowl. Bowl is earlier or later. I don't know. Earlier.
String?
No, string's not craftable.
Oh, it isn't. And like a bow is. Wait. A bow you can get from more than just the mob and container.
Yeah, I'm also looking at stack size.
And stack size, yeah. The stack size could actually be the big thing. It's either check paper. I mean, the paper's alpha, but
Stick is not it.
no, mobs can't draw maps.
No.
You think you know the dimension? I'm thinking it's nether.
Is it nether dimension? But the nether dimension, if it was the nether dimension, could be not a lot of things.
It is nether, yeah. I've been thinking nether dimension since the nugget, honestly. Um, just craft nether
What do you
back
think you
in
want?
1.0.
Only thing in 1.0 was the nether wart, but that's not craftable.
It's not craftable, is it? It's not blaze powder because that has more
Potion
categories.
doesn't stack.
Is it skull? No, it's not with the skulls because they're blocks.
Yeah, I was thinking of it too.
Uh,
Gassed tier? No.
quartz?
No. Recipe's not. No.
No, it's not quartz because that's furnace.
Right. Gas tier
Goth?
doesn't have a recipe.
No, it
Can
doesn't.
only be crafted.
It could be.
Type nether. Magma cream?
Is it magma cream?
Oh, yep, that's the one. I totally
is
forgot
magma
that
cream.
existed.
We always forget about like
Damn.
a type of item. The next one's the big one.
All right, crafting bee. Here's the big one. Now we just go ham on this shit. No, I didn't click time guesser. I clicked. No, go back.
Okay, we've got a die and
Crafting.
oh, this one might be easy.
How to do these?
Bed, die the gas saddle.
I don't remember how to do these.
Make a chest
Oh shit.
and a crafting table and a button and a boat and some sticks and a pressure pad and trapdoor, regular door. This is MCDL. It's basically just like a bunch of Minecraft daily like puzzles.
Yep.
Guessing.
20 recipes.
I'm gonna be able to dye the wool.
Yeah, I already did.
Forget about carpet. We always forget about
Oh my god, we
carpet.
fucking always forget about carpet, dude.
Bowl.
Bowl, we always forget that too. And boat.
Yeah, I got the boat.
I'm trying to remember how to make a barrel.
Oh, I think it's slab top, middle, top, bottom, and then bottom, middle, and then yes, and then planks on the sides. Isn't there a
Oh, yeah.
composter as well?
Oh yeah, what was that one? So like that, and then I don't remember the composter recipe.
Is it all just? Oh, it's all slabs
Oh, is it? Okay.
and a jigure.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got 5 more
I have
left.
7 more left. I have the bookshelf, the chest, slab, stairs. Actually, I haven't done really much with the terracotta.
I haven't done stairs and all slab.
Oh, hold on. Terracotta, colored terracotta.
Colored terracotta.
Um,
Around it.
wool. What did you do? Wool, the blue wool.
I made carpet.
Yeah. You
Damn
made
it.
wool? Oh yeah. Did
Did
you
not
make a
make it.
bed?
Haven't made a bed, no.
Bowl. Okay, start listing off the things you have.
I have dyed, so in order, dyed bed, dyed gas saddle.
Okay.
Chest, crafting table, button, boat, stick.
I forgot to make a chest.
That's okay.
Chest, button, stick. Gotcha.
Pressure pad, trapdoor, door.
Pressure pad, door. Oh my god.
Dyed wool,
I'm done.
carpet. You're
I'm
done?
done. I was missing all the basic ones. Okay, list off what you have. Okay, continue.
So continuing from there, dyed wool, carpet, bowl, compost, barrel, and barrel. Stairs, slab, dyed terracotta. Or is that concrete
Did you
powder?
okay? Did you dye the wool?
Yes, I dyed the wool.
And you made a bed?
Made a bed.
How many are you missing?
Missing 1.
Colored the terracotta?
Yes, colored the terracotta. I
Compost.
feel like it's a basic thing I'm missing.
Wooden stairs?
I made the stairs and the slab after you said something, yep.
Boat.
Got a boat already. Got a
Chiseled
bowl.
bookshelf.
That's the one I'm missing. I believe I remember how to make that. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Nice. Now we can do.
That one was an easier one. Sometimes they get really ridiculous when they start. You craft a composter with slabs, in like a big U. So you don't do the middle and the top middle, but everywhere else is slabs in a giant U. Like you're taking a chest, like you're making a chest, but then take out the top one.
Okay, I
Which will be
have a Gartic phone lobby. I'm
oh,
gonna
you got a
copy the link. I'm going to go ahead and pin the link. Let's see.
whenever
Join
it
us.
involves like a stick or some redstone or like one of the variations of copper, that's when it gets really complicated in the crafting bee.
Manually unpinned and stream. Okay. There you go. If you want to join for Gartic phone, join in, please. I don't want to be a chicken. Are we both chickens?
How do I change my picture? I don't think.
I don't know.
I has legs. Hi, Al.
Ow!
Thank you for the biddies. The 5 bits.
Join us, join us, join us. I want to be joining with my. I'm gonna be drawing with my mouse because I can't be fucked.
I'll get in the drawing tablet out.
And a full body and not living in a trash can. He can live in a trash can if you want him to.
Yeah, I do have. There is a trash man redeem.
We have a Sims. Is anybody else joining?
Pardon me.
You're joined, but you gotta go soon. I completely understand. I
That's
completely
more than
understand.
okay. We're just probably gonna leave this open for a little bit.
Yep, we're just gonna sit here and vibe. So how's everybody doing? You had to do the Twitch authorization shit. Completely understand. 5 bits is 3 seconds. Yep. I don't know how. Well, it doesn't. It really just goes up by. According to the thing, it goes up by 100 bits. So it, like technically below 100 bits doesn't raise it at all.
Oh my god.
Huh?
6 seconds
Why is
with
my,
10
the
bits.
thing is, I don't understand is why does my thing not go up by itself?
I don't know why yours doesn't go up by itself. 20 bits is 12 seconds. I was experimenting for science.
I don't know if. Oh, okay. So it is. So you're seeing the thing go up.
I'm seeing it go up, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well then never mind.
35 bits is 21 seconds. I believe at 500 bits, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We have that set.
Theoretically, my shit's not going up. What time? What time do you have on yours?
6 hours and 32 seconds.
Jesus
31.
Christ.
30.
Control. Pause. Trying to. I don't want to
40
reset
bits,
the
24
timer.
seconds.
I just want to add time.
You have to manually add time, but then that will add time to me as well because we're sharing chat. But that's okay.
Oh, that's why your time is so much higher.
Yes, I am 50 minutes up.
Right. Okay.
I've made a note to take off 50 minutes at the end.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get like one more person in.
A few rounds of oral.
Oh. Oh yeah. Oral?
A few rounds of oral and either knock off or.
I was like, oral? Why are you saying oral? Normal.
No.
I don't think you want to give a few rounds of oral, okay? Look, this is not that kind of stream.
Keep it at 6 hours. Thank you for all the bits, Al. I need a pee. I will be right back.
Well, I guess I'll go with you since we have to do a few. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No. Oh, yeah. Well, I've never heard anybody refer to it as that.
In school?
No.
Do oral presentations.
Look, oral presentation's different. Okay, go away. So let's see, normal. I do like normal. I do like normal. They'll get added. Where did Lucy go? He said no. He said he doesn't want to participate in oral. Lucy love this. It's not as bad as your chat sometimes, but that's good. Keep it at 6 hours. I don't know why my time isn't going up. I have to add mine manually every time. The whole reason I have a subathon timer is so I don't have to do the fucking work. Nikki!
Would also be the toothbrush paste brand.
Nikki has joined. I don't know where Lucy went. It discount you. It discounts you? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Everybody's being discounted.
No. Oh my
Okay, we
god, I'm
got
still
5
getting
people.
bits now.
All right, let's go normal. Go normal
Thank you
mode.
so much, Al.
I am going to do a custom setting on normal though for each one. I'm trying to
Internet to work
basically I'm
nicely.
trying
Nice,
to
nice, nice, nice.
increase the amount of time. No, I guess we don't need to increase it. That's for Jackbox. That's more of an issue with Jackbox.
Yeah.
Oops, my bad. I'm so sorry.
What you just do?
I accidentally.
I am the host
Hold
now.
on. I want to go back.
Fear me, for I've got the crown.
No.
I'm gonna kick everyone. No. Commission, it gave
Shit.
me a 16 hours.
My bad. My bad.
Oh,
It's
you're
fine.
not a chicken. I mean, you're not a pigeon anymore. You're a
Oh
ghost.
shit! I died.
You're a ghost pigeon.
Okay, well I guess you started then.
Yeah. So we're gonna start the first round of normal guard
Yeah.
phone. 3, 2, 1. Write a sentence.
Um.
Oh, I always suck at this part.
I like my sentence. You threatened it by saying you'll drop in the bathtub. Fair enough. That's good. I'm glad. I am a ghost.
I have already drunk this entire can of Monster. Damn.
Me too, almost.
Splish splash toaster bar.
Nice. Okay. I'm doing this with my mouse, so.
I'm. Oh my god, this is gonna be.
This looks like a dick.
Drawing.
I'm so sorry.
I forgot about the paint tool. Um, I I don't remember what he looks like. I don't even remember his eye color for sure. Else can be.
I don't remember the face. I don't know. That might be correct. The fuck do I know? Doopy doop.
Like he's got
Looks like a
this
dick.
somewhere. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what this character looks like anymore.
Oh my. I'm just like, oh, there we go. This is helpful.
I think that's right. And then like
I give him a little backpack.
is this looking like a penguin?
I always make backpacks brown, dude.
Uh,
Got a zipper. It's gonna need a zipper. It doesn't really have arms, so. Oh shit. Shit. Uh. Right, done. I guess. Oh my god! You're not wrong, Hika. Now I'm mad.
Erase this. Cool. Oh my god. Oh,
Um, hmm.
Huh? I know what they're supposed to be. I know what that. What is this? What is this?
I don't know. Oh shit. Shit. It's okay. I got this. I got this. Obviously, I need to have an enemy. That is gonna be a brick. And then, then, deh, deh, deh.
Okay, tell them. Have
Do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Obviously, because, Seep's talented. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Don't forget, we need the bow. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, I gotta draw my new outfit. Sure. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Oh no. Circles combined with the line. A number 8 that's really long. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've seen some too. They're fucking incredible. Not me though. Now I'm drawing with my mouse today. Mm-hmm. How you draw me? Drawing myself. You wish you were that good. This good? Yep. Get on my level, Hika. Just saying.
This is just an are you a weeber now?
Oh.
Yeah, no, no, I'm not gonna have enough time.
No.
No. What the fuck is this?
Um.
Okay. Uh. Uh. Okay. Okay. Um. Um. Um.
I think I'm pretty clear about what this is. This is very clear. I like that I can even understand, exactly what's happening by the visuals. Unless I hope. Okay, here we go. Waiting for the host to start the album's visualization.
Manual.
Yeah, perfect.
And okay, cool. So I started with this was my prompt. Aiko doing a head spin.
Oh,
Lucy drew.
okay.
Pretty
Actually,
good.
that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, that does look pretty good. That does look pretty good. That makes me think about what I
Oh,
got last.
Aiko.
Aiko falling down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I could
I
see
can
that.
see that.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'm good at this. I had to have an
Oh,
enemy.
oh my god, a brick! No! Aiko trips over brick and face plants. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Keeping the theme.
There you go. Looks perfect. Exactly. First game that was
To be
hiking
accurate,
Moon Knight that never lost
breakdancing,
health. Second match you had to do.
headspin the face plant, same thing.
Very nice, very nice. Let's see next.
Next.
Sim says.
Sim says, Creeper goes to school.
Ooh. I did real good.
Ooh, oh my
My creeper
god.
looks like a cat.
That is amazing. Creeper goes to school. Hopefully it doesn't blow up.
Blow it up. Night Whipper.
Good night, Whipper. This is where I utterly butcher it. I think I kept the theme of Creeper.
Oh gosh. I love it. What in the world? That is not a school.
That that was
That
gonna
is a
be
farmer.
that was gonna be. I was in the process of drawing it, but it's very much a how much of a weeb are you?
Not me. Not,
There's
apparently
gonna
not at
be
all.
a little Japanese school like preschool kid.
Oh.
They wear like a yellow rain hat and yellow vest when they walk into school.
Oh, I see. I was not gonna get that.
Creeper with a man in a straw hat.
Yep.
Accurate.
Yep. Exactly.
It's Creeper with Luffy who lost his red ribbon. I feel sad.
Why are you sad, Dino?
Dino,
What's
why
wrong?
are you sad?
You're on your way home. You can all like we're gonna be here for a long time.
We literally just started.
Yeah, we literally
The
started. You're
time's
good.
fine.
You can join anytime. You're good.
Yeah. How are you doing other than sad, Dino?
I'm waiting to see what Nikki said. Mask.
Mickey Mouse, Mask Mickey Mouse at the court.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Miska Mouse.
I
Not guilty.
Miska Mouska. Oh, it's supposed to be Mouska, not guilty. Mickey Mouse is not guilty. I mean, sure.
Come inside. It's fun inside. Damn. No seeing or Minky allowed ban lock.
Pretty accurate.
I see. I
Ban
can
lock.
see. I can see. Yeah.
This was the first round. You're on the way home from London. Oh, you might take a bit, but
Oh
you know
yeah.
we're gonna be here all day.
Yeah.
Happy seeing my cousin Millie. Oh,
Oh. I'm
glad you
glad
could
you had
meet
a
your
good
cousin and
time.
have fun. Yeah. Lucy's prompt Aiko and Tristan wedding day and make it funny.
Ew.
It was very funny when I said, "Love you from the bottom of my fart."
It did. It was very funny.
That is canon.
And also, like you've spelled it the way our officiant said his name. Tristan.
That's what that was.
What?
It's a ring.
I see. What did you think it was?
I don't know. I was going like, didn't have enough time to draw like a rotten apple or in a trash can. Does the trash go to Aiko or Tristan?
Oh no! It's a ring.
It's a ring. It's because of the dent on the side. I was like, oh, it's like an apple or something.
How dare your
Like
ring
a
be
potato.
dented?
Oh my god, that's accurate. Nice work, Nikki.
Got
I
confused.
confused me. Who's the stinky trash can? I think everyone would be confused about my stinky trash can and why Aiko likes the smell of it.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of kids. That's 2 seconds of rating. I know. Like,
One of my cousins are having a baby. Oh, congratulations to the cousin having a baby if it was planned.
dented our ring. Got a freaking hole in it.
Yeah, who said it, Romain? I'm sorry.
I said, I'll throwing pennies at Tristan's head.
Pennies. That's not what I got.
Oh my god.
This is what I got. I feel like somewhat accurate, but with wrong characters. Miku throwing a peanut. Great. It was supposed to be the link. I ran out of time. Great link. That was supposed to be pennies, and it became penis. The way the circle looks. Don't. You're not wrong.
Nikki! Nikki the fuck!
If the circle was separated just slightly more, you made me drop cock. I just love the shocked face. You didn't have time to cuddle the pennies. I downloaded it as a GIF. Oh,
Just gonna
yeah,
add
that
that.
needs to be downloaded. Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
Oh, do we want to remake Lobby with you as the host? Or be fine
Oh,
with
it's fine with you as the host. Oh yeah, I was getting ready to say let's have Dino join in, but I realized Dino's still on the way back.
No,
All right.
oh my
If anybody, by the way, if anybody's like, oh, I want to join in, let us know and we'll pause the next round so you guys can join in. But the link is at the top. You should be able to join in at any time. It'll just like add you to the list and you'll wind up starting the next round.
let me see if I can pin the link to my
Okay.
shared chat.
Okay.
I have to go here and then. Oh, I've got to.
I need more monster.
I think that's a new
I have
scam going on there.
cables. What? What's the scam?
I cannot pin the link. That's okay. Um, Whenever I'm streaming the Power Word category, sometimes I get DMs by people saying, "Hey, nice stream. When will you be streaming Power World?" As I'm actively streaming Power World,
That's weird.
and it's like I think that's supposed to get a response where you say, "I am streaming Power
And
World."
then you're like, ha ha.
Ha! Caught you. Um, but yeah,
I don't have it to where I can message people. Or people can't message me. I have to message them first. Again.
in Twitch DMs.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do that. Cool. Again, one more normal.
Yeah.
Let's go. 2, 1. Write a sentence. Uh,
Yeah. Can't wait to see where this goes.
this is gonna be interesting.
Demon. Demon. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's terrible. Damn it. I don't know. This is terrible.
Uh, I'm
I don't know
sure.
what the hell I'm doing. I gotta pull up a reference picture. Yep, that's that. There we go. Yep. Okay. Let's see. I'm right. Okay. And then. That's just like the freak. Okay. Wait, I'm super talented, guys. I need you to just like get on my fucking level. Shit.
There we go.
There you go. That's
This is
terrible.
chef's kiss. Mwah,
I
perfection.
don't know what the fuck I
This is
just.
better
I'm
than
so sorry.
anything I've ever
I have.
driven ever.
I'm so cursed.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna get. There you go.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Mhm.
Blue dress,
Now
darling.
she is naked.
Uh. Uh. Ooh, buddy. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Um. Uh. Okay, I did this wrong. Okay.
I just draw. I've forgotten how to draw stick figures.
I just realized this needs to be yellow.
Wah, wah. Ba, 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 ba.
The dude.
Da Vinci. Oh my god, I need to give you
Okay,
arms.
I go.
There we go.
Okay, I guess. Oh, oh.
I know
Oh,
what you you got. Square up.
um, I guess. That's that's how I feel. That's probably what's happening. Mm.
I was right the first time. Sometimes words don't words don't brain well.
Words don't brain well. All right.
Like I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, that's right, that's how you spell it. And then my eyes and brain is just like, no, that's not how you
Can't wait to see the visualization.
do it. My prompt was Elmo killing Shrek with a pickaxe.
Okay,
Okay, honey, you got that one.
I hate it.
Okay, okay. Cursed Elmo goes mining with sheep. Sheep from the theme of the pickaxe.
Shrek lost some weight.
Dang, Shrek. Elmo stole it all. Red Man and Goblin on or Shrek wins finals.
I love it.
Yes. Red Man is
There you
Elmo's
go.
nickname now.
Red Man.
Red Man.
Zim says,
Tristan stuck in tornado. Aiko saves him. You gave me that prompt. Okay, This was perfection. I am artiste.
all right, all right.
I got you.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
Aiko thought Tristan in a tornado. Oh no!
It was misread as tomato. It was misread as tomato.
Tomato. I see. Aiko gave him a naked Tristan. Oh my god. It's like me most of the time when I'm not cold. That is perfection.
Because when you spell tomato, looks like
Oh,
tomato. I love
that is amazing.
that. That's beautiful.
And Nikki wrote Tristan fighting God. Oh my god.
Sorry how this has progressed for you.
Square up. God-given guy lightning is saying square up, so big fight. Square up. The fuck? Zeus smiting thine peasants. That is an amazing drawing of Zeus.
Thanks, appreciate it. It took me like 30 seconds, I think.
Dang. Nice use of the square and circle.
Appreciate it.
That one is amazing. I love that. Icon Tristan being very sus and sneaky and he. Oh my god, Lucy.
Oral.
Oral. Luckies. Stinky VTubers considered oral. PG. Oh, I got that from you.
Okay, good.
Ah. Aiko and Tristan stuck in the trash. Perfect.
I love it.
Misread sneaky as stinky. Same thing.
I love the misreadings. That's beautiful.
Oh, it's always fun doing things like this with dyslexic people because like, you go really weird places and it's great.
It was just stinky for no reason. Nick is he's just like, oh, they just stink. That's the problem. That's how you could tell it's them. They're very smelly. Kirby
blowing a bubble with gum.
Oh no!
Lucy read that as gun. Kirby with guns.
What the fuck?
Kirby, I don't know what he looks like. He's pink. That is the one thing about Kirby is pink ball. You missed
That's
the Kirby
why.
defining features of pink. You got ball.
That's why I thought that Kirby blowing a bubblegum bubble would have been hilarious because it had just been two big pink balls.
With a turnus.
Now he's got a gun. I didn't see it going this way.
That's why we love Dotted Cone. Kirby with a gun.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god, he evolved from 2 guns. Kirby with gun, plural. He got 1 gun.
He lost one of his guns. Shit.
No.
He dropped it off in the river after he killed that guy.
Oh my god. Deforted needs to learn from Kirby.
I thought it said blowing bubble with gum. It did say blowing bubble with gum.
Yeah, with gum, not gun. Gum. Unless that's the shape of a gun, of your gum, then I'm quite worried.
Okay.
You turn. Do you want to do another normal, or do you want to do like knockoff or?
Ooh, what do you guys want to vote on? Do you guys want to do you have a? Can we do animation? Some says animation.
Animation is really
Okay,
fun.
let's do animation. That was really fun.
Is there anyone else that wants to join in?
Yeah.
Because I chugged that monster so fast, I need to pee again.
Okay,
so,
go for it. He's gonna go pee. I'm gonna vibe here.
You're down to anything?
Perfect. We're gonna go kill someone.
Maybe.
Whoa.
I'm gonna pick a different. Go to bathroom. Trying to pick a different icon. What do I want to be? I don't know what the options are. Just clicking. Hopefully something speaks to me. I'm going to be. Give me a number. Give me a number. Anybody? Any number. I will click it that many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45. It's perfect! Love it. That's perfect. Exactly. Lucy's going back. He's like, I want a different face too. There he goes. Love it. A star is born in death. Nice. So we're gonna do animation, which those who have not played animation, basically what you do is you take the picture that somebody drew and you add on to it. So basically like you're moving something and there's going to be a little red pen, and the little red pen you can use and it won't show up in the final animation. But what you do is you can kind of write on it to be like, this is what I'm trying to do. This is what you should do next, kind of thing.
I explain animation. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So it's not like the other ones because this one right here, it will go into a GIF and you'll get to see things move like a small little animation. So you have to get it to move with like a flow or whatever. So try and use the same colors. Try and use the same colors as the person before you. So unless of course you're adding something else to it. But it's not drawing something random. It's drawing, I mean, you will ultimately wind up drawing something random. But
Yeah, you're just continuing someone's animation. So animation, custom settings, my drawings, turn all okay. I would set a set amount of turns, so all plus one would mean we all draw on someone's, and then someone would draw again on it.
I feel like we should do ×2. Yeah? Is there like a ×2 where it goes around the circle twice?
200%.
Yeah.
Yeah, like animation, really fun with like either more people or increasing the turns.
Mm-hmm. Because if
Which
not,
actually
it's
made
going to be really short and it's not going to be.
which actually made the Aiko throwing dicks at Tristan.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Um,
I'm down for that. Somebody should do it. Don't everybody do it though, so.
standard photo square. Is there time? Do we want how fast do we want?
Ooh, not fast, but like decent. I don't know, like normal.
So
Normal
it's
time should be
fast,
fine.
normal, slow, regressive, progressive, dynamic, infinite, host decision, faster first turn, slower first turn.
Let's click dynamic. No, because we don't want it to be. We want people. There needs to be a time limit on it, otherwise we can be here for all damn day. So just normal is fine.
Yeah, normal. Okay, cool. Okay. So this everyone we got for animation? Ready to
Yeah, but I
everyone ready
think you clicked off of it.
off of it?
Yeah. Or did you? I don't know.
No, it's
Oh,
an
okay.
animation with custom settings.
Okay, because these are the presets. So you have to start it from there. Go at the bottom. Scroll down.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. that not how we start? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I thought you started from here. You started from that customizing menu. Yeah, you started from
you
here.
can.
I think.
You can go back, check different game modes and stuff like that. So 200%, yeah, you can start from here.
Okay.
200% is still there. You look familiar.
Okay.
Hello, Gary. It's Gary.
Gary.
Hello. Yeah. So I hope everyone's ready to dedicate life to drawing Aiko throwing a dick at me.
Oh my god.
Hey, there's no paint bucket in this mode as well. Yeah. God, I want to restart. Boom, boom, boom. Could have got it.
Don't know what I'm doing. Feels like the very first time. Feels like the first time. Feels like the very first time. Like the first time. Very first time. I decided this guy has orange hair. I am. Oops. Boom. I don't know where we're going with this, but that's not up. Up now. Oh, okay. All right. I will attempt to do this. I'm gonna like preview this. Yes, how's everybody doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, my name is Aiko Heart. For those who haven't met me, my name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom. Hi, we have just debuted our brand new models. Today's stream is to celebrate our 1 year wedding anniversary, and we are. Do I have to draw it from? Does this the amount of time I have? Is that all of it? Oh shit! I was running into it. Okay, okay. So like, hold on. I'm talking at the same time. Don't worry. Don't mind me. Um, we are celebrating our 1 year wedding anniversary, and then debuting our new models, which we have been working on since last year.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you have to come to my one to see my model, and you have to be on Aiko's to see hers.
We did
don't
debut
have-
them together, but like while we're playing games and stuff like that, it's not exactly like super practical because like
They take up a lot of CPU.
yes. So we both have new models. We've got the model parents and everything like that. Let's make my notes.
The stream is doing wonderfully so far. We are having so much fun. Um, uh, uh,
Sorry. Sorry. Okay.
how did your stream go?
Yes, it's going great. Yes, how did your stream go? That's a good thing. And also, Asami, I know if you by the time I met you literally 2 years ago. I'm so happy for you from drawing and debuting your model, getting married, moving to a country, practically lost world, not doing a dual debut. Happy for you and then both to see you. Oh, thank you so much, Asami. We love you so much because you're such a fucking sweetie. Asami,
You are so
we talk
sweet.
about you all the time. Now you're so fucking sweet and amazing.
Mm.
Oh my god, I knew I was gonna have to draw this. Ew.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord. Don't look, children. I hope there's no children, but there could be. Great. Um, I don't think this was the way it was meant to go, but you know, this is what we're with, I guess. Yes, Tristan has legs, and you guys could still
I
put
have
us back in a
leg.
trash can if you wanted to, because
We do have
I don't know
a
when I got scoliosis, but all right.
fortunately just we are we are trying to focus on drawing as well as doing like the rage spiel.
Yes, Rage Spiel. It is including of we love our
Of the group.
models. We got our models from a couple of Chinese artists who are incredible and super, super fucking nice. We have, it's been killing us to keep everything a secret. There's only people who have actually seen the models are literal family.
I did good with this one.
Nice.
Thank you. They are amazing. We have been I currently got sparkly
Aww.
eyes. We have been watched some videos because I was a bit sick again. I hope you get better soon. Then we played some Stranova semi-free for this game. Oh no. Play Power World 24/7.
Yes.
When you're playing Power World sometimes. We are doing absolutely wonderfully. We are we are
Guess. I guess. I don't know.
um
But yeah, we love our models. We're gonna keep conditioning our we're gonna keep commissioning our model parents in the future, so we can keep the same artists and whenever we're doing like add-ons and stuff like that. You've been avoiding Power World because whenever I play for 10 hours. Oh, Asami, 10 hours. Oh my God. Psh. We've been playing minimum 12 hours, up to like 18 hours, Asami.
Power
We
World. You're
have
sponsored by Power
problems,
World.
okay?
Okay.
We have an issue, okay? Our issue is that we have an addiction. The addiction,
I don't know what I'm drawing. I huh?
we have an addiction to Power World, and I'm not sorry. I love it. I love it. It's amazing. Your PC literally started dying. Oh, geez. No, that sucks.
No, it's Sami's PC. No. What if I bully the PC? You can't stream past 6 hours anymore. Oh no.
Oh, no. Damn.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm drawing here because
It's special.
no, they wrote notes on it.
Oh.
It's just I can't read squiggles.
Oh, I see. I see. You've been forcefully nerfed. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a shame.
You've been killing too many people in Power World.
Mhm.
Power World? Chernobyl.
Yeah.
How has Chernobyl been going? I genuinely don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna copy this.
Today's been really chaotic, so we played like a tiniest amount of Power World. We hopped on, I ran
Built
around in
things.
circles, built a roof, and then jumped off. And now we're playing this. But it's going to be a bit chaotic this week. There are going to be times where we're cooled down, but right now it's Like we got raided, and it was amazing fucking raid. Which, by the way, don't even know if my fucking time went up. Tristan, how much time is on your timer?
5 hours, 15 minutes.
Oh, that sounds about
45.
right then. No, because my time didn't go up. I got
Yeah,
rated.
yours
Whoa.
doesn't go
Okay.
up.
All right. How many people rated? 47 viewers. 47 times 1. 47 minutes should be the addition. Let me see. I don't know why this is not increasing. Okay. 47 minutes. You know what, Tristan? You can just get rid of your timer and we'll just go based on mine. How's that?
That sounds good. I'm fine doing that.
Added more time. There we go. Oh, okay. What is this?
Oh my god, it's this one.
You're excited for new skin? Nice, nice, nice. Um,
I'll get rid of my
really
timer
know what I'm
after.
looking at. No, it's okay. Take your time. I don't know
You
what
take my time.
I'm looking at. Take your timer. All over his fingers.
Gonna return the eyeballs. Because I imagine there were eyeballs earlier. Yes, if you need to raid and run,
Yes, if you need to raid and run,
please
because
do.
I understand you're really busy. We figure if you're awake enough to hang out with us, you're probably awake enough to continue streaming yourself, huh? So I completely understand if you need to take care of yourself, take a break. Please do. We do not want any broken streamers, except for us. We're the only ones allowed.
Please don't ban me, Mr. Twitch.
Please question mark? I don't know. Oh, look at the head pad. Did my head pads even show up? I haven't even been paying that much attention. Hold on. I'm gonna head pat myself because I need to see. Okay, it is working. Yeah. I think it's cheese. I'm not sure. Hello, Dark Aether. How you doing? Oh my god, I like this snowman. So cute. Aw, that's adorable. Boom.
Oh,
Huh? Um.
what is happening here? I don't know what's happening, but I love it.
Oh, this is gonna be something.
Yeah. After we finish this round, we'll do
More chatty for sure.
more chatty stuff. We'll
Of
see if we
course,
can.
you joined us in like the earlier part of like when we're doing a 200%.
Oh, thankfully we didn't have like 20 people.
True. I love 115. How are you? 115. How are you? 115.
115.
11.
The song?
Is that who this is? Wait, I
No.
don't know. I don't know anything. I know nothing. I don't know. Is there a song called 115? I don't know.
There is a song called 115. It is an Easter egg in a Call of Duty game. Uh, in the zombies mode.
I see. I also heard there's like
It
an
is a cool song.
element 115 in some game. I don't know what it is.
Yes, that is also Call of Duty Zombies.
Is it? Okay. Gonna lurk for now. Need to rest ears from the clutches of my headset. I completely understand. Get some rest. Love you, Asami. Thank you so much for the raid.
Thank you, Tommy.
Don't know what I'm looking at, but there you go.
Um, I hope everyone is having a wonderful time. I hope everyone enjoyed the Asami stream.
Asami
We
Stream
are
Fest stream.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is day one of our subathon.
It's gonna
We
go
are
all week. We have goals and everything like that. If you want to know the goals, we'll have no problem telling you. For like, hey, what's up next? Our next is community chooses co-op game within budget reason. Budget reason, and we are 5 subscribers away from that. Oh, I see. I see. I gotta probably add like how many subs we have, so that people know where we're at. The fuck
what was
is this?
okay.
NG Luck Pestum. Sure, those are words. Oh God, how am I doing this? No, I don't think this is how this started out. I feel like all of these are somehow developing a dick. For example, I don't think I've drawn my prompt.
I am back on the one of the prompts I've done.
I feel like I'm back on one of the prompts I've done, but what the fuck do I know? I don't know why there's a giant dick. I don't know. It's causing him to fall over because of all the... This is not pleasant. It's not a pleasant drawing for me. Okay. I feel super classy. Looks like a boot. He's a boot. Okay, where are we at? Let me see. Make goals. Text. Goals. Oops. Goals 2.
I'm gonna head out. Take care, guys. See you later. See you later,
Have
Hika. I hope
fun.
you
Love
have
you, Hika. Have a good time.
Elena Sigma, classic zombies, Kino de Totten, hidden song. Yes, yes. You just I think there's 3 radios or 4 radios around the map that you smack.
I see, I
What
see.
the? How? Yeah. I see what you mean by things have devolved into pain.
Yep. Yep. Unfortunately, I feel like you're getting them after me.
Maybe.
Um, Interesting. Yeah, ready to securing. Hungry eyes. I am going to be going along with the notes of this person. I don't know why or how this has worked. Let's see. I don't know.
Mm.
How do we?
The Raiders. It's not. It's three Oh yes, meteorite little things. I think the
Oh,
radios play the music though. Once you hit them or something. I remember there being like radio thingies there. Maybe it's a science station.
okay. Well, I guess
Uh,
I don't know. I guess where this goes. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Everything has turned into peen. Started out, everybody. I think everybody was like, "Let's throw dicks at Tristan." I see.
What?
Okay, okay.
Okay. I think I get what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is. I don't know what any of that is.
Hello. There you go. That was not too bad. I remember that one. I remember this. This was a good one. I don't even remember what my prompt was. I'm not gonna lie. What 50s consume me since Black Ops 1 is re-released on PS5. Took only
We
less
need
than a
to
day to
play that
platinum it.
off.
Nice.
I love 115. Out of I think the two songs I've ever bought, 115 was one of them, and it was on like my iPod ages ago. The other one is a song from Bastion.
My ex's favorite number was 115. That's all I can say. That's the only thing I
Wonder
know.
if it played zombies.
Well, I assume so. That's why he said his favorite number was 115, based on element 115. He
Probably,
specifically.
unless he's a really big fan of. No, it's the periodic table. Uh, uh,
What is happening? I don't know. I don't know, man.
unless he's a big fan of what the fuck's happening here?
Lots of dicks, I think, Lucy.
Moscovium. Was he a big fan of Moscovium?
Oh my god. This is progressed. Um,
No, the eyes have disappeared again. I gave the eyes.
my
Oh,
cheese turned into lava. I guess.
I know exactly what you when you're working on, my love.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't labeled as what it was, so I labeled it cheese, question mark, and then somebody,
And then I continued the cheese thing.
yeah, well, it wasn't cheese when I got it, now it's lava. That's why I said I think you're getting them after me.
I'm pretty sure I am. Did you get the pain dart?
What? Oh no. Love pink. There we go. All right, I think that's the last one.
This is the last round.
Oh my god, I can't wait to see them. They're gonna look terrible. I don't even remember what my prompt was.
There's at
Oh wait,
least
there wasn't
two
a
that have
prompt.
become
It was just
king.
oh wait a second. My prompt originally was drawing a guy dancing with a Now I'm confused. What? Oh, have I not drawn on mine at all?
I don't think I've drawn mine as well, unless it became something. Anyway, so seeing as this is the last one, we can welcome people in properly.
Welcome in,
Welcome in. I
everybody.
hope everyone had a wonderful time in Asami stream.
I agree. Today is
Um,
our 1 year anniversary. We have been married for
been married for a
1 year.
whole year.
Mm-hmm.
One whole
We got
year.
married in Virginia. He said he loves me from the bottom of his fart. It was nice.
Yes. In the wedding vows, I flubbed because I love to flub. This is our double debut. We've had these models since like
March, April.
March, April, yeah, and we've been just so excited, but saving for a special event.
And special event is our wedding anniversary.
Yeah.
We thought it was nice since we streamed together and everything. Okay, all right. Tristan's album. Started with what? Okay. I don't know what this was.
It didn't include part of the end. This was supposed to be the Eye of Sauron and the Black Gate.
Oh, that's not what I got from this.
Uh, I have no idea what Lucy ever writes. If I'm pretty sure I got a bunch of things after Lucy. I have I know.
I don't know. Also, he wrote in. He did not write. You shouldn't have written the notes there, I don't think.
Just show the note.
Oh, wait. Why is it showing the notes? Maybe it doesn't show the notes at the end.
Maybe not. Question mark. Question mark.
Because I'm like, I don't remember.
Cheese. Yeah, that was definitely the notes. The cheese. Cheese. So it's turned from the Eye of Sauron
So she.
into a cheese bottle. Cheese tray eats
See, that's where
arms.
I was. See, Tristan knows where I was going with this.
Yeah. Got some yellow.
I don't know what that says.
Munch. I don't know. It doesn't show no end. Okay. Lucy's threw me off.
Okay.
I'm so
Confused. Lava?
lava.
Now it's lava.
Lava.
Dripping lava.
Dripping lava.
And then.
This is gonna be
I'm
interesting.
melting.
I'm melting. Okay. Oh my god. Laser beam. That's actually not a bad animation.
I love it. It's great.
Melts the black gate. Punches a hand at some point.
I love it. It's great.
Oh, this is wonderful. Okay.
Okay.
Sims started with a trash can. I got this one right
This
after.
one I liked. The whole time I liked this one.
I like this one as well. Trash can, spin. The trash can lost its
Color.
color, yeah. Spin. Oh, it's gotten a darker hole. Yeah, and it starts falling.
It falls more.
Oh.
Spin. Lucy's like, please fucking spin it.
It sort of looks like there's a grey person in there, but oh yeah, trash all over floor. What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, stinky trash. People come running. Stump. Nikki, person running in.
Oh no!
I love this. I love how it becomes so jank. No! Hang on, can I?
Oh my god, I love that.
I can increase the time. This is better. No! I'm downloading all again. This is a wonderful one.
This is
This was so
beautiful.
fun. Like, it's the really simple ones in animation that become the most fun.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see.
Oh my god.
Nikki.
Well, Nikki's was pretty simple starting out, so let's see where it goes.
Very simple. I kept putting in Discord afterwards. Oh, thank you, Sim. You were thinking of the future.
Yep.
It discounted me due to lag.
Oh no.
Ew. Oh my god, it got thrown and it's peeing. And then, oh, it stood up. And
Well, I assumed it would like start falling, you know.
oh, and then super laser
What
pin.
the-
That's what I got. And then, no, ping stab. Nah. Oh my god. Docking.
No. That's what
Oh.
Dick turns into flamethrower. I was like, hell yeah, let's fucking go with it.
Go. Okay, that's what it meant.
Yeah.
That's what I got. Okay. And then Lucy, this was just a mess. Lol. I don't know why you got an earring in the notes, or just an ear or
I don't know.
something. And I got this, and then, oh, stab. Blech. I returned the faces.
I like a muscular dude. Just randomly muscular.
Ew, no. Wait, 4 seconds. Ping stab. Impaled. There's like 3 frames where we have faces. This one was surprisingly weird and fun. Well, not surprisingly weird, but surprisingly fun.
Yeah,
I like how you barely move.
I like that too. My hairstyle changes quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it really
Alright,
does.
here's mine. I need to see how this fucking devolved, okay? Because, like, I don't remember seeing this ever again.
I It's a guy dancing. Okay, okay. That's what it starts as. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I could not read these notes. I read use, and then in my brain I see thy something something doctor's handwriting, doctor's handwriting.
Uh-huh.
Ball? So I just had like a thing full. My idea that was that this was like a stage is dancing and it's like one of like the overhead lights for one.
I see.
But boom.
Oh, that's what this was. Okay.
Oh, does it turn into a foot?
I thought it turned into a brick. Someone
Right.
punching it. Just like that guy just looking up
Oh,
like, what?
the fist. No, F.
Someone broke my boombox.
I think I got the one after this. Hell something Seth something.
Poor Tristan had to decipher Lucy's handwriting.
I thought this was a foot as well.
It turned into a foot.
Fresh shit. I like to think it just slowly gets drawn into this. I guess it's so good, but it's given to you, Nikki. Oh, Nikki, sorry. Ah.
He lost his hair too.
The hair fell out.
Fuck your music. Fuck your dance party.
Fuck your hair.
Oh,
I was angry this day.
that's terrible.
Help.
Here up down. I heard here up and then down. So I moved it.
Oh, here, up, down.
This
Okay,
was
yes.
yeah, so I just like, okay, well I
Okay.
guess I'll rotate them.
I got it after this. So, rotate, spin. And then I was like, spin backwards, yeah.
Oh no, that's what happened. I see what
where
happened.
it became a penis.
I see. I was confused.
It gets balls at some point. Oh, the leg becomes balls.
That's-
And it's pissing again. What's up with all the piss?
Stop peeing everywhere.
I got it here. I got it after this.
Yeah, you were getting all of yours after me.
It was either after you or after Lucy. That's where I was getting mine.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, transform into banana.
Aw.
Banana fire you. Let's go. Poof, banana fire you. I love it. Ping banana. That's what this was.
I
It was
love
supposed to be a person spinning. It was gonna be like a good, nice twirling dance, and then Sims drew a giant penis. That Lucy ended up like
Oh my
becoming
lord.
big penis.
Oh my gosh. I love it. It's
Days.
banana.
Banana. I love how that ended.
I want to do that again. You guys cool with another animation one? That was super fun.
We do 300% or
Yeah, I like 200%.
okay. So what's gonna happen is after this first round, we're gonna get another raid.
All right, maybe.
Oh, how many people raided? Did you add time to
Yes, I
that?
did. I did.
Okay, cool,
But
cool,
turn
cool,
your
cool.
timer off because now we're at five hours and 5 minutes.
Oh yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
yes,
where do
yes,
you
yes.
put the gifts? I would put it in game screenshots because we're playing a game.
Where is my timer? Oh, there.
I'm so excited I could use my model now, guys. I'm so happy.
No, no, no.
Take my hoodie off.
Uh,
Sweaty!
boys.
My baby, I'm so cute.
Oh my god, she's so in love with herself.
I am.
Did I get a follow at some point?
Maybe.
I don't know when in that.
Very chaotic.
I don't even have a follow in my activity feed, but my follow count has gone up by one.
I don't know. Okay.
I don't know why.
Sim says he'll be right back.
Okay, cool. We'll start while he's gone. Someone's gonna get a blank slot.
1,
Can't.
2. Dog needs to be brought inside first. Run, run, run! Gosh.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. We will
Wait, I guess if we have to.
wait to get back. Ah, I'm happy. And then me no longer be happy.
Now I'm tiny.
I'm just really like
I'm tiny now. I have decided. Hi, Sam's. I'm tiny now.
Look at that. That was really 2 seconds.
Yeah, he just said he had to bring the dog in.
Dog needs to be bought.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Again.
let's go again. As I get more unhinged on my part, I'm on cold medicine and energy drinks now. Oh my
Fair
god.
enough. All right, let's see.
I'm gonna go simple.
I wish I could color this in, but as much as we'll do. Boop doop doop doop.
There you go. Very simple. I went super simple and then wrote a note. Oh, I probably have another emote slot now.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
Maybe a couple more because you get some more at each sub point goal, don't you?
I think so.
The first one's 10, and the second one's gonna be 20. So 6 more subs, and I probably get another emote slot. Salute. This one animation becomes scary when you have some artists.
There we go.
Some people are really good
Don't
at
don't
art
don't
on
make this
a
one
tablet.
don't make this one negative, okay? It's cute. It has potential. It's a phone. I'm telling you guys because I forgot to make a note that it was a phone.
It's God.
If you can't tell that it's a phone.
Oh.
Okay. There you go. I got to use that one much. I like that. Oh, thank you so much, Louise. Welcome in, welcome in.
Congrats on
That's
the
weird. That's what.
million. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
Ooh.
much. I've decided to be
And
chibi right now. I don't have to be chibi all the time. See, I can be big, or I can be chibi. Thank you. I love it. Oh, we're so excited. We've been so excited about them for so long. That's a kitty mood, but I meant to. I don't know why I did that. Did
yeah, it is our 1 year wedding anniversary. Double debut subathon. We're having so much fun. We were so excited. We've been so excited for this for months. Like a year we've been prepping. And then the Power World Addiction hit as soon as 1.0
I'm
dropped,
so
and then the
confused.
days flew by. This past week has been a blur.
X out all the okay. W S control. Okay, whatever.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
It always turns into something sussy. Mm.
Lorraine. I wanna know. Have you ever
Gouache.
seen Lorraine?
Him. This is what it is. You spilled your energy drink on yourself. No! No!
You're not supposed to do
You're
that.
supposed to spill it in yourself.
Oh my god, this salsa smells so
It
yum.
does, doesn't it? I wish we had some regular corn chips.
Um,
But it's okay with the taco chips, but it's way better with regular corn
there
chips.
is supreme cheese downstairs.
No, that's not corn chips.
You just want some original Doritos.
No, I don't want original Doritos. I want tortilla chips.
That's what you're describing.
No.
Original Doritos are literally just salted. Come on, Chip.
Okay, let's see.
Oh my god, again.
Okay, guess we'll
Oh,
get there
right.
eventually.
So delicious. My shirt looked thirsty. Oh, yeah, your shirt's gonna be awake now. Your shirt wanted to join in and do some garlic.
Bite. Eventually. It's way too early. It's only on 4 out of 10. I can't be sitting there making up people's minds right now. But what I can do is I can give this fucker a tooth. There we go. There really needs to stop being. I would say dicks everywhere, but I haven't seen a dick so far. That's good. Well, if the next one's 5 out of 10, does that mean it's mine? What did I draw? I don't even remember what I drew. Oh, yes, I
Actually,
do.
pretty
I
proud of
remember
that
now.
one.
I remember now.
With perspective shift and stuff.
I guess the colors of mine are
You're a
technically
sick guy, you don't know what you're doing. Don't worry, I never know what I'm doing with art. Your laptop's lagging, we'll see it. Oh, it's gonna be fun. This is my first fully rigged custom model, other than the one my wife made because she loves me so much. This is my
Uh-huh.
first commission model.
Uh-huh.
I didn't commission you for it.
I didn't want that shit. That's what he's saying. I didn't want that shit.
I didn't want that shit, and now I've got this shit. Let's go.
He's digging himself a hole.
Don't worry, she hates me.
Terribly.
I don't know what I'm drawing. I think this might have been Lucy's.
I don't even know I did it right. Why is my angry face not work? There we go. Brr.
Yeah. I don't know what this is supposed to be, but
I know that mine has disappeared, and I do believe somehow mine turned into that tomato. Don't think that I've seen mine, so the only thing I could think is the tomato, as the colors were the same ones that I used, and I don't know why. Where? Done. Okay. Gary, I hope you. Oh, Gary didn't get it. Sorry. You got to use an Ultra Ball next time. Are you? Wait, it says the Gary. Are you the Gary? Are you the
the
Gary from Pokemon?
the one and only Gary. Is Gary Professor Oak's nephew?
I think so. Grandson or nephew. One of the two.
Grandson?
One of the two? I don't know. I don't remember. But he is the Gary.
I don't know what's happening here, but I did something.
Um, mm, should remove that. I'm not going to because everybody uses it. But I hate it. Fuck you all. You're gonna continue. What the fuck is this?
Oh,
How am I supposed to continue this? I don't even know what's happening. Okay,
this poor guy. I think I know which one this is.
there were no notes or directions on this, so I am just like, um, I'm gonna take these are just like really dark shadows from a weird city, yeah? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to whoever gets this after me because I fucking no idea what the hell this is. Like tilt this over. Kind of like this, yeah? I guess falling?
Mhm.
I think that's basically what we do. If we don't fucking know what the hell we're looking at, we just cause something in the image to just start falling. And be like, guess this is falling over. I don't know what I'm looking at.
The notes are helpful if you have enough time to write them.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what is going on?
Oh my lord. I'm gonna leave there. Sorry, Mountain Man. You are going to have to stay there because I've decided you don't have to move.
I know which one you're drawing. I have a feeling that one that you're drawing started off as mine, and it was. It's gonna be a sad story.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I was sad already when I got it. Mm.
Oops. Edit. No, notes. I'm just making everything fall. I'm just making everything fall. Can it be in motion? It is falling. Do you know what it is? No. Make it fall. My answer to everything. I still haven't seen mine. I'm assuming mine is the one with the tomato. But, or apple, whatever it is. I'm assuming
If
that's mine.
if this is a tomato, it started off as an apple. I know, or this was when it started, and I don't know what direction it's going in.
I'm just saying, like, it started off as someone's mom calling. Oh my God.
Um,
Oh Lord. I've decided I'm not catering to the whims of whoever drew this. Making love up by the lake to my favorite song. Drinking whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing sweet home Alabama all summer long. Assuming that was Lucy. It's fine. I fixed that issue. Don't you keep yelling at me. Go. This is what happens when you play with giant feet, Lucy. They're bigger than you.
Lucy's gonna have to get go into food rehab. Foot rehab.
No,
Nah,
so,
so.
I don't know if you felt my feet. My feet aren't soft. My feet feel like pine cones. I'm kidding. That's
I hope
a bit of an
everyone
overreaction.
is having a wonderful day. This has gone exactly the direction I heard. And I think I'm following up what you just drew, my love.
All right. Well, that's good. Nothing feels as sweet just when they speak into chain. Oh, this guy's arm is so long. I don't know how this is gonna end. I can make notes. There we go. I don't know. I don't know, man. Alabama. Love our new models. They're so nice. I'm gonna 10 out of 10. I'm a little
I
upset. I
love.
don't know what happened. Somebody did something. Originally, my picture was somebody like it was just a phone on the table, you know. It was supposed to ask basically, do you want to accept or decline the call from your mom? That's what it started off as.
I feel like that happened one time before as well. I. I don't know what the fuck's going on in this picture. I know which one it is. I've never known what's going on in this picture.
There we go. Guess that's it. Sorry, Earth.
I know that one.
I don't know. I oftentimes wonder. I'm like, I know how mine started out, and now I don't know where mine is. So, like, I think it's the guy with the tomato.
I feel like all but one of them have sort of kept the same theme, unless this theme was chaos. Then it's kept it. Whatever one I'm working on right now.
Is that the one with the car?
Yeah.
I hate that one.
I added the car because I had no idea what was going on. It looks like it's a tunnel at some
I'm
point.
glad you added the car because that's the only thing I understood in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, well, there's this cross. I guess I can make this cross fall. I don't. I didn't get it after that. Glad I don't want it. I don't think I ever saw. I think that was the first time I worked on it. If I worked on it before, I don't fucking remember.
Whatever it started as was definitely not a car driving out of a tunnel that looks sort of like a big face.
I'm looking forward to seeing whatever the fuck things started off
Okay.
as. Okay.
I made mine extremely simple and it got very
I
sad.
thought mine. Oh no.
Just a guy on a
Oh,
high.
oh, I liked this one. I was going along with Sam. I was like, this is gonna be nice.
Just a guy on a high.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
He on hike, but
Okay.
he's lost his stick. Oh no.
Oh no.
He bastard. I guess it's continuation from Lucy's. No, I fell off with his. Can I make a building?
Oh, why is his blood brown?
Don't worry, it gets fixed here. I fell off on top of a building.
Oh.
And then I get it back and I'm like, no. Slide down sleigh ball
And I
climb.
said, no, neither. He's gonna just vibe there while his arm falls.
No.
Sorry. Oh
No, he's
no.
falling down. Oh, it's a volcano now.
Oh, okay.
Sims Continuo is now a full volcano. Thank you, Zilaba. But he got his arm back! Yay!
Now he fell in love.
No! Such a good journey.
I was honestly, I was like, oh, this one's sweet. I'm gonna keep it going. He's just gonna take a
I thought it
walk.
was red.
Oh no.
That's fair. It was so sweet.
Oh yeah,
His
that's right.
arm
I
falls off.
forgot. I forgot Sims is colorblind.
I'm more interested in how it turned into a volcano. This is like some AI shit where it's just like, I'll take something from the background and now it's a volcano.
I love it so much.
I was just gonna have a guy walking around. Like, this is gonna be the entire intention of the prompt. He's just going on
I
high.
liked it. I liked. That's where I was going with it. I like the wholesomeness.
Maybe saw a bird. The
Okay.
sun, Earth.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. And who makes the sun evil?
The sun's chilling.
Oh, oh, the
And the
sun's
Earth
getting
is
sussy. Sun has spotted the Earth, and it's like, I'm not sure about
I
that.
figured that was the Earth, and this is the sun. Sun wake up fully.
No,
So
okay.
it looks like the sun's waking up.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Make a beam to the Earth.
I think it was me that made it violent. Oh no.
So in a flare. Blow up sun eventually?
Oh,
Oh,
Sims was
well,
seeing
the
that
Earth
backward.
was fighting back.
Boom heat.
Boom heat. And then I continued. Explode planet. The sun flew back. He's happy. Victor.
Victo.
No. No, what happened to mine? I didn't even see mine. Your one will be next.
Okay.
But your one in this prompt was the sun spotted the Earth, and then fireball.
I'm waiting till the gift.
Like how briefly has a tooth.
I love it. I love it.
It's
Your
very good.
mine completely changed too, for sure, because I don't ever remember seeing mine
Like
either.
this one charged up and then just
I worry about which one Nikki's was.
This one was Nikki's.
Oh, so that wasn't mine. Okay.
Oh, it has an apple. Perfect. And I was
Okay.
like, oh, bite the apple.
Oh, this one was good.
Sims? Bite apple eventually. Oh, I was intending for the arm to be coming on the screen, and someone else would come in from the right, but that works too. Bite apple eventually.
I moved it closer.
He's growing it. He slowly grows it.
Oh yeah, I did.
I don't know what the heck happened to the arm, but
Got an armpit with a face. I don't know what's wrong.
it looks like a guy with like a ball hat, and it's got a really long snout, like a kid. Yum.
Somehow I think it lost all that. There we go.
There we
Thank
go.
you, Sims, for pulling it back. And then.
I'm not a good.
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah, the sun suddenly grows.
That one's gonna be really good. This one's gonna be amazing.
When the hand grabs the apple, it loses all color. Briefly.
Just briefly. Yeah.
That was a lot.
Alright, let's see where mine went because I'm very
That's why you don't
concerned.
essentially feed someone an apple. Because
Okay,
it's gonna keep
okay.
going.
Get a phone call from mom. Alright.
I never saw this.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I know exactly. This is gonna be the car one.
No, is it the car one?
Mum, answering phone.
Okay.
No, actually, denying the call.
Wow, rude.
Okay. I think this is gonna devolve into.
Oh.
Yep, that's what I got. And this is where I added a car.
There's a car on my mum's phone.
Don't you know there's a little red car? Yes, yeah, I saw where. I figured that was where you lagged out.
Oh, man. It was mine the whole time.
Colin, I was a car driving out of a church. Take me to church. Power line down. Store. Car. I don't know what's going on here. Power line down. Store. Something. It's a wrecked car
I
now.
thought that said sauce.
Oh, satay is what I see now.
Down.
Down, and then I finished it off.
Oh, poor
Fireball.
car explosion.
The wheels going away.
Oh my lord. God, that was some powerful finger. You got that was look, you look, actually I kind of like this. Now hear me out. Okay.
Yeah, the person in the car is the
It
person
is
driving.
their mom. No, it's the mom. Okay? So here's what happened. If you decline your mom's phone call, she's going to get a car accident and die in a fire.
To death via car accident.
Yep. See, this is what happened. You declined your mom's call and she died in a fiery car accident. That's what happened. You could have saved her life. I like it. It's kind of weird.
I feel like I saved that with the car because it was something.
Yeah. I liked it.
You did your best, Lucy, while lagging out. That was last time you could have spoken to her.
Yep,
No.
exactly. Yep.
Yep.
Figured that too. Looking to yep.
Stuff he likes. Squash him. I was happy with this. I was really proud with the perspective of this right here.
Yep.
His face turns. He likes being crushed. Self-crushing kink for reason.
IAK.
Oh,
As I know.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh yes, move side to side.
No, don't worry. I'm fixing this shit.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're fucking welcome.
Supposed to say I don't know. That's a very A looking D there. Wish. And then twist back. Fall. dead.
It's disemboweled, apparently. Poor Sims doesn't know red and brown, okay?
Squish. Oh, it didn't twist back. I need to keep this in
Sims,
there.
for future reference, they put the colors that have been previously used in the image, like near the top, so you can reuse the same colors. Because it looks like you're currently trying to pick the red one. But you keep picking brown. You poor colorblind bitch.
Yeah, on the left where you're picking the colors, there'll be like a line, and then above that will be
Colors that have already been in the picture.
Yeah. I figured that out halfway through this round. Oh, that was great. He was just thinking, oh, you wanted it to be poop.
Okay, what's the other rounds? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? All right, how are we feeling? What's the next one, you guys? We got knockoff, icebreaker, exquisite corpse, compliment, masterpiece, story, missing piece. What are we thinking?
I just wasn't. Play with just one sentence. Okay.
Ropes, cropes.
What?
Okay. The surrealist characters connected by the top of the drum. Okay, that's gonna look very surrealist with. All right.
Which one?
Exquisite corpse.
Oh.
It's basically you draw the top and then you draw the head. Someone else draws the middle. Someone else draws the bottom.
Oh, I see.
Hmm That one's a
What's
pretty
that?
good one for like, yeah, it's 3 turns.
Its default time is slow.
Yeah,
Only
because
drawing 3 turns.
it's only 3 turns.
Connected by top. Exquisite corpse, yes.
So the first one is a head, the second one's a torso, and the bottom one's the legs.
Just wanted to help Lucy. Is everyone okay to continue?
Yeah. I mean, I am.
I know you are. I just want to see if everyone's good to continue now, or if anyone needs to, go get a drink or
Me,
bathroom or
hold on,
something.
hold on. It's dead. He's gonna give me some chips.
You don't want some salsa?
Thank you. I'm sure. I would have rather had them with regular corn chips. The taco chips are pretty good seasoned wise.
These ones are really good. Me? Me? What does me mean? You good?
You good? Did you use the bathroom? Where's going on?
I guess Nikki needs to go to the bathroom.
It's fine. We'll wait. Not in a rush.
We're gonna be here all week.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he's back.
Get back. Check game screen. That's where you're putting them all. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I will later.
How many more of these do you think we should do? I'm happy to keep going for a bit.
Yeah,
However.
I'm good. I'm having a good time. Mm-hmm.
David Bowie. Cross this line. What? Draw. What? What? What does cross this line mean? The
You have
head
to go
separated.
over so that the only thing the person below you is going to see is what's above. So like it needs to be whatever is connecting. So that's going to be what connects below. Made a time. I'm doing. Bam, 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 bam.
I can do it. Oop. I like that.
Oh,
My
the fuck I
sweet
have drawn here.
little,
This looks horrible. Trying to get myself eyebrows.
my sweet little wife in the trash can. Oh, sweet little cute adorable wife. How are you doing?
Right.
Your eye? Nice.
Looks like shit. Hold on.
I'm interested to see what someone does with the body.
No! There we go. Whatever. Okay.
Whoa.
Ah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
have like nothing to work with here. This person obviously did not cross the line.
That's probably me.
This person crossed the line.
Never.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna make some shit up with this then.
Exactly perfect. I don't know what I'm working with here either.
Hmm.
I don't know what I'm working with. Just like you.
Swan. Like, you just have to know certain things exist, okay? And in this particular instance, shirts with bodies drawn on them exist. Because I don't fucking know where this is going. So I'll just take it there. There we go. I don't know what's above. And I am not dictating what's going below either. Like one of those bathing suit cover up tops. It's like got the drawing of a lady on it. But it's just a t-shirt. You get it. I will never claim to be a talented artist. Do you know? I made a rage spiel. I made a rage spiel for when we get rated. I know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling the people in chat. I made a rage spiel, so I know what to say, so I don't forget anything. Then I just forget the fucking rage spiel exists.
To be fair, we're like mid something that we're doing. And it's like, oh my god. Is this who I think it is?
Hmm. What the fuck is this? Okay. really know what I'm looking at. I don't. I don't know where I'm going with this. Oops. And then socks with sandals. I've decided he's wearing socks with sandals. Do I know who this dude is? No. Do I care? No, he's wearing socks with sandals.
Stop with sandals.
Clear, I don't remember how sandals work.
I hope this is not at all what I thought it would be.
There we go. I don't know what the fuck I was drawing. Okay. It looks like the bottom. It looked like the face of a dog. But also I didn't know what it was, so I don't know what this is. I'm excited. Alright, I don't know who got it after me, but I'm just letting you know that whatever you attached is attached to my head. Hi, Milky. How you doing?
Hello, Milky.
Tall
Hello, new
peasant.
Coco.
That
Have you finished
me.
Shortkin? Have you finished your talk peasant Shortkin?
Oh my god.
Have you finished work? I'm attempting to leave the game for a round or two. I've been requested to help put dishes away.
I understand. I
That
understand.
is more than fine.
Completely fine.
I'm home after 11 hours.
Ooh,
Ooh,
busy day. Busy day.
very busy day. So, this is what I started with.
Okay, you did
Which is
not.
my
You
body.
did not go below the line, but yeah, that's fine.
It was you that got it. Yep. Nice. Nice. Oh, let's go.
Nice. Sims was watching me, so he's like, "I'll just go with it. We'll make the whole dress."
Detached floating head because I suck. Oh, it attaches it. Nice. 100%.
Nice. It's fucking beautiful. I'm downloading that.
That is beautiful. That one's getting downloaded.
Sexy roboto.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of these is gonna have to be our profile picture. Oh my god, it's Perry the platypus. I love it. Oh yay, Milky's gonna join. I'm so excited. Okay,
Oh my
now I'm
god,
confused.
is Perry the what the fuck is Perry the Platypus got in
He's
his
satanic.
mug doll?
Let's
Let's
go.
go!
Oh my god.
It's Snorlax.
I love it.
I
Perry
love
the
that.
satanic Snorlax.
Snorlaxus. I could see this being in Pal World.
Oh my god, for real? Like seriously, I could too.
Oh my god.
Hey, hey, hey.
It's just a pure water and it's got no arms, so it can't do anything else.
I'm downloading it. I'm downloading fucking all of it, dude.
Yeah, this one's getting downloaded
I did,
too.
yep. Okay, so when Nicky started with, so we got here.
Oh my god.
The cursed Elmo, no!
No.
Red man! Oh, okay. I didn't know where this was going, so I
I
just.
did not know what the start was because all I got was like a little bit of
No,
red.
that's all you're supposed to get.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is amazing. It's going
Love it.
I love that.
Red
Red
man
man
got a
kind
big.
Oh,
Oh gosh, what am I good with? Oh jeez. Okay.
what was yours?
It was
Oh,
me!
oh, he's so
I want to
cute.
see what outfit I'm wearing. Oh my god. Oh my god! Look it! I'm gonna wear a pretty dress. I love it! It's gonna look so. Oh look, I even got the purple toenails.
Aw.
I'm a fucking unit!
Skip leg day, but all
Okay, I
day.
think we've all decided this is gonna be my profile picture for the next week. Just saying.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. That's fucking. You're all neck and shoulder.
I'm beautiful, thank you very much.
Yeah, let's see Lucy's. Oh, there's another
That's.
detached
I
one.
love it.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. Let's see how it gets attacked. Oh my god, bird. Big bird. Okay.
I thought it was Big Bird, so I continued.
It's perfect.
Big Bird. What the fuck is this?
But that's not where you saw it going, huh, Lucy?
It is Big Bird.
Oh Lord. Okay. Oh, we have to do it again. Tristan, do my Elmo.
Do my elbow.
Okay, Tristan, your profile picture has to be his Elmo, and mine has to be that one gorgeous drawing. Okay, hold on. Let's go. I'm gonna go switch my profile pictures really quick.
Nice.
I
Send
do
stuff
want to do
out.
that.
Don't
I
forget.
do want to do the exquisite one again because that was super funny. But I have to
That
change. I have to
is.
go change my profile pictures on my social medias because that was part of it. And finally, there's something for me to change it to. Let's see.
I have a headache from all the laughing.
Oh yeah.
How dare you all be funny?
Let's see. Where did I save all this shit?
Um. Uh, account settings. A profile picture. Upload
Apply. Fucking
photo.
beautiful. Save. Also, you guys never came up with like what we needed to put on our. This so much. You guys never came up with what we needed to update our Discord, not Discord, any of our socials. We needed to make a Twitter post. There we go.
Unfortunately, I can't get the full glory of that guy, but
Oh yeah,
I'll get it
I'm
done.
getting as much as I can. Let me see. Where was it?
Um, my dame's card.
Save. It's beautiful. So beautiful. All right, let's see.
Upload
What is a
image.
Twitter? An X, whatever. Fucking whatever. Twitter, whatever, wherever we can have a goddamn status. I'll change it as my fucking Discord status. It doesn't matter. Give me a post that we could post on social media is where we are. Soul Stream's major day. I'm so glad. You've honestly made our day hanging out here with us. One Piece or something? Off we go to a pirate. X marks the spot. One
Yeah,
Piece.
you
I've
have
been watching.
definitely made our day.
Yeah.
All of you, but especially you, Nikki.
Just especially Nikki, not Nat or anything. I'm gonna go call her and tell her you
Nah,
hate her.
Nat's a Nat's a poser. She's just a follower.
Oh lordy.
I'm a Sazzy Bucket. Come to my screen. That's very simple, but
Hey, press
the
play.
other
I
obvious
wanna play.
makes my whole stream has made my day.
All right, I'll make that. I'm a sussy bug. Come to my stream. Sounds good. Tweeter, let's
What should
go.
I make my post?
Well, I mean, I just figured we both put it because it's like, oh, I have to change the name. Edit profile. Subathon. Yeah, ongoing. Save, and then I have to update the status to I'm a
Let's
sussy
do it.
baka. Come to my stream post. Here we go. It has been updated. Thank you for following me, Nikki, on Twitter.
I need to change my blue sky. Skip blue sky.
Oh yeah, I had to do it on Blue Sky too. Shit.
Edit
Don't
profile.
worry. Don't think we're not being honorable. Oh yeah, and I had to change my profile picture on Blue Sky too. I set on all socials. Am I not logged in? I guess not. Oh yeah, because you've been making all of her posts.
New post. I'm a saucy baka.
Yes. And then I have to
About
update my
my
profile picture. Edit profile. Subathon. Save. Also edit because we need a new picture. I love this picture. It's so great.
post.
Save. I'm a goddamn unit, man.
I have posted.
Okay, alright. Now we play. Now we play. Yay.
Oh, I love your profile picture on blue sky.
Let's upload these. I mean, I'm ready to go when you are. I just
Okay. Everyone that's still here ready to go?
hmm
Also on Twitch? Yeah.
Also on Twitch. Oh shit, you're right.
I changed my profile picture already on Twitch.
Update profile picture. Upload.
The shared chat thing is just like my updated profile picture. God, the hell, that was
Hey,
scary.
it should be a lot easier now to be able to tell who's talking.
Yeah, I
Sure.
can already tell that.
Oh, God, fucking beautiful. There we go. Hold on. Does that saved it?
Oh yeah, something else that is really cool is anyone that subscribes or gifts a sub throughout our throughout this entire week, throughout the entire subathon.
Oh yeah, you guys get a special.
Today.
Yeah, you get a
Yeah,
special badge.
you do get a special one. Mayo!
Mayo! Oh, look, I can tell that she's in my chat because I can see my new profile picture that's so beautiful.
Need to refresh. Hang on. Get refresh that and I get. Oh, I'll clear the chat. Whoops.
Perfect Or you? Not me. I can only love me. Milky, thanks for the resub.
Hi, Mayo. Hello. How are you doing, Mayo?
Milky, is this the first time you've ever subscribed to me? Like you specifically subscribing to me?
It wasn't.
Usually,
Milky
usually he, yeah, usually Milky's like a gift subber or gets a gift subs.
Oh yeah. My first
Oh,
ever purchase on my card. Oh.
aww, that's so nice. That makes me happy. You can't just buy people, Milky. It's called that's illegal.
My slave wife.
Little Okay, here's a stretch
Wow.
now.
Posture check. Okay.
I am
Oh, that actually cracked my spine. Oh, that's nice.
okay.
This is the one
Maya's
time
ready to
I make
fucking
it
draw.
posture.
She's ready to go. Log in. There you go. I
Oh,
knew
Maya
it. I
immediately.
knew it as soon as I said. I was like, "Yep, she's ready to fucking go." That's why she's
Don't
not saying
stop.
anything. She's got to get the link.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll wait for Sims. Sims is like, oh my god, I'm almost there. Just let me hurry.
It's okay, Sims. I need to. I was told to hydrate anyway.
No,
so
you can't. I gotta go pee. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run for it.
Can you get some waters as well while you're down there? Or while you're out there? I mean, you're up. I was gonna go up. I was gonna get up and go and get some water.
Sure, I guess.
Okay. I'm gonna go scare. Not really. I'm gonna go get water.
I was gonna go get the water. I was gonna go get the water. 100%. I was gonna go get the fucking water. But as I sat my ass down to go pee, I heard this motherfucker run down the hallway. And I'm just like, well, I guess I don't fucking have to go anymore. Drawing. I love having fingers. Yes, yes. Why am I a dumbass bird as well? I don't know. What do you mean? Yes, babe. I didn't mean to make my icon the dumb-looking bird. I think that's just the default one. No, no, no. Yeah, that's the default one. I had to leave and then like click the button a bunch of times for me to get this.
What's our timer looking like now?
Oh wait, we had to add 5 minutes in since our chosen fucking timer sucks.
You meant to choose it before joining the lobby? Oh, okay.
This is 4 hours and 3 minutes, but I don't know if it got added onto whenever Milky resubbed. Yeah. Let's eat seeds together.
I
Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, Tristan needs a mom, which is fair. Oh, Nikki's got himself a nice little skelly face now. He's like, while we're waiting, might as well get myself a new icon. Now Mickey wants a new face too.
Nice. Beppis? Beppis. I hydrated with water. Thank you for the hydrate,
I'm gonna hydrate with Beppis.
Nikki. Oh. What theme we're doing? Well, we're thinking of doing another round of Exquisite Corpse.
Yeah.
My dumb ass goes this time. Anything goes.
I'm just sitting here with my Beppis.
Yeah. Or,
I like that I could just, if I could just hold the controller and put whatever I want over the controller and it looks like I'm holding that instead. Here's me with my Beppis.
prepare for like one part of a bunch of corpses to be really well drawn.
Thank you, Mayo. Yeah, one part of like 3 different corpses are gonna be beautiful.
Mm-hmm. She does have.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm an idiot.
What did you just do?
I took my Beppis and I put it, I was like, where am I gonna put this? Where's some space on? Oh, right here. Let me just put it right here in front of my fucking camera. It's like, well, there's some space right there in front of my camera. I don't need that. Make sure I'll ruin the MyoBD with my trashed account. It's fair. It's fair. That's what's called balance in life.
Mayo, you should come and have a look at my model at some point when you have time.
Yeah, you should. Tristan
There's
has
no
one too.
pressure.
You should look at it.
I look
He looks good.
that.
He looks good. He looks good too.
I want to smile again. I like the smiley face.
You guys want to see my flowy skirt while he's doing the thing? Hold on.
My scales light up. This is how this game mode works, yeah?
Yeah.
To ruin the Miami. I'm a gentle Stan. Or gentle.
If I don't hold my controller, my Beppis stays near my shoulder.
I love how my scales go pink when I'm happy.
All right, baby, we're gonna play.
Let's go. We're shipping Maya plus Tristan now?
No.
No. No. Not at all.
I have a sticky hand on my shoulder. Yeah, I do. You guys remember this guy? You guys remember this guy?
I am interested to see what happens with this. I burped because I'm a lady. That's why. That's what ladies do when they burp. Oh wait, I have to increase this to 31 now. 31. Koge has a sticky hand on her shoulder.
Yeah. When I put my hands away for my controllers, my Beppis sticks on my shoulder. I'm not sponsored by anybody that's not spelled like Beppis. Okay? You can't get me to say their name because I'm not sponsored.
We're
Sponsor
only
me, Pepsi! Then I'll say Pepsi, but Beppis until then. I'm making a weird sippy noise. I wasn't even drinking. I was trying very hard to reach my peppers. Can't. I struggle. I'm just saying. I feel like in some of these situations, less is more. And then there's Maya, who's going to be like, all is it? It is all. I'm drawing a landscape. Don't forget the background.
there we go.
I love watching Maya draw. It's so incredible.
We're gonna watch like a Mona Lisa with like
A stick figure body.
sword and
It's going to be a Mona Lisa head with Jabba the Hutt body. Congrats on getting that beautiful eye, Gary. V. Gary has been practicing his ball throwing. Bye. I got a Minecraft bee keychain today, guys. It's very cute. You're proud of your creation. Me too.
But yeah.
Alright, so the other things that we have to do, we made the post. We changed the profile pictures. We have to do the newlywed game. Maybe we could do that at some point this week too. You got arthritis today. Just today? I didn't realize you can get that just like in one day. That's been a busy day. Take some Tylenol. You should be okay. I don't know what Tylenol is in your country because apparently in different countries there's just not fucking Tylenol. There's no Tylenol here. One time special at the condition store. Oh, I see. No, thank you. I don't want the tism. Oh my god. Oh no.
Paracetamol.
Paracetamol. There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that here too. Tristan is very excited about whatever he drew.
Oh.
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 Go with this. You know, alright. 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 I'll take this. I'll take this. It's fine. I got this. Believe in them. Know what's happening here, but just trust me. Trust the process. Again, going VTuber route. So sorry. I'm so sorry. What's happening? Oh my.
This is perfection.
Obviously, we're going to need that. Throw some of this in there. Like the little leaves. Gold leaves here. Those.
I got Maya. Oh. No. Lucy.
Oh no.
You have to contend with perfection. And Maya's style of art is just
Gorgeous.
Chest is fantastic. Oh my god. Insert shut up and take my money. I mean,
Pretty much. Like, and she won't. Like, the best thing I've got from her, like, the one time she drew fan art, and that's fucking beautiful, and I love it. Okay. She drew a fart for me, okay? And it is, where is it? Here. That's what I get. Hold on, let me gigantify that bitch, because I
I
can't.
love that emote.
I do too.
He's the man.
And this she drew because she fucking wanted to. You know? And that's the best way to do it. Especially with her because she doesn't feel the pressure to do that shit.
He's pretty great.
Trying to gigantify it. There it is.
Can I?
Yeah. You should never feel the pressure when it comes to us, though. You know that. At least with me.
I
I don't know
love
about
my.
Tristan. Tristan loves putting pressure on people.
Hey, I pressure you all the time. I need to kidnap both of you. Never.
Is it related to Minecraft?
I've been pressured into making coca art many times by Tistan. I don't know who this Tistan person is, but he sounds like a douche.
Hit stand. Right.
It is Tistan.
Tristan.
Yeah, anxiety be real sometimes, Maya. It's okay. It's okay. We love the little bundle of nerves that you are. This stand.
I hope that doesn't get cut. I hope the above the line part doesn't get cut off, because, like.
This is gonna be something interesting. I hope we see gloriousness.
I feel really bad for the person who has to do the bottom half of mine, because they're not going to know what the fuck they're even
And
looking at.
I was doing the top half of someone else, the torso of someone else's, and I don't know what I'm looking at, so I decided to go for something. It is something, alright?
I can't wait to see what the top half of this is. Part of me hopes it's a girl. You feel about her because the bottom half of yours, oh geez. Your arm that looks a bit phallic now that it's too late to change it. So like, it's an arm, I promise. Yeah, sure. Sure. Unlike mine. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and
Oh,
don't know what's happening here. We're giving her
guessing that's a belly button.
I guess. I don't know what these are, but I'm assuming they're pigtails. They could be pigtails. Let's find out. I don't think I got Mayo's, which is good because I think I'd be fucked. Underwear, yeah. It's going great, going great, going great. And then we're just gonna give her some
I don't know what
weird ass sumo squat legs. Hold on.
this is like. Here we go.
Okay, we got this.
Here we go. Yeah, perfection. Hydronama looks a bit phallic. Now this really a change. I don't think. I don't know what you're drawing, but I am just starting to see it.
Thanks, Maya.
This guy.
Oh, I really hope this is beautiful. I hope everybody's put together is beautiful. Maya's gonna kill you. Oh no. How is your connection right now, Lucy? Because I know you were derping out before. Are you getting better? Is it better now? I mean, I don't think you did bad last time. This is like, he had a pretty good, yeah.
Perfection.
It's a lot better? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad. You think yours is perfection. Wait till you see mine. Mine's fucking art. Art.
I don't know what that is. I'm gonna leave it.
The thing is, it's like finished by drawing the legs and then gives you like no room to draw legs.
What did I just give
No, don't worry about it.
This is art.
No, nothing. Nothing. It's fine.
I can't wait for the reveal.
I will say, out of everything I've drawn so far, I'd have to say my bottom half is my favorite.
I like my top half.
Exactly. I had to adjust for the fact that they don't give you a lot of room to put legs.
I really
Oh, lordy. Fucking great. But it really does make it look funny, though.
I am.
Oh,
I'm excited
what
to
did
see
you
what happens.
draw, Nikki? Oh, no.
I'm excited to see what happened with the one that I started.
Well, I'm excited to see what happens with the rest of mine, how mine started, too.
I'm excited to see all of these. These look really fun.
Oh, yeah. my god.
Nikki
Mine is
just
not
raised it.
phallic at all. I don't even know what you mean.
I'm the god, the creator of weed. The legs are like giant green thumbs.
Okay. I can't wait to see what Nikki drew because he forgot he was supposed to draw legs. There was only 3 parts to this, Nikki.
Okay, is everyone ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm fucking prepared. Okay.
This is what I started with. Whoa.
What is that? A worm?
Yep.
Okay.
Start with a worm. Milky.
Oh, you just. Oh, okay. The worm has a knife.
Nice. Honestly,
It's a very long
going
one.
great. Very snaky like. Oh, perfect. And it turns into a devil fruit. I love this picture.
Honestly, Nikki, I think if you'd given this legs, it would have been terrible, but this is great.
That is perfection. That is chef's kiss. No. Just what I wanted.
That sure is a creature.
I'm gonna download that.
It's beautiful.
Oh, I love that one.
No, look with it, it's not penis.
It's just it's an extra on there. Look.
Okay, okay.
So worms can sometimes.
I
Get
started
worms.
out by drawing Rexy's head.
Oh, perfect. That's what this was.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see what Tristan did with
Gone
it.
the other way with it.
Let's see what Tristan did with it.
I was going for a snail. But I see your head's facing the other way. Oh.
Fucking weeple.
What is this become? What is this abomination? It's like a jellyfish.
I love it. Love the fucking
That
weeple.
is amazing. Oh, thank you, Milky.
I love that so much. It's beautiful.
Fuck it.
Rawr.
Damn.
It works, you know? It fucking works. It fucking works. Lucy says, I'm gonna draw.
Okay, it's already got nipples.
Which is great, because I just gave it more. More nipples.
Oh, I finished this one. It's gonna be perfect. I didn't realize I was coloring it. You're the Sunday doctor. Oh my god.
I love you. Tristan, stop dying. You may not like it, but that is peak human performance. Exactly.
Leg there.
Oh, lordy, lordy.
Oh my god.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay, alright. Oh, that's so cute. I'm gonna have to save it no matter what. That is adorable.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
you gotta try to flip this. Oh, oh my god. Oh, oh.
I was not. I was not expecting that, but as soon as I saw it, as soon as I saw the ribbons, as soon as I saw the ribbons, I was like, "Oh no!" Oh my god, I'm crying too. Holy shit! Oh my god, I I love it. I'm a little concerned about the middle part. It really is. It really is. You know, with Mayo here later, we're gonna have to do the animation one again because Mayo loves the animation one. Unless, of course, she's changed her mind. I don't know. She might hate animation now because of all the work she had to do in school. Ah! Do you like us, Jessie? Look how beautiful I am. I'm so beautiful. I'm so pretty. I just love it.
Oh, what is?
Oh, Lord.
Is it this one? My face.
Oh, okay. All right. Which one's your favorite one, Mayo?
Here we go. Oh my god. There we go.
Oh,
My
I
first
love.
ever Twitter post.
I love this.
Oh, my
Yours is last.
face.
Oh, yep. Yep. So far, we've seen all of mine, so we're good. Aw, that's
Okay.
cute.
Oh, that is cute.
And Maya was like, "Oh, let's take this." Oh, very nice.
Oh
Whoa.
wow.
Oh,
Slug. Look,
I also am shocked at the way she looks, Maya. No worries. You're not alone.
this is a.
Legs, though. Yep.
This is.
A chicken
This
leg.
is what happens when you get a mermaid, but they descended from a sea snail.
I thought they descended from a seagull, but okay.
Could have been a seagull. Oh yeah, they got the chicken legs.
Yep. Yep.
Oh
Yep.
my god.
Beautiful, beautiful legs down here. Yep.
Dang, that's
Gorgeous.
a bird.
Yep. That's something. All right, Nikki. Let's see what Nikki
Jeez.
started off with.
Hollow Knight. Ooh.
Oh, good start. Good start. Where are we
Ooh,
going
this
with
could
this?
go anywhere.
Yeah. Let's see.
I see what happens when Mayo checks you out and you melt the sand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, couch
oh my
life.
god.
Okay. 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 I love the boots.
The boots are glorious. Oh my god, Mayo. Oh,
That's amazing. Incredible.
that is beautiful.
Couch life for real.
My face hurts.
It's perfect.
Oh,
Oh Lord. 10 out of
10 out of
10.
10.
Oh,
Oh,
Beppis! My Beppis is stoned.
oh my
My
god.
Beppis has arms
Continues?
and legs. Oh, I
Oh,
see what you mean about the giant thumbs. I love it though. Look, it looks
wow.
great.
That is wonderful. That
That
is
is a
epic.
sentient Pepsi can for sure. I mean
That is
Beppis,
sentient Pepsi.
obviously.
It's very high.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. High Beppis for
That
sure.
Beppis has been on the ganja. He thinks his
Okay,
feet are
let's see. What
toast.
did she say was her favorite one? Classic garlic phone. You want to do a normal one? Since Milky and Maya weren't here for those.
Yeah, we can go back and do a normal
Yeah,
one.
let's do a normal one, and then we can do, and then we can mix it up still. Yeah, no, totally fine.
That is
We
more than
like the
fine.
classics.
We might do another animation later as well.
Yeah,
Animation is really fun.
yeah. No, they have to do it, or I shoot
Right?
them. Oh no! Look, I'm sorry. We have to do it, otherwise
Oh,
I'm gonna get
sorry, I
shot.
started it. I didn't check if everyone was okay.
um.
Um. Uh.
Not sponsored.
There we go.
Sponsored. I don't care.
My face. Dinosaur drinking peppers, nonsense.
Come. You guys are like, where's this going? I guess you're gonna fucking find out. Stick around and find out. Don't you fucking worry. Don't you fucking worry about this shit. Don't you fucking worry.
What the fuck have I drawn?
Baby, so why don't you kill me? Do, 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 do. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? Loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? There we go. Yeah, I might be able to get some lines in here. Hold on. Some black lines. Oops. Nope, just heads done.
Yeah. Uh, this is an amazing drawing, and I think it was Mayo.
That
It
was
could have been
me.
me. It could have been.
It was me. I'm just kidding. Mine was amazing, but it's definitely different than Maya's.
Man with Pepper's nose. Why am I reading these out?
I don't know.
I feel like there's a lot of Beppers this time around because of the last round.
Sure. You can. Yeah. Away. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
You see when I got lag.
Yeah,
It's always wonderful what happens when Lucy starts lagging.
I didn't know what this meant, so I just kind of like made up my own interpretation.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
god.
I love you. I haven't gotten any Mayo art yet, unless of course she just really lost all of her skill by the time she got to me.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think okay. There. I mean, I have so much time. How's everybody doing? I don't know how I can make this any better. It's perfect. You don't get this, you're wrong. Well, I said if. I don't know. Like maybe. Maybe I got unlucky. I feel like the next one's probably going to be yours. But not really, because I had to type the next one. Unless, of course, I saw yours and forgot. I feel like I would have remembered yours. It would have been so hard to describe. Did I get yours, Maya? I feel
You're
like
not guaranteed to get someone's.
okay.
But
For some reason, I was just like, I feel like I had to have gotten hers. Either that or you described mine. I don't know. Maybe I just no. Maybe I described something. Maybe I wrote something she described. Maybe she wrote the word and I wrote what she said. I'll never tell. Oh shit. Well, guess I'll fucking find out. I have to remember where the fuck I even looked at. I feel like Miles kind of stand out. I feel like the ones I got were pretty confusing. Like, I think I got one of Lucy's. Sometimes I
I
just make
think
shit
I
up.
got one of Mayo's and maybe two of Mayo's or one of yours might have.
I don't know. I don't remember what I drew.
I feel like in normal and in animation, you get like one of two people that you keep getting
Maybe.
their things of.
Maybe.
Oh,
Wow, this is great. Um, um, there we go. 100% perfect. Maya, this is yours, right?
mm.
Sorry you didn't get a chance to finish it.
Sure.
All right, let's see what we got.
It is conquering Rome.
Oh, I like that we both kind of went Peppa's theme, babe.
Let's go. Maybe I got your prompt.
Maybe.
Oh,
Oh,
I
I
love it.
love it.
Right in the
Right in the
Colosseum.
Colosseum. I got Maya, didn't get to finish this one. Coliseum with a Mon.
Alright, alright.
I see it.
Okay.
Okay, that's a good Roman flag. And good Coliseum. Coliseum with red flag, SPQR. It is
I've also never known. I don't know what the SVQR is either.
it's basic it's Rome's flag basically.
I didn't even know that Rome had their own flag.
Back when they were Rome.
Okay.
What does SPQR stand for?
Hey,
I know.
I see.
I think that's where he laid out. The Senate and people of Rome.
I see.
Senatus Populus Romanes.
Babe.
Something like that. Yeah. Vote for the red
That's what
flag.
it looked like. It's perfect.
Just what I wanted. I pictured Beppis conquering Rome, becoming a boat with a red flag.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Here's mine.
Dinosaur drinking Beppis, not sponsored.
No, not Spasnord.
Not sponsored. I didn't get enough time to draw the face.
That's okay.
Rexy drank so much Beppis his face couldn't go there. But no face. No
Oh
face.
yeah, that's right. Nikki doesn't know Rexy.
New people won't know.
That's true. Rexy won't know.
Guy and Rexy.
Like Rexy merch. Okay, I should show all the new people Rexy.
Oh my god!
That is so
That
cute.
is adorable.
I love that.
Dino cosplay drinking Bep.
Okay. For those of you who don't know Rexy, let me pull up a picture of him really quick because he is based off. Yeah, but I'm not gonna like. I'm just gonna show.
It's okay, Mayo. It's okay.
No, no, no. It looks fucking great. Are you kidding me? So, Rexy is a dinosaur. Let me see. I'm trying to find where the fuck are all my Rexy things? Did I just yeet them?
Also, who's Milky? Milkman. Milkman and Milk.
Oh yeah, Milky is Milkman. Mayo is Mayo Dessert. Rexy is my plush dinosaur. So like you'll see it in some art.
Peasant.
So like
I am me. I am God.
Like-
Peasant trouble before any. Before any.
this is one. This Nero drew this, and then
He did do a stream once.
yeah, he did do a stream
That
once.
was
This is something that me drew. Rexy, it was just like my little companion plushie who talked.
nerd indeed. Yeah, back then flags weren't a thing, really. It was mostly just wear the colors of your army to hopefully not get stabbed by your friends.
So Rexy was a really, really big part of the channel back then, and this one Milky drew. You love it?
He did get replaced.
He got replaced by Tristan.
But it was more so Rexy pissed Aiko off so much that like she was okay.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy for Rexy to make a return at some point.
He is so annoying.
It could just literally be a plushie somewhere in like
Yeah. I'll probably put him in as like just a plushie in the background or something. He had his moments. It was
Candy or
special.
something.
Hold on. I kind of want to. All right. Hold on. Because I was watching a few clips earlier and you can see what I mean. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Creator
There's a
dashboard.
redeem on the room.
But
Lots of lobotomies and cannibalism. Yes,
Mhm.
yes. Rexy loved to lobotomize.
let's go to the
lobotomized.
clip section. There were a lot. Let me see.
I believe he is in the background somewhere. Isn't
What's
he?
this one? May 4th. Hold on.
I gotta just shut in.
This
Who's
is
Rexy?
this is
in the background. Must be an older background.
this is post Tristan. During one of my hold on, I'm trying to see a big version of this.
Rexy will, if he does make a return, he won't get like the AI voice stuff. At most, TTS will go through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end, he goes back to Nam. Ah,
Totally bizarre. He made a pun. He's got all sorts of random things. Like this one right here, fuck you, Rexy. Because investing in the milk skew tree is just utter nonsense. Milky. Coco should focus on leveling with like chaos instead. Who needs milk when you can have dino nuggies? So yeah,
didn't he suggest a post or something somewhere?
I don't know. But yeah, Rexy's a dinosaur. Okay, next.
Next. Lucy, Aiko deal with Lucy. The only way she knows how to yes do it.
Milton4685 said I was thinking earlier
This
today
was
and thought
your
I
perhaps
just
genre.
put you in a
nicknames could play
box.
on words.
I loved
I
it.
put him in a box.
I was like, this could be like Maya
Oh, really?
or Aiko. Just the bulk, how the tape goes over. I'm like, oh my god, that's so well done.
Aw. Yeah, I
And
put him in a
at the
box. I was
same
like,
time,
just put him in a box.
at the same time, Stick Figure was like, wait, no, maybe it's not Maya. Maya seems to go into a lot of detail.
Oh,
And
did you really? That's funny. Except for, yeah, okay, I guess I can kind of see it. Ready to move to Australia. Well, not with Lucy. Not taking him with me.
to us, life.
Howdy
Howdy
do.
do.
Howdy do.
That's definitely.
I like that I have this giant ring.
Dang, that could like go on your head. Probably. Howdy
Howdy
do.
do. I go with
Need to
me.
make that the.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, we brought Lucy with us to Australia.
No.
Okay, with ring. That's all you got out of that.
This is let me out. I'm in Australia now.
Oh, that's a nice ring.
Oh, that's a beautiful ring.
I love how your pupils are outside of your eyes.
Shh, I'm looking.
Aika's expensive.
Oh my gosh. Imagine me having a super expensive. Actually, that's pretty decent. I mean, that's pretty expensive for me.
To be fair, we got two rings.
Yeah, see, basically, we got the first rings and we got them in sterling silver because we're like, oh, we're not bougie. We don't really care. But the thing is sterling silver is fucking soft. So our gems get falling out. So we
Yeah.
eventually got some white gold ones.
It wasn't the main gem. The main gem was fine.
Yeah,
It was like
the little
time
gem.
gems had like hearts,
Mm-hmm.
and it just literally the first day I put the ring on, flipped it upside down, lost a gem somewhere. We spent like half an hour looking for it, an hour or something.
Mm-hmm. You were so
Didn't mean to make the
confused.
signs look like a curse.
Were you confused about Milky or what were you confused about? What were you talking?
I was so confused.
I want to know what the confused was about.
Or more accurate, Queensland's.
I can give background.
Oh,
Like, ask literally anything. I can give background.
Oh, you
Coco
couldn't
moved to
read anything?
Australia, us for short, and ring because she married Tristan. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see.
I also say fuck capital. Oh my. Hi, Beppis, what is your wisdom? Oh my god.
I see. That's what that is.
Live good.
Who
Man
also?
with Beppis nose looks good.
Tristan.
I see.
He looks fabulous. I love his long,
He's
luxurious.
snorting the
Oh, it's Milky because okay, right. Long blonde hair equals Milky because he does have long blonde hair in real life. Snorting.
I also have
I
one.
like that he has a you can always label him. Always label him. Just put a milk. I love how Mickey does it. He's like, you know what? I don't know who this person is, so I'm gonna put them in a shirt with their name on it. That's how everybody walks around. Everybody walks around with a shirt with their name on
Everyone's
it.
got the name tag.
That way nobody forgets who they are. I love
The
it.
other way Milky is drawn is literally as like a carton of milk or something.
Yeah, milk is either a carton of milk or a man with long blonde hair. I'm always drawn with weird ass pigtails, and it's either going to be purple if you actually care to get to the purple, or it's going to be pink because it's one of the preset colors, and purple isn't one of the preset colors.
If a pigtail's purple or pink, it's probably Aiko.
Yeah.
So Dio over
If
here.
it's a red or pink dinosaur, that is Rexy.
Yeah.
Um,
And if it's got ears, but in like maybe a similar color to Aiko, probably me. Maybe. I don't know. Could be Aiko.
you have gray hair.
Yeah. But it's just easy to choose a color that has pink in it. Or pink.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's ever drawn you with pink hair.
I don't think so either.
They were drawing you with blue hair or gray hair before. One person drew you with blue hair because your horns kind of blended in.
Mm-hmm. They did, yeah. Aiko in a fight against Harry the Platypus.
Oh, I
no.
see.
It's Keanu Reeves and Johnny Depp. It's looking at me.
Oh my God.
God. Jeez.
Holy shit. Have my ass kicked. Damn. Perry the Platypus, the key Aiko. I didn't know where this was going, so I just made Perry the Platypus Aiko. It's me and Perry the Platypus's child.
Perry the Platypus disguises as Aiko. I feel like I spelled that wrong. I definitely spelled that one wrong.
I love it.
Mini best. See, Kia's kick, but like
That's fine, yeah.
That's okay. Platypus Aiko with a baby.
It's perfect. It's perfect. See, he's catching on. He saw the hair.
Basically, kick.
He knew. He figured it out.
Oh my god, this is what happened. Maya went so hard with that drawing that you just fused.
Yep.
And became one.
Yep, that's
Harry
exactly what
the
happened.
Platypus kicked you in the face and then fused.
Became a platypus.
Yeah, DBZ fusion.
Exactly.
Team Rocket with guns. Okay. I feel like I got this one at the end. I don't know what that is, so here is half of it. Hashtag
Team
Super-
Rocket? Sims.
You've never watched Pokemon?
Sims.
Team Rocket is Pokemon?
Sims.
Jesse and James and Meowth.
No, Milky, no. Bad
Bad
Milky.
Milky. Bad Milky. Get shot by Harem.
Harem
They
Rocket.
would miss. They would miss. I don't know shit about Pokemon. Milky, no, bad. Get the spray bottle. But we have the Pokemon community game here all the time.
Well, now we know.
All you know is Brick Bronze on Roblox. Okay.
We're gonna have to teach Sims, damn it. Alright, that's fine. We will fix this.
Time to get sued by Nintendo by playing Pokemon.
That's okay. I'm in a group chat with him. He's gonna get spammed with all sorts of Pokemon shit later. I don't know. Gun clueless.
Hashtag clueless.
Honestly, this was great.
Yeah, wonderful. And then is this again? And then I drew again.
It's a good game.
Oh god, no, please don't.
How does the thong go? Okay. Hi, Epic. How you doing? How you doing? It is going great.
We're having so much
I
fun.
almost interpreted that as you asking me how it is supposed to go, and I was going to tell you the rules of subathons. It's going good.
Team Rocket shot Milky instead of Sid. Team
No.
Rocket never made it for the guns. Because they missed. But yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful day, Epic.
Yes. I heard that you were going to be the one hosting the server.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say thank you because that's going to be super fun.
It is gonna be really fun. Yeah, thank you.
Or
very much
hosting
for-
or financing it, however it winds up going.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really fun. I'm excited. I've already picked an island. I spent the entire last couple days. Horton, how you doing? Happy anniversary and new models. I know, aren't we adorable?
And new models. Yes, we both have new models.
This is my model, and you should go over to his channel and check out his new model. It's great. Milky.
When we revealed them, we were in a V2 multiplayer thing,
Yeah.
so we were both there. But like playing stuff and doing things,
It's
acting
easier.
people
Yeah.
would die.
Yeah. So we keep them separate but together. So
Milky shooting the Heartblossoms with peppers.
alright.
Okay.
Look, Nikki asked who Milky was. Right? But look, he drew him perfectly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like obviously
You
you
knew.
knew. You knew. He's like pretending not to know. All right, all right.
That is perfect. My Sona surpasses knowing me.
Exactly.
Oh no, Maya.
Oh no.
That's how it goes. If we do a dedicated server, I won't have to financial, but yeah, depending on how we go, I may. I may.
I'll have to find it, yeah, depending how it goes. I may be fine. Oh, I see, I see, I see. If we do a
Well,
dedicated server,
hopefully.
I want to finance it, but yeah, depending how it goes, I might be fine. If we do a dedicated server, you want to finance it? I'm confused. What do you mean?
Do you have a server?
Yeah, do you have a server at home or
Physical
something?
server? Oh, the suspense load. I am sorry in advance.
Lord.
Okay, we will reveal. Himbo!
Himbo, how you doing? Thank you,
Ew.
thank you.
He's been married for a whole
I
year.
know.
Good job on getting. That's so gamer.
Oh yeah, but
We touched
look.
grass briefly to get married.
So I've been married. Listen, I'm gonna tell you guys. Okay, so I've been married twice before, and they did not last long at all. Like when I say not long at all, I told Justin a few days ago that since our anniversary was coming up, I was gonna have to divorce him to keep my streak. So
Let's end the suspense.
okay.
Oh,
Oh my
I've
God.
never kissed Pepper. Expecting tongue. I love that
Oh
name.
my Lord. I love that.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, beautiful. That's the best. It's the best.
Hannah has a friend that runs dedicated servers, but if they can't run it, we are renting one, which I would. Oh,
I
okay.
see. I
That makes sense.
see. I'm excited. I'm excited about it.
Maya, you have nothing to
I've already
apologize
claimed
for.
an island.
This is perfection.
It is perfection. I'm gonna save that one specifically.
Milk.
Save
That's a
image.
perfect description.
And I drew the perfect
Thank
image.
you,
This is the image that got me to just take a fucking break for a while. Yeah. Hi hi.
Whoop.
I'll never get to see my drawing.
Something weird is going on.
Is it between like the toggles? They keep like
What?
interjecting with each other?
Yeah, when I press one,
Yeah.
it doesn't play, but then I press another one and it plays both of them.
Yeah, and that is keeps happening to me too.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. So I'll just like push buttons until I look like what I want to look like, and then I just leave
Because
it
there's
there.
scales,
Yeah.
and when I'm happy, I go pink. I think they also do when I'm angry too.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I'm happy. I'm stuck in happy.
You're happy forever. See, this is why I made a sticker scene. So I could do this if I needed to. I could just get rid of everything and bring it back.
Hang on, let me stand up.
Indeed.
Uh,
Oh, and now my stickers are gone. And now I'm standing again. Now I'm sitting.
oh.
Apparently I'm not a.
Tails.
There we go.
Tails.
Oh shit.
But they disappear when I sit. I sit on them. On my screen, I was
Ah.
able to fully write out tongue, but God, if I'm thinking. Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Yeah, there's a little bit of delay.
That is completely
Okay,
fine.
see. Milk.
It is milk. I got a nice little break there. Was-
Bottom half of a cylinder.
Wow. Yep.
How can I tell if it's a milk if the top half and bottom half are the same? You should have drawn a sky in the background and then like the reflection of the girl. Blah, 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 blah. Eh. Panic told me you got new models. They look nice. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Flippin' break.
I give the cup a shirt that says milk. Yep.
Okay, there you go. No problem.
Thanks, Epic, for the sub. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Epic.
I need to increase the numbers.
Yeah, for some reason Aiko's time is not working for increase in time.
So I just have to do that shit manually. I'm so good at this.
Maybe tomorrow we'll get it fixed.
There you go. See? See? Not hard at all.
Can you change The place where you sticky note to cover the right eye, you must have an eye patch. Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
Cover your
Um,
face. That's
um,
fine.
um, um. Yeah, she has to increase it manually, unfortunately. We did have timers running on each of our streams, but like because Aiko has to add time manually and we're
Hi,
sharing a chat, we
Eric.
can add time.
Thanks. Aren't they nice? Aren't they great? They're so
They
nice.
are absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Lizard,
Thank you so
lizard,
much.
lizard,
Lizard.
Oh my god.
lizard,
Lizard.
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 Lizard. I love it so much.
Lizard.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Epic.
We're gonna
Oh,
have to spin the wheel again. Yeah. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I gotta increase this too. I gotta increase this to 37. Which
we will
means the
be
next
on
one's
for a
crossed
while.
off. Yeah, we'll be here for a while. Community chooses co-op game within budget slash reason. Amazing.
So my lad, that is 25 minutes.
Okay. So let's see. Sub ad time 25 minutes. Yay. No, please do it. I mean, don't. No.
Oh no.
Thank
If the
you.
timer runs out and we still want to stream, we're literally just gonna be playing Power
Yeah.
because we want to play Power.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so what was I doing? Okay, we need to spin the wheel. Let me pull the wheel up.
In the wheel?
Hold on. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Hold on. There we go. Okay, ready? Spinning wheel. Oh, Lord. Okay.
What you got?
Compliment the next 5 things I see. Chat, you guys are beautiful. Beppis, you're so delicious. Tristan, you're so cute. Uh, uh, my model. Because I'm just looking at it. I'm so cute. Look how fucking cute I am. Spill wheel with wheel. You're very colorful. There you go.
Yes, we have a wheel.
For every 5 gift subs, we spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel,
Mhm.
and there's some interesting things there. Like one of them is I drink pilk. I'm looking forward to that one, but it's a one-time only thing.
Yeah, that's a one-time only because we're not gonna keep doing that.
If I like it, I'll drink it in my own time.
It's a very colorful wheel and a compliment. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, look,
I'm not
run these.
sure.
Okay, so we got more people who have joined in. Who is first off? Before we continue, we have 2 minutes and 38 seconds if somebody's wanting to join the hype train. Until then, like, just join that if you want to, just saying whatever, just, no pressure. But if you don't want to and you want to play the game with us, join us. The link is pinned on my channel and Tristan's channel. So you can, in the top of the chat. And if you don't see it, I can post it again anyways, because I know that mobile can be kind of wonky. But if you want to play with us and draw with us, that'll be fun.
It will be really
Yeah.
fun. Anyone can join. We're gonna keep things
Hang on, I
open.
must
If-
resume giving Pan shit, otherwise her ego balloons. Have fun with that.
enjoy, have fun.
Send her love. She's fantastic. All y'all are
We love
fantastic.
Penny. We love
Y'all are
but
such a great freaking community.
Mhm.
I'm so glad that they're starting to do a little bit of merging, and it's nice. Everybody's so nice.
It's really fun seeing
Mm-hmm.
familiar faces.
It's really fun.
May I look at DMs, please? Oh my god, Milky's probably sent
Oh my god.
pictures to be downloaded. But if people do want to step out and like we end Garlic Phone, or if we
I
want
want
to
to show you
shift to
guys.
a different
I gotta show you guys my
co-op,
model. Hold on. I want to show my model more.
lizard.
I want to show my model more. It was a lizard. Very good, a lizard. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. I'm swapping to my chat really quick because I want to show you off my model more. Okay? Because I
4685 said
can.
Eleanor
Look how
Coco.
cute it is. Coco isn't in the lizard gang. What a nerd. What? Oh, because of the people who got gift subbed? Well, now I'm confused. Hold on.
I'm playing with my model.
Oh,
It's fine when you're like tabbed into
yeah.
VTuber Studio, but when you're tabbed out, it seems to get
Lizard.
delayed for longer when you're tabbed out.
Lizard. 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 There's no lizards happening. I'm just saying lizard a lot because I like it. Lizard. 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 Look how cute I am. I'm so fucking cute. I'm confused too. Lizard.
I have the most adorable wife. Get jealous of everyone.
I just love this model so much.
I can't.
All right, what did I get? What did I get? What did I get from the hype chest? What did I get? Ender love emo. Oh my god, that is a fish.
So you
Fish.
said
Fish love.
right eye, Nikki?
Endler. It's a fish. I thought I said Ender. I thought it was gonna be an Enderman. Fish. Fish. Hold on.
I'm so
You
small.
know what that means? I know what that means. What?
Yar.
Back.
Eye patch.
iPad. Fish.
Yar. Now I can wink
Fish.
at everyone.
Fish.
You'll never know.
You know what
except
that
for my
means?
tails.
Fish. It means fish. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it does, Mayo.
Fish means fish?
Oh, okay. See, I don't know the thing that you're quoting, so I'm just like, no, don't apologize. You're totally fine. I just didn't get a reference.
Fish.
It's okay. Okay, Lucy's joining us. Lucy's joining us. Who else is joining? Who else is joining? Himbo, join in. Who else is Epic? Wait, Epic's already said he's gonna go bug Pan. Himbo, join in. Ninja Blader Reaper, join in. I don't know if that person's even watching.
That's more
Eric,
kindly.
join in.
You should say sorry. The fish.
Nikki,
the
join
fish-
in. Where the fuck did Nikki go? There he is.
Too
I
bad.
found him.
Rearranging the room. I am regretting my decision.
No, stop rearranging the room. Jesse, get in here.
You can take a small break to play God Phone, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I
Can't do
can't. I
that.
need to go.
Aww. Hold on. Hold on. I know the perfect response.
You made my wife cry.
Jesse. Why? Why you hate me? Don't you let me
He
down?
fucked off the get pancakes and fucked right back in just the nick of in the nick, pun intended, of time. Oh my god. You got pancakes. We ate pancakes for lunch. That was our wedding anniversary to each other. Was just enjoying pancakes with each other. And my mum. Welcome back, Maya.
Fine.
Actually, no, hi back. I had to send Aiko the fish. Oh my god, the fish? I must go and inspect the fish.
I want to see fish.
I must see the fish.
Maybe don't watch this on stream. Okay, I'll just listen to it.
You, me, gas station. What are we getting for dinner? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh, there was a roofie inside of our gas station sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means? Fish, the stench draws in a bear. What do? We're gonna fight it. Bear fight, bare-handed, bare naked? Oh, yes, please. We befriend the bear after we beat it in a brawl. Then we ride it into a Chuck E. Cheese. Dance, dance, revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. Next thing you know, I'm reincarnated as Jesus Christ. Then I turn into a jet, fly into the sun, black out again, wake up, do a bump, white out, which I didn't know you could do. Then I smoked a joint, greened out, then I turned into the sun. Uh-oh, looks like the meth is kicking in.
What the fuck, Mayo? What the fuck? on earth? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Peak comedy. What do you mean? I don't know. No, it's great. It's great. I just was like, that's a lot. I'll send it to you later, babe.
That's okay. No.
It was a lot of information in a short period of time. It's great. You know what video I was watching? That's great.
Double rainbow.
Did you guys hear it? I don't even know if you guys could hear that. Because I had it open in a tab, and technically speaking, I've got a window open, so I don't know if you heard a little bit. Okay. So it's probably whatever was coming through my headset going through my mic. Okay. Again. Wait,
Where is
where's
that?
Lucy? Wait, where's Lucy?
Oh yes, we're waiting on
He
Lucy.
did say the lag is real.
I wanted to do another normal. We want to do animation or
Trying to get it. He's
something,
trying.
or
What's an
store.
easy one? I don't know if we want to do animation if Lucy's having lag issues.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going back to moving things. I'll Oppo in the next break. I'll take. I love you. Have fun. I was worried when I started hearing. I was like, it's better not mess up the stream. I don't know which Trish is. No, there was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing
Stay
wrong with it.
safe, Jesse. Don't knock something onto yourself, and then we'll never see you again. We'll miss you.
Let's see.
Babies. Mm-hmm.
I don't really like missing piece.
Hmm.
Compliment can be interesting. It's nice seeing people's interpretation of what it is that you drew. Icebreaker could be fun, but eh.
I do.
Knockoff is stressful.
Yeah, no, not knockoff.
Co-op is eh. Secret is stressful. Sandwiches.
Because it get out of jail free card. Secret is all actions are mystery. That could be interesting, but
Do I ever get out of jail free
to be
card with
fair,
Twitch?
if things lag and Lucy can't see anything, then it doesn't
Eh,
matter with Secret.
I don't think I ever get out of jail free card with Twitch. What? What are you guys thinking? Secret? I know that some people love Secret and some people hate Secret. It's one of those things. I'm not a big Secret fan.
Eh, on Secret, so I'm host. I am making the executive decision. No Secret.
I like compliment because that gives like you could see everybody's interpretation of like a little line.
Twitch needs to fix that and give you a get
Oh,
out of jail.
thanks, Milky. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I
You
needed
just
that.
John Twitch of 5 with a bike okay that get out of
Appreciate
ticket.
it. Yay. Okay, Lucy's in.
Basically everything you don't see what you're drawing, and you can't see the prompt. Like you get the prompt once, and then you can't see the prompt while you're drawing. You can't see the lines that you're drawing. You just gotta ghost draw and hope
Yeah,
that
you
it
can't
will.
see what you're drawing and you can't see what you type.
Oh yeah,
The
that
next person can see what you typed. But yeah, no, it's not great. I like compliment. Compliment's good. Then we can get somebody's whole artistic interpretations based off squiggles.
Yes, I remember playing compliment and that was fun. Everyone's okay with compliment? I love you, my beautiful princess.
I
Say
love you
compliment.
too. Wrong compliment.
But I'll give it anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Close your eyes. Basically the same experience. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm okay with com. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we'll start with a compliment. Let's go. Some basic lines, remember. Basic lines. And then whatever Mayo does.
My basic lines.
Cool. Basic lines. I just drew random lines.
I
real quick,
also just drew random lines.
I like it when my eyes are open. It's nice when eyes are open.
Okay.
Oh my god. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, ooh.
Oops. Doop doop doop. Close up some of these gaps. Oops. Up high. It's been a while. No, don't take it from me.
Oh no, 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 no.
I don't know what the fuck this is. I've done something. I don't know. Okay, let's see what we got
Ooh.
here. Pink blankets and some pink pillows and then some two sheets and a big blanket here. Oops, daisy, my bad. Um, Also, it's a terrible shade of pink. I hate this. Let's go. Pink, I guess. We'll just do like this. So we have big and then. No, I'm not done.
Yeah, whatever.
There we go. Getting lag here and there. Well, it's okay. You're not affecting anybody else's drawing, so you're good. I love this one because it's like you get to see how everybody else interprets your shit.
Oh my god, person after my own heart.
I swear, like, all the cards I ever draw look like they come from the Jetsons.
All the cards I ever draw are like fucking 2D.
Yeah, same. I'm glad that you also, like, draw blue windows. Why blue? They don't have to be blue. Is it flooded with water? No, but they're fucking blue. Bam. You get me.
I do get you, baby.
I'll just put this here. Here. Kind of like a, yeah.
I'm so happy with this one.
No, we're not done. No, no. You can't do this to me. No,
Yeah,
don't do
sure.
this to me.
That
Look.
might be better.
No! I'm not done!
Now you got a similar amount of seconds left. It's almost out.
Okay. That's still not great, but I'll take it.
Aww.
Oh my god, this is gonna be horrifying. I'm reading chat. Oops. Ding, 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 ding. I'm not done. Okay. Unrun, Maya, run!
Oh my god. Oh, what is this?
Damn it, Milky. What am I looking at here? there. No, I'm not done.
It's alright. I made a penis again. I didn't finish the hands.
Damn it!
Oh my god, I get my one?
Yeah, your last one's always gonna be yours.
Oh my god. I wasn't thinking. Eh. What if I play connect to everything? That is stupid looking. What about here? And then wah. 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 Ooh.
There we go. You're in fight social. Yours. Whoa, I can read. I said, you're in fight so nice. That's words. Yours. I didn't finish the hand. I made a penis again. I didn't finish the hand. Mine's so shit. Oh my god. No, they're all great. They're all fabulous. Beautiful. I cannot wait to see what everybody has made. I had a good time with these, honestly, because I really like compliment. Compliment is probably my favorite one.
Compliment is
Is
really
I
fun.
love seeing everybody's different interpretations of the same thing.
I also love the corpse one. That was just really funny. The lag got me. Oh my god, Lucy DC.
No, no.
Okay, so I started with these beautiful lines.
I see. I know exactly what I did with that.
Nikki drew. Dang.
Someone is very interested in something. And some big eyeballs.
Aruga.
Auga.
Aruga. Let's start with this one. Oh my god. Okay, Aiko went. Oh,
I'm a little pissed off, but you know, I'm there.
he could just be deep in thought, honestly, with that face.
True, true.
Oh
Oh,
my
that's
god.
awesome. I love that.
Mayo.
Mine was like on a totally different level from from the rest of us.
Mayo, you have done something incredible. Okay, so
Everything she draws
you'll
is
see in a
incredible.
moment. Okay, Milky. That is.
Does it have a flashlight?
Flashlight.
I love that.
Filipino. Cat Lucy drew.
Oh,
Black.
abstract.
Oh,
Oh, very
interesting.
nice.
I'm feeling a panic and disorder from that. That's the emotion I'm getting.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Maya, this is the reason why yours is even more excellent. You draw alligator thing. I drew dinosaur.
It's beautiful.
Same vibe, same family, same brain cell.
Exactly. All right, hero is mine. I drew random lines that look like.
You drew alligator, I drew crocodile. Crocodile. We are not the same.
It's my random
Oh,
line.
oh, this was you?
Yeah, I
Nice.
just threw some shit down. I love it. Whatever it is.
Is that a handsome
Oh my
Squidward?
god, I love it. I can see handsome Squidward for sure.
Okay, let's see what Maya did.
Oh
Oh
my.
my,
Oh,
this
I
is meant to be.
love that. That's so good.
That looks like a pal. Or someone's persona.
Yeah, it does look like someone's persona for sure.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Handsome furry looking guy. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. That's
Genuinely
great.
someone's persona. I follow that up.
Oh no.
Well, Milky, because of your order on the list, you're always going to be following Maya.
Oh no.
Oh. Beppis making love with the worm mouth thing. Oh my god, it's got long blonde hair, it's Milky.
Milky same brain cell for later. Oh.
Same brain cell for like, oh my. Oh, nice.
Oh my god, their lips. They're kiss me. Guys like, no.
Yep, ship is real.
Mhm.
And I drew. Let's go.
Tristan.
What's that? What's that, my love?
Just continue. Tristan.
Same brain.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Good job. Look at the veins on that bicep. Oh my god. Bob and Job. No, you have the same brain cell. This is
Oh
just
my
going to be a
gosh.
roundabout Sharon brain cells.
Mm-hmm.
That was lovely.
Mm-hmm.
You colored yours.
It did
I
color.
spent most of my time deciding on what kind of phase I was going to draw on him. Mayo, okay, let's see what are the starting lines.
Oh my goodness. I love what I did with this one.
Oh, this one was
This one I
amazing.
like. I don't know how I took off with this one, but like I loved where it went.
I love this one. I got this immediately. This was the first one I did. Borbo.
Borber, I love it. Oh wow.
Oh,
Milky, are
that's
you
nice.
okay? No, I like where all of this goes. This is fantastic.
Do you need to see someone?
It's like Rorschach, man.
It really is. Circle can be many things. Like,
Are you okay,
Rasengan.
Nikki?
Is that Rasengan? Genuinely, is that the Naruto's Rasengan?
I'm curious.
I wouldn't know
I
this
wouldn't
if you haven't
know
watched Naruto, but that is. It probably is.
Nikki says yes.
Let's go!
That's awesome. I don't know, but that's great.
Aiko just has some
I am watching it.
relationship drama relating to Naruto, so
My ex watched the whole fucking thing and ignored me for years.
genuinely, if we watch Naruto, it will be in the future, whenever Aiko decides to open that.
He never asked to watch it with me. He just was like, I'm gonna watch this shit. So all I heard was Japanese in the background. All right. All right.
Lucy, what did you do with it? Okay.
It is. I like to think that everything Lucy makes is abstract. Just abstract
It
art.
is definitely abstract. I'm getting elements from that.
I was also getting elements from it.
It's like grass, water, air, earth, but
Yeah.
Earth would be grass. Fire?
Yeah.
Fire?
Yep.
Lucy fixed my exploded Earth.
He fixed it. He put it back together.
The resources got heavily, all the waters on one side of the planet, all the deserts on the other.
The sun decided to join it.
Yay!
Oh,
I love that.
Because the other banana's dead.
No! Look at that dead banana. Pen, pineapple, apple pen. Oh
Oh,
my!
that's cute.
That is just.
Banana, no!
What is
At first, I was going to draw two bananas talking to each other. I was like, no, this can be a phone. Let's make the banana calling someone. It's like, why is the banana making a phone call? Obviously, because his friend is dead.
That one was so fun, mate.
That one's really
I see
good.
circle, I see face. I see circle that is divided. I see logo. I love the also something.
I know. I
That was
love that so
wonderful.
much.
Okay, let's see what Milky drew.
Oh.
Oh, this one. I like this one too.
I like
see
this.
circle,
I got this one immediately.
My love.
Thank you so much.
My love.
Yeah.
You will see, but my love.
Aww.
Oh.
Oh my god,
that
it's
is
an
cool.
Undertale reference.
Oh my god, that is awesome. I've
I
never played
love it.
Undertale, but oh, that is cool. I
Unless, of
know
course, it's a different
Undertale
reference and I just picked up Undertale from it because I'm a nerd.
definitely feels like Undertale.
Yeah,
I've
definitely
seen
feels
some of
like
the combat in Undertale, and it's like you're a heart just floating around in
Yeah.
space. And you have to
And you're
fight stuff.
attacking from the bone tussle.
Yeah. Yay, Undertale. Oh,
Very pretty,
okay.
very pretty.
That's a very loving planet. When the tail is under you.
Yay!
My love?
Yeah. Aw, yay!
No bird watching.
Random bird.
Don't ask why my head is on that angle. I think I snapped my nuts. Also, Maya, yours is not wholesome.
Oh. Oh, wow. Milky and Memphis.
That's what Maya was referring to before.
Oh, I just realized that this just makes pilk.
It does.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna drink their child later if it spins. Milky and
Oh
Memphis.
my god. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. I love that.
There is look at
Same
this.
brain
It's
cell
literally
for sure.
same brain between Maya and Milky. Same brain between you and me.
Yep.
And then an Undertale reference and
LSD.
a loving planet from Lucy.
That is so cute.
I love that.
I love that so much.
Same brain, different heart.
I named because you guys haven't really been here, you haven't known that I have in Power World. We caught he caught a bounty hunter or a bounty guy that I can bounty collection. I give him bounties, he gives me shit. Right? I named him Officer Beppis.
We have Officer Beppis, and he's running
A little stand.
fence
Yeah,
thing.
I think I stole those.
Mickey. Let's see.
Oh, okay. This one I may have taken in a mildly horrifying way. Okay, definitely went that route.
Mayo.
Definitely went this route, but also different.
Mayo. Snail? This is like a goblin snail.
Okay.
Snail.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think we all saw snail.
No, he insulted. Snail.
No, Milky didn't see a snail. I don't know what the fuck Milky drew.
Milky, what is this? Run? Is this a maze? I didn't see snail. Aiko, no. Mickey? Snail. Milky, I'm sorry you've been fired. Hurricane in Florida. Oh!
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's a very,
we all saw snails except for Milky. My snail may have been a bit
Snail.
getting salted. My snail.
I love the stars and how you wrote snail, Maya.
Oh yeah, that's
That is
really cute.
beautiful. You have really nice handwriting. Are you using a tablet or
Yeah.
is that just like mouse?
It was, look, okay, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Hear me out, hear me out. Here's my canon. It starts out as a drawing, a line, right?
Hmm.
Maya finishes drawing it, okay? But it's not colored. Lucy adds some color. It's going through some shit.
It's
Tristan
evolving.
finally takes the shape of a full snail, okay? We are a full snail, fully colored. I salt the bitch. Suddenly there's a fucking hurricane.
It's the butterfly effect. It causes a
And
hurricane in
Nikki's
Florida.
Nikki's snail came back to life. It's a ghostly, kind of ghostly snail. That's why it's kind of transparent
I
looking.
see. What you
Mhm.
have to do is if a snail dies, you have to hit Florida with a hurricane and then they're reborn.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, good. Nikki is Lucy Snail. It true. Same color.
Yeah.
Different stages of evolution. One is a creature and the
This
other is a snail.
hurricane. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane.
Take me to Snurch.
Nick. All right, what do you
Okay,
got?
let's see what Lucy's lines were.
Okay, okay.
Ooh. I wonder if other people saw what I did in this one. Oh, definitely not from Milky. It's Killer.
This one's really good though. I didn't I didn't.
I saw a road with a stop sign.
Okay.
It's a T intersection.
Mine is not like that, but similar. Mine is a
Let's
bridge.
go. Oh, nice. Slime? I don't know. Ooh, that is one depressed slime.
Looks like Jabba the Hutt slime.
It's being physically depressed.
Oh no, it's great.
A river? Ooh, that's
Okay,
a nice
very
river.
nice.
Did Lucy disconnect at this point? No. Yes.
Lah!
La. Oh
Lah!
my god, that's a perfect picture of LA.
It's LA. Wow, looks really good, Lucy.
That's. Oh my god. It seems very depressed slime. Yes.
He's like, I'll announce I have lag before I lag out. Oh, lag. No. Fuck.
Didn't even get through writing lag.
Died.
Oh my god. This was so fun. All of these were
Oh, yeah.
really
Do you guys want to do compliment again?
fun. Still got Mayo, Milky, and Nikki. So people have excellent art.
Meow,
Milky's going,
Milky.
yo! Excellent round, excellent art. That was so fun.
It was fun. I agree.
Oh my god, all that laughing we did earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bye, Milky. Nikki's still
You're
down.
down?
Okay,
All
so we
right,
got
all right,
four.
all right. Full.
Do we have anyone else that wants to join?
I mean, I'm still down to do it with 4 people.
Oh yeah, I'm still down to do it with 4 people. I'm just giving time for anyone
Oh,
that
yeah.
may or may not want to join.
Join in, whoever wants to join in. It's free.
And thank you for hanging out, Milky.
Yeah, it was really nice seeing you.
I hope you have a wonderful rest.
Yes,
and
get some rest.
don't push yourself too hard with work.
Hold on. I've been singing in the end. Wait.
I'll give it another minute for people to. People might be getting stuff, going to the bathroom, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Somewhere in the air tonight.
Put something in my model. Why not? What are we adding? What are we adding in my model today? I need my Beppis back. That's what we need. Take my Beppis from me. Yeah. There we go.
How's everyone's day been?
Oh, I've been having a great date. Have you shown me taking of yes, of course you have. Of course you have. Of
Take me to
course you have.
church.
Take me to church. I know. And then I watched,
I
and then I
think
watched that shit.
it was great, and I reference it all the time, and Aiko groans. Or just misses it. It was amazing shit indeed.
How about you, Nikki? How's your day been? That's what I need to know. What have you been up to all today? Or has all today been just you woke up and now here you are? I don't know.
Think about it like often. I think about it an unhealthy amount of time, and I still think about
You'll
it
be in
less than
stream
you
starting
do,
back in the
Maya.
game now? Okay. Alright, babe, you ready to go?
Okay,
Let go,
yes,
let go, let go. Let go,
we're
let go, let
going
go.
for like I don't know how many more of these we'll be doing, but
Yeah.
um,
And you woke up now you're here? Awesome. That was an awesome day. I woke up and then I went out for pancakes and then we walked around the mall and then we came home and went to sleep. And then we woke up and now we're here.
ooh. Yeah, pancakes were really nice. I got pancakes and an extra like third of a pancake stack.
Yeah, I don't know how that was crazy.
It just felt like giving us extra.
So sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I tried something.
This has gone. I started with an original idea and I fucked it up, and then it has have made perfection. Perfect. Perfection.
Done.
Wake up now here. I'm glad you get to enjoy your morning with us. We love seeing all the familiar faces of all the amazing people that we know in our communities, in the communities that we overlap with, our friends. Yes,
I don't
even
know what the
you.
fuck I've done. I don't know. I did
Yes.
something. It's special for sure. I squint really hard. I see a.
What am I drawing? I don't know. I am doing something. I don't know. Will something come of this? Oh, ooh.
Body gonna change. Whoa, 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 whoa. When this boat you cannot change. But you cannot change. Those fucking dream. Lord, I can't change. What do you mean reconnecting? Dude, that was weird. There you go. I squinted my eyes, that's what I saw. So when I just did, I hate it. Is it like one of those thanks I hate it kind of things, or is it? Hmm. I don't know what I did with them. I don't know. Mine kind of turned sad a little bit, but I don't know. That wasn't meant to.
Does anyone remember Crazy Bones? Or know what they are?
But do you know One-Eyed Willie?
Huh?
You know One-Eyed Willie?
One-Eyed Willie?
Yeah. Did we watch The Goonies together?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe I know One-Eyed Willie.
One-Eyed Willie is not referencing anything I've just drawn.
Oh,
I just was asking.
I believe we watched that.
What do Goonies do? They never what?
I don't remember. Give up.
Goonies never lie.
Win. Is my one. Mm.
So where do you think the name Gardic came from?
I'm not sure.
There we go. Gee, art, I see. You want to do some Power World after this? Just kind
Yeah,
of
I'm
like
gonna do
chill
some.
and vibe because we've been like going at it now for like 7.5 hours, and I think it's like wine time and chill time.
Yeah, I'm happy to do some power after this.
Maybe if we're feeling more energetic later, we can do another energetic game. But I wanna, you know, we haven't really done the whale or the new world. New world being the world tree is what I meant.
Mm.
Because I'm gonna play some Power World. I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
I'm more than happy to always do power for the rest of the time with you, my love.
I'll probably take a step away from like whatever the fuck I'm doing on that one island though. Stressing
Yeah,
myself
we'll
out on
eventually go to progressing things rather than
it.
building. We've done a good amount of building.
Yeah.
Got some different styles of
I
things.
know I get on the progress of the chicken. Oh my god, Tristan, I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's a good way to start this. Why does this one have to be first? I'm sorry that I suck. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, Nikki.
Oh my.
That's what I thought.
Um.
You swear you draw normal things?
Well, is it?
Is it more or less normal than this?
This is a strip club. Aiko's throwing a strip club. Suppose
Oh, really?
yeah.
Really?
Oh my god. Oh my.
Why you drawing such? Why you making us think about such promiscuous women with the curves that you draw, babe?
I can't help but draw perfect prompts. I love that.
That's adorable.
This is the idea I had, although one part I can't draw properly because I have no practice.
I don't know what that is.
It's supposed to be like one of those like round tulip thingies. It's supposed to be like a tulip bowl, but I just struggled.
It's
Yes, with
cute.
the flowers.
Honestly, Mayo, same. Same. You're
I'm
nothing.
proud of you. Damn,
Me and
I was
Mayo
trying
both like
to.
saw that curve. We're like, ah, yes. I know what that is. That's
Yeah.
booty.
That's an ass. Okay, let's see which one you did. I had fun with this one.
I'm glad.
Look, sometimes it's a horny bonk is just the bonk bonk is needed.
No, no, don't apologize. That
Oh,
looks awesome.
holy shit, he looks so happy.
That's
I
great.
need to
I'm so
appreciate that.
glad everybody just saw like mouths.
Whoa.
That's a lot of teeth, dude.
So, he want the bite face.
This one also went to bite face.
This is where I was like, does anyone know what crazy bones are? Or remember? Could be an Australian thing.
Well, I will say, I'm gonna tell you guys straight up that I literally just like on the prompt thing traced over the phone.
They all want bite face, bite, bite,
So
bite.
like I just traced over the logo. That's all I did. I just traced over the logo, dude.
God, it's fun. You did. I love that. Yeah. I drew a crazy bone because that's what I saw when I saw those lines.
Yeah, who's to say that phone doesn't have a huge mouth with rows of teeth? You're right. You're right. Did not even
It
think
could be a
about
mimic.
that.
There's plenty of games where you can hide as objects. It could be just like a demonic creature
True, true,
posing
true.
as a phone. Let's see what Mayo's one was.
This
Oh,
one was this one wound up making me draw a sad thing.
I was very much just like connecting things and see what my brain made, which
I squinted and then now I drew what I saw.
when I saw this one, I was like, I had a picture of what I wanted to draw, but I know I don't have the skills. It was gonna be like blushes on someone's face, but I couldn't do that. I can't.
Mine wound up being like a stick figure version of what I was. Is that a pelican?
Is it like a pelican breathing fire with a top hat?
And a beard? He's an Amish pelican with a top hat and a beard,
Oh my god!
blowing fire. Look, I don't know
That
what you've drawn, little Nicky, but I love it.
that is how Amish people light their fires in their houses.
With fire-breathing pelicans.
Yeah, excellent pelican. I drew La Criatura taking cheese.
That's way better than what I drew. Mine just was sad.
Cheese. Aww,
Laying in bed cuddling with a teddy bear.
that's cute.
What am I?
I'd let Tristan there for you to cuddle.
Well, that's why I'm sad. That's why I only have the teddy bear.
Hey, Zoe.
Nick.
Nick. Oh, that is.
That's a really good snick.
There's a rattlesnake too.
It's the first time I've ever drawn like this. Nikki, do not what? I'm so confused. Nikki, why are you?
This is perfection.
This is awesome. What are you
This
talking
is
about?
what Arctic Phone is all about.
I love it. I love it. It is so much fun. I want to see what
I
Nikki.
love the eyes on the snake and the dumb looking face.
Yeah.
And here's a snake and he has no thoughts. None.
None thoughts.
None thoughts. Negative thoughts. He has so few thoughts that even if in his previous lifetime he didn't have thoughts. Oh.
Oh, okay. I know what I pictured here. But did you pick? I want to see if anybody pictured what I pictured. Doubt it.
I definitely pictured what everyone else pictured.
I love that. That is the most. What's wrong with that cow? What's wrong? What is wrong with that cow, babe? That cow's eyes are giving alien.
So
Okay.
has anyone ever played Spore?
Everything is wrong with it, my sis.
Welcome to the creatures phase of Spore. You start getting a bunch of creatures that look weird.
I love it.
It does look like Spore. I swear I've killed and consumed this thing in Spore.
Oh yeah, this is great. I'm so glad you're having a good time, Nikki.
We love doing things like this. Just the one thing with a lot of like community game nights is we have a lot of lurkers,
Yeah.
and it doesn't always work every night.
Yeah. Most people just like vibing, and that's totally fine. Most nights that's fine. That's why we have events. You know, some people have stuff. That's why we were talking about on the other day. We were like, I don't think we could ever have like a month long, like a subathon that lasts like over a month. That has to be like the longest. I've seen people who have subathons going on like endless, uncapped forever. You know, like day 265 of their subathon. It's like, bruh,
Yeah.
I ain't got that kind of energy.
Hard cap on a month, and it's always like daily limits on the subathon if we were to do like a long form subathon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sushi!
Sushi.
Be prepared, right for it.
Yep. Right in the mouth, please.
Cut and put in mouth. Make it mouth size.
I
love
love
it.
that. That is beautiful.
This one you didn't get to finish your idea. That's the one.
That's completely fine.
Ones
Those are the
that
best
do,
too.
Yeah. Sometimes you have really fun ideas. Very big doggy.
Chonky boy.
This is what would happen to Kit Kat if you keep feeding him chicken.
That's why he's not allowed to eat more chicken. He deserves more chicken though.
He's such a good boy. He wants all the chicken.
He's such a good boy.
Oh.
All right. I would like to know what your idea was.
Yeah.
What was your idea?
I like the look of that. I originally with my one was gonna go for like a like scroll of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as I drew the circle parts at the top, I was like, eyes.
I completely.
Feature.
The first one that I did, I literally just drew lines, just brain off drew lines. Second one, I was wanting to do something a little bit more with more intention, and because of that, I blanked and then I just traced over the phone.
I had so much fun with all of these. The most difficult one was Maya's one because I was like, "Ooh, what to do with this? I don't know. I'm not picturing anything."
Oh, oh, I see. That looks really
Oh,
good. I could see where the start of it was then. Yeah.
like a Polaroid.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Like it looked good, but it's like I couldn't picture what it was, but I can see I can see it. I can see
Mm.
it now that I know where you were going with it. That looks great. That would have looked so cool with it being finished.
Yeah, you definitely got the Polaroid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
Biting my fingernails.
these are fun. These are fun. This is definitely like so for game mode wise,
Hmm.
animation's fun, but I feel like that's better with more people.
I love animation, but I think that, and this is not to knock Lucy or anything like that.
Fancy napkin was the other
This
thing.
is this is gonna knock Lucy just a little bit, but not. Oh my God, my baby! Hi, baby. Come here. Come here, sit with me. Oh, I love you so much.
Animation is fun when it's like
I don't mean,
when people are
I
trying to
don't
make
mean,
animation and not chaos.
yeah. Well, let's just it is like, if everybody is like able to like work on the art itself. I know that his intention was there, and it's not at all his fault that there was lag. Not all his fault.
Yes.
The just thing
Yeah.
is like it kind of throws it off for the next person when you're doing an animation, and like when the last person's like,
Animation definitely suffers the most from lag.
yeah,
Compliment probably suffers the least from
I
lag.
know. That's why I like compliment,
Compliment's
because
fantastic.
everybody, it doesn't matter like what you're doing, like you can always, hi,
Um,
baby. We were just talking about you.
Almost
You heard
solid.
us say chicken, didn't you? That's why you came running. That's so cute.
Talking about the picture drawing, but yeah, Maya was referring specifically to the picture. But yeah, like yeah, animation definitely suffers the most from lag. Normal is just a good all round
Mhm.
thing. It's good to get started with some normals. Compliments just solid. Compliment, I think I enjoy the most. Exquisite Corpse was fun.
It's
It
so
was hilarious.
beautiful. My dog is so much the most precious being in the world. So cute. Yeah.
I think from reading all
That's
the
why
other,
that's why if there's less people, I always do like 200% so that it can be
yeah,
stretched across longer. Cause like an animation does not really do too much when there's like three
yeah,
frames.
yeah, we were on 200% when we were doing animation because it's just
Good boy.
sometimes it's really fun when it just starts going in a weird direction
What's up?
with animation, but other times
You gonna
it's
leave
like
me?
it's
You gonna
cool to
leave me?
see just a simple thing
Okay,
being
bye,
done
love you.
well.
I have a cat hair in my mouth. That's my fault for kissing the cat.
He came over here and is now under my desk between my legs. He wants booty scratches. Scratch, 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 scratch.
Because I was giving belly scratches. Time to swap.
Yeah, so we're gonna swap to Power World now. Thank you everyone for joining.
Mm-hmm. We're still here. Like, by here, I mean, like, we're still streaming. I just am now
It's just
streaming
with a
Power.
collab in game. I'm going to.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for joining us. I always like playing you
Thank
guys.
you.
Hi, baby. Oh, you want back up, don't you? Or no, you just want scratches. I'll give you a pitch. You're a good boy. He's like, you keep
That
saying the
was
word
fun.
chicken. Where's my food?
I was thinking the moment we started Garlic's turn was, I hope Maya can join us sometime because she loves Garlic
She
phone whenever we play.
does. That's how you know, man. She fucking heard Gardic phone was here. She's like, oh my god, I gotta go. I gotta go to the stream. I don't care what's happening right now. Gotta go to the stream. There's Gardic phone happening. You do love the added red pin for notes in the animation mode that turns invisible. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Agreed.
it is
I
nice.
completely agree. Oh, I should actually start up the server, don't I?
Sometimes, just the notes are the only reason it can work.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just have an idea. Like, I made a hiking man, and it turned into he lost an arm and died on a volcano.
Look,
It was so sad.
that was not my fault. I absolutely kept him as a hiking man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We know you, Maya.